Hi, this is Bart Polson, and in this series of videos, I want to go through Zed Shaw's course called Learn Python the Hard Way. We're using it in one of my courses, and I want to show my students how to get through all of this stuff because sometimes you get stuck on very simple bits and pieces. The first thing I want to do is show you where the website is. If you come right here, it is called learnpythonthehardway.org, and it takes you to this page. By the way, it's part of the more general group of courses he has called Learn Code the Hard Way. We're going to be doing Python. There's another very similar one on Ruby, and there are courses he's developing on programming in C, on regular expressions, and on SQL. We're also going to be doing what's called the Command Line Interface, or CLI crash course, which is part of the appendix in Learn Python the Hard Way. Anyhow, this is the page, and I want you to know you can read the text of it for free online, or that's choice number one here, or you can buy the course for about 30 bucks and get PDFs and videos of everything. I did that as a way of supporting him. If you have the money, I encourage you to do it as well. But I am going to use the online version of this as a way of getting through these courses. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to come over here to this little hierarchy thing. I'm going to click on that. And that takes us to the table of contents for the book. So it's the third edition that we're dealing with. There's the table of contents. But I'm going to start, by the way, we have these 52 different exercises. I'm going to start with the appendix, which is about the command line crash course. And this will work on any kind of computer you have, as long as you have Python installed. We'll talk about that a little bit. But right now, thanks for coming. I'm going to get started on the command line, and then we'll start doing the exercises for Learn Python the Hard Way. Thanks. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of Zed Shaw's Learn Python the Hard Way. And in this, we're going to be doing the first exercise, which actually involves mostly installing some software and doing some very basic commands in the command line. The first thing you need to do, of course, is go to get to his book. He has a free HTML version online available at learnpythonthehardway.org. And we're going to use that one. I'm just going to click this, read the free HTML online. Although you do have the option of purchasing a downloadable version and with access to videos. I did that. It's a great idea to support him if you're able to, but for purposes of this course, I'm going to be using the HTML one. We're going to be doing this one right here, exercise 0, the setup. All right, now what we're going to do here is a few things. Number one is we're going to, if you have a Windows or Linux computer, you will need to install Python. Macs come with it. And if you have a Linux, I'm assuming you already know how to do all that stuff. So very briefly, you need to install Python. Now, he gives a little note down here. He says, go to this address. It's python.org/download. Let me just open that one up in a new tab. Now, there's two versions of Python. There's version 2, which is currently 2.7.6. And there's version 3, 3.3.4 currently. And they're not totally compatible with each other. And even though version 3 has a lot of advantage, so much more of the code that's available right now is in version 2. And that's what Zed uses for his book. And so that's what we're going to be using. So if you have a Windows computer, you want to go here and download Python 2.7, and 0.6 is what's current right now. You can just click on that if you want. And then from there, you can just download the installer and install it on your computer. I'm going to let you deal with that one because I'm working on a Macintosh right here. Now, if you have a Mac, it's already installed. You don't have to do anything. What you do need to do, however, is install some other software for writing the programs, writing the scripts that we're going to do in Python. Now, it's true that Python does have what's called an integrated development environment, or IDE, that's called IDLE, I-D-L-E. And while that's useful in a lot of situations, and if you do Python for kids, you're going to use that one. For purposes of this course, we're not going to use that because we're going to do a fair number of commands that do not work in IDLE, but need to be done in the terminal or the command line interface. So that's what we're going to be using for this particular course. Zed recommends two different things. If you're on a Mac, he recommends Text Wrangler. It's right here. And if you click on that, well, let's try it again. Click on it like I mean it. There we go. It's bare bones software, and you can download it right here. It's free software. And I already have it installed on my computer, so I'm not going to download it right now. But it's for writing text, and programming is just text. It's just words that you type. And that's what we're going to use on this one. I'll show you in a minute what it looks like. If you're on a Windows computer, Zed recommends, and I would recommend too, that instead you use something called Notepad++, which you can get from notepad-plus-plus.org. Click on that one. It's a fabulous environment. This is a great one for working on Windows. It's also free. Download that and install it, and you'll be good to go. So, assuming you want to pause for a moment, you can download, get them installed, and get them open. You can change the way that each one of them looks. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to make this, I'm going to open up my version of Text Wrangler. Now, I've taken Text Wrangler and I've made it black and I've changed it to green font and stuff. You have, if I hit Command period, I got the preferences right there, and I've just changed the appearance. And that's fine. You make it however you want. You see it's going to have a blinking cursor, the lines are numbered, and that's how we're going to be working. I'm going to move this back down into a corner here, and I'm going to move Zed's book off to the left of my screen. By the way, I'm using a little piece of software called Divi that's available in the Mac App Store, and I use it to manage the windows on my computer. It makes life a lot easier. Once you get things installed, Zed wants us to do a few things, and these are not going to make sense if you have not worked with the command line interface before. In fact, that's why if these commands don't make sense, then what you want to do is you want to go back to the table of contents and complete this thing, the command line crash course. And you click on that, and that's a separate little course, and I have an entire playlist of videos that walk you through that one as well. You need to do that so you're familiar with the commands ls and make directory and copy and stuff like that in the command line. So that's a prerequisite for this course. If you haven't done that already, or if you're not comfortable with the command line, do that one all the way through first. It doesn't take a real long time, and things will make a lot more sense if you do it that way. Okay, so I'm back to Zed's thing here. He says put Text Wrangler in your dock, or truthfully, the way I get to it is with the spotlight. And the Mac, that's that little magnifying glass right here. You can also do Command and the space bar to bring it up. And, there it is, Text Wrangler. I've got several text editors on my computer. There's one, Text Wrangler, and I just hit return and it opens up. I've already got it open. You can put it into your dock if you want. I don't keep things in my dock, but there's the terminal. There's Text Wrangler. Do what you want. Now, let's go to this one. You run the terminal program. I open terminal. I do the same thing with Spotlight. I just hit Command Spacebar and open up terminal. If you're in Windows, you're going to instead be using a program called PowerShell. You go down to the Start menu, click on that, and so you get the little search thing, and type in PowerShell. People will often use different programs for doing command line in Windows, but for a number of reasons, Zed is very clear. Please use PowerShell. It's going to be a lot more consistent with what we're going to do. And that's already installed on your computer. You open it up, and again, the colors might be different, and I'm just going to, if you want to, you can come right here to, for instance, its preferences, and you can change the way things look. It's not a big deal. I made mine green on black because I like that matrix look. And anyhow, so this is what it looks like. It's a command line interface. It's another way of interfacing with the computer, the same way that, for instance, in the regular Finder, the drop-down menus and the keyboard commands are ways of interacting with the computer. And this right here is the graphical user interface, which shows me what's on my computer and how things work. And I'm going to be working with that one a fair amount in this one. So here's instruction number 6 in Zed's thing. He says, come into here and type the word Python. And now, in Windows, we're assuming you have successfully installed Python. You may need to restart your, you may need to start Notepad++. You may need to restart PowerShell. Who knows? You may need to restart your computer, but it should go through. Now, I did have some people who had some kind of bizarre permissions issues that I am not able to help you with, but you can Google those and usually find the solution that you need. But if you're in Mac, you're good to go. You just type the word Python, and remember The command line interface is case sensitive. It needs to be all lowercase when you type this. By the way, what this means right here, the BP is the name of my computer. And the tilde, the little curly line, represents my currently active folder. In a Mac, the tilde is your named directory. You see, I got my little, it's my home folder. And mine is called Bart, but it just puts a tilde there. And this thing that says Bart and the $sign, that is a command prompt, and that tells me where I'm supposed to type things. So I type Python, I hit return, and now I actually have a version of Python installed on my computer put together by Enthought, and it's a whole collection of stuff. It's nice, but it's the same Python we're going to be running. In fact, it looks like I'm on 2.7.3, and I better update that. But, you know, we're good to go. And you see now that my cursor is blinking. There are 3 arrows right next to it. You see those 3 right there? That's a Python prompt. I am now no longer running in what's called bash or shell. Bash, by the way, stands for Born Again Shell. And shell is another name for the command line interface. I'm not in that anymore. I'm now working in a separate language. I'm working in Python. And so there we go. On the other hand, none of the stuff we're going to use in this class is going to work very well if we're in Python already. We need to be doing it from the command line interface. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get back out of this by hitting Control-Z. And you see that that stops Python, and I'm back at my regular prompt, the Bart with the $sign. All right, now that gets us to line 8. We're back where we were. Okay, number 9, make a directory in the terminal. If this is confusing to you, then stop what you're doing, go to the appendix, and do the command line crash course. Then it will make sense. I'm going to make a directory in my home folder. So I'm going to use mkdir, make directory, and I'm going to call it lpthw for Learn Python the Hard Way. And I'm doing it all lowercase. You'll notice that that is not down here currently. I'm going to hit return, and ta-da! Now there's a directory or a folder. Their folder and directory mean the same thing. It's there. It wasn't there before. For line number 10, Zed says change the directory into the terminal. Change your active directory to that newly created one using the terminal. Now, here I am in the terminal. One of the things I'm going to do, by the way, is going to do pwd to print working directory, and this lets you, that's my home folder, the one that says user/Bart. And if I want to get a list of the same things that you can see down here in this window, you want to see those same things, because those are all in the folder, I can come up here and type ls, and that's for list the stuff that's in it. And this is all the same stuff. Sometimes some things that are invisible in the Finder show up in here. But we've got all of them, and it's in alphabetical order from top to bottom, left to right. And there is the one I'm looking for. So all I need to do here is do cd for change directory, lpthw. And now you can see my active directory is reflected right there. So it has the name of my computer, a colon, and then the active directory. By the way, I know I mentioned this elsewhere, but another way to change directories is also to type cd and space, and then in a Mac you can actually just drag stuff up into the folder. You see now it inserts the path. I can hit, and now I'm back into movies. That's pretty cool. But I'm going to go back to where I was before, and I'm going to just hit cd to go back to my root folder, and then I'm going to hit the up arrow a couple of times, so I can redo that command cd, change directory to the directory I just created. There it is. By the way, now I'm going to clear out my screen right now, and I can do that either by there's 3 ways to do it. I can come up here to, wait a second, I keep losing it because I don't use the command. There we go. It's under edit. I can either do clear all, or I can do command K, or I can also just type the word clear. And the stuff isn't actually gone, it's just pushed it up. And it's called a scroll back. And so it's nice to have it still there if you need it. Anyhow, it says learn how to change into a directory in the terminal. So I have done that. I am in the directory, and if we want to do pwd for print working directory, you can see that's where I am. So my command line is now focused on this folder right here. Okay, Number 11, use your editor to create a file in this directory. So that means Notepad++ or Text Wrangler, and then save it in that directory. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to Text Wrangler, which I've got open right here. I'm going to create a new file. This is a new file. This is the second line. This is the third and last line. Okay, and then I'm going to save that. And I'm just going to put it, did he tell us to give it a particular name? That's okay. I'm just going to go back to where I was, and let's just call it, since this is a name he seems to like, we'll call it test. Actually, you know what? I'm going to call it exercise00.txt, and I'm going to tell it to put it in LPTHABLE Learn Python the Hard Way. And now notice over here, there's nothing there right now. I hit save. Voila, it shows up, and there's my 3 lines of text that I just wrote. Okay, the next thing, Zed says, go back to the terminal using just the keyboard to switch commands. That's really easy. On a Mac, you hold down the command key and then the tab, and it switches you from one program to another. That's easy. And if you have several windows in the same program, you can use command and then the sort of tilde sign that's above tab to switch from one window to another. And I think that on a Windows PC, it's a similar thing. It's this controller command is the second button on the bottom from the left plus the tab key. We'll do a similar thing. Anyhow, and now he says, number 13, back in terminal, see if you can list the directory to see your newly created file. So I'm currently in this folder. I'm just going to hit ls for list. That says show me the contents. And voila, there it is. That is my new folder. It's the same thing that's right here. And we're done. I'm just going to do a few things here to clean up. I'm going to go back to my home folder with the CD. Sometimes you might need to do CD and a tilde, but on mine I don't need to. And then I'm going to clear it out so I can be all done. Anyhow, that's it for exercise 0. The basic setup for Zed Shaw's Learn Python the Hard Way. Hope you got through that, and I'll see you again in the next lesson. This is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough for the first exercise in Learn Python the Hard Way by Zed Shaw. And what you need to do is you first need to go to his website at learnpythonthehardway.org, and then click on Read the Free HTML Online. What we're going to do when that opens is we're going to this one right here, Exercise 1, A Good First Program. I'm going to click that open. Now, hopefully you did the previous stuff already and you've installed, if you have Windows, you've installed Python 2.7 whatever, and you've installed Notepad++. If you have Mac, you already have Python installed, and you would have installed Text Wrangler. This is a text editor for actually writing the programs. If you have Linux, you probably know what to do anyhow, so I'm not going to worry about it. What we're going to do right here is we're going to start by writing a program. Now, the tricky thing here is we've got 2 separate things that we're coordinating. We're going to use a text editor, which is just like, it's like a very simple word processor, except if we tell it it's a Python file, it treats it in a special way. We're going to use a text editor, and we're going to write our program in there, but that's not where we run the program. The place where you press play is in the terminal. And so we're going to show how to bounce back and forth between the 2 of those. So the first thing that Zed wants us to do is to create a file named ex1.py. Now I'm going to open up my text editor, which is Text Wrangler. And you see I have an empty document. I haven't saved it as anything. Let me start by saving it. Actually, yeah. Now you'll notice that probably for you, when it opens up, it probably offers to save it as a text file. That's normal, and that's a very flexible thing, and Python can read that. But what you want to do is you want to specifically tell Text Wrangler it's a .py for Python file, and it will highlight the syntax in colors, and also it will know when you call it in terminal, it will know to read it that way. So let's do this. What we're going to do So I'm going to change the ending here to .py, which means it's a Python file. And I'm going to take this title here and I'm going to change it to x01. By the way, Zed just calls it ex1. I'm adding the 01 because we're going to have 50-something exercises. And if you want them to sort correctly, there are certain operating systems where you got to have the leading 0. So I'm throwing that in to make things a little easier. Then I'm going to save them in a folder that's in, here's my home drive, or my home folder, my home directory is BART. In the last exercise, I created a directory called lpthw for Learn Python the Hard Way. I'm going to save it in there. And in fact, if we come and look in the Finder, there it is. And you'll see it's got a different icon. Let me see if I can make that a little bigger. It doesn't show up that way. Never mind. It's got a different icon, and that's because it's a Python file. And we're going to start putting some text in here. Now, I typed it all beforehand, and I deleted it one line at a time. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to do the undo. If not, I'll just type it over again. The first thing is to type this line, print hello world. Okay, please understand, the lines are case sensitive. You have to use uppercase and lowercase the exact same way that Zed uses it. So I type the word print, that's a command in Python. I type that in lowercase and I put a space, and then I use double quotes and I put the phrase hello world. That's the thing that I want it to print. And that's not going to print it on your printer. What that means actually is show it on the screen. And that's what's going to happen when we run the program. The next line is to print hello again. So it's just a repeat, except it's a different line. By the way, you'll notice if you've done any other programming or stuff, a lot of times you have to end your commands with a semicolon or a period or something. You don't do that in Python. You just hit return and go to the next line, and it knows you're going to the next line. And that's something important to remember. So here we have print, and then in quotes, hello world, and then the second line, print hello again. And again, lowercase print, and the thing I want it to show on the screen is in quotes. By the way, if you did this in Word or something, it would put in curly quotes, the angled ones, which are much better for typography, but they'll totally screw up the programming. That's one of the reasons you do this in a regular text editor, because it's going to use the straight quotes or dumb quotes, and the program will be able to read them the right way. Okay, my third line, print I like typing this. And my fourth line, this is fun. And my fifth line, yay printing. Now the sixth line is a little different. The reason this one is different is because I have apostrophes within the quotes. And that's okay. The important thing though is if I'm going to have an apostrophe, see I got an apostrophe right here, and I'd and not here is within single quotes. That's fine, as long as I enclose the entire phrase in double quotes and I do not have any double quotes that appear inside. Because if I do, then Python will think I'm done with the command and we'll have a problem. So remember, if you start with double quotes, you got to finish with single quotes and finish with double quotes and have no double quotes in between. Single quotes are okay. Similarly, the last line that Zed shows us is, if you want to have double quotes inside your line, one way to do it is to put the entire quote in single quotes. And that works too. All the other ones we've done are in double quotes. This last one's in single quotes. That's fine as long as you do the same thing at the beginning, at the end, and don't have it appearing in the middle. So this time we mark off the word in the middle with double quotes. Now, just so you know, there is another way to deal with it. If you have to put single quotes or double quotes in the middle and you don't want it to think that you are ending a command, you can do what's called escaping a character. Zed's going to show it to us later. That's where you use a backslash right before the character. And it tells Python, don't read this as a quote, read it just as a sort of a symbol. Anyhow, that is our entire program right there. And what I'm going to do right now is everything's there. I'm going to save the file now. Okay, so the file is saved. And let me do something. I'm going to push this one up to the top, this one down to the bottom. And here, you can even do a quick view in Mac, and you can see those are the contents of the file that I've saved. What I'm going to do now is over here, this is where I wrote it, but I've saved it. It's in its saved condition. Now I'm going to go to the terminal and I'm going to run the program. So you see, I wrote it in one program in Text Wrangler or Notepad++ if you're on Windows. That's where I wrote it, and I saved it in a folder on my computer, and I'm going to run it by going over to the terminal. And if you're not familiar with the terminal, make sure you go to the appendix of Learn Python the Hard Way and go through the command line crash course. And I got a whole series of videos for that one too in another playlist. Now, the first thing I want to do is I actually want to get into the folder where the file is. The file is in lpthw. Let me make that a little clearer here. There it is. But right now, you see if I do pwd for print working directory, I'm in BART. That's the one above it. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do cd for change directory, lpthw. There we go. Now I'm in the right directory. The BP just means my computer, and then we have a colon, and then it tells me the active directory. And this whole thing right here is just the prompt. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to write in small letters Python. Now, I'm not going to hit return now, because if I did hit return now, I would launch Python. In fact, let me show you. And now I have a different prompt, and my commands aren't going to work if I do it there. I'm going to do Control-Z so I can exit. So I'm back to where I was. I'm going to do clear to get rid of some of that stuff. So I want to type Python, and that tells the command line to read the next thing that I enter as a Python file. Then I'm going to tell it the name of the program, and remember, capitalization matters, and I'm going to do .py, and then I hit return. And check it out. There's the stuff that I wrote in the program. And that's all you need to do. So I wrote the text in Text Wrangler, saving it as a .py file, and put it in a folder where I knew where it was. Then in the terminal, I changed my directory to go to that same folder. Then I typed the word Python in lowercase, then I had a space, then I put the name of the file that I saved with the stuff I wrote, and that ran it right here in the terminal window. Anyhow, that, I believe, is the end of a, oh no, that is not the end. There's one more thing here. Let me just mention this thing, a pound sign. Now, Zed is calling it an octothorpe, which is a correct name for it, because there are geographical differences on whether you call it a pound sign or a hashtag or a mesh or whatever. But there's an interesting thing that an octothorpe does. Let me come over here and put an octothorpe, or again, I just call it a pound sign. Let me put it in front of those two lines and save the file. So now you see I've got over here. You can see that it's saved now. And let me run this command again. I'm just going to hit the up arrow, and I'm going to run the exact same command, but you'll see the output's going to be a little different. It's shorter this time. It did not print these two top lines, and the reason is the pound sign removes those two from the program. And it's called commenting something out, because that's also how you can make comments. And it means don't run this line of code. And so I've removed them, and that actually can be a really great way to try variations on code, make two versions of a line, and then comment them out one at a time and try them. That can be a great way to do it, but that's also a way to avoid printing something if you don't want it. Anyhow, that's it for exercise 1. Hope that worked, and I'll see you in a minute for exercise 2. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way, the 3rd edition. And we're going to be looking at the second exercise in this one. If you go to his webpage, learnpythonthehardway.org, and then you can click on this link, read the free HTML online, or you can also click on this little tree diagram right here. That'll take you to the table of contents, which is right here. And what we're doing this time is this exercise. Exercise 2, comments and pound characters. And if you click on that link, it'll actually take you to right here. Now, the idea here is that when you create a program, you can put comments in, and comments are lines that don't run. They're ignored by the computer when it's running the program, but they allow you to put in explanations of what things are, and that's really important if you want to be able to look at something again and tell what it is. Also, it allows you to enter more than one version of a command and then what's called commenting out the ones that you don't want at a moment, so you can try variations on it without actually deleting or changing the other ones. It's a handy way of experimenting. And all we have to do is this very short little bit of typing. And I'm going to put this one up in the top corner here. And what I've got down here is I've typed the whole thing in already. But what we have is, this is our first line. He says, a comment. This is so you can read your program later. Please note it's got the pound sign in front of it. And as he explains, that can also be called a hashtag or a hash mark. He calls it an octothorpe, which is in fact a typographical name for it. And the reason he uses that is because there's regional variations in what this sign is called. That's a variation that's not used anywhere on a regular basis, but it is one that is valid everywhere. Anyhow, the octothorpe if you want to, or the pound sign, or the hash. And what that does is it creates a comment. Now watch what happens. If I take that comment out just for a moment, you see that my code changed colors. That's because when you tell, for instance, Text Wrangler or some other IDE, interactive development environment, that you're dealing, for instance, with a Python file, it colors things according to what they are, and it's expecting a command here right now. But I'm going to put the pound sign back in, and now it puts it in gray because it's a comment. By the way, the colors that you get are going to depend to a fair amount on how you have things set up. Let me just show you very quickly. If I'm here in Text Wrangler, I can just go to Preferences. And you see a lot of this is going to just depend on what colors you have chosen. And so that's not a big deal. But the point is it does make them different. And you can tell that this one right here is a comment also. And so when it runs the command, it's going to ignore that one completely. It's like it's not there, but it's there for our benefit. This, on the other hand, print, I could have code like this that will print, and the part that's after it with the pound will be ignored. I actually should have a second space there. It's good for him to have two spaces before the pound and then one after, but it's pretty trivial. And then I have a couple of other things here that this is a command that I could run. You see, if I ran like that, it's a print line. But because I have the comment in there, you see, it would print, this won't run. Well, obviously it will run if I don't have it commented out, but now I've commented it out and I've got that. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to run this over here in my terminal. Remember, what we're doing in Text Wrangler is writing the scripts. We're writing the instructions, but it's not where we run the instructions. We run them in the terminal on a Mac or PowerShell on a PC. So what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to take this command here, which is saved in this file. So this is a folder on my computer, and you see if I just click on it, there's the text. This is the quick view thing. And you can see there's stuff that's commented and stuff that's not commented out. And what I need to do is I need to open up that file here in Terminal and run it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm first going to tell it where the file is. I'm going to back up just a little bit here. And I've got it here under Scripts. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up to my terminal, because right now it's going to look for things in my root folder. BP is the name of my computer, and then the colon, and then the tilde, the squiggly line, indicates my current folder, which for me is BART, is my home folder on my Mac. This right here, the BART with the $sign, is just the prompt, and the blinking thing is the cursor. I need to tell it which folder my things are in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do CD, and then the cool trick, and this works on both Windows and Macs, is I'm going to take the folder here and I drag it in and drop it. And you see, because this is nested several layers into what I've got, and I've got stuff with more than one. Oh, by the way, this is an interesting one right here. Do you see this? It's got a backslash there. And what it's doing there is that's called escaping a character. It's because I have a space in that. You see, if I click on this right here, see I have spaces in that file name. Normally the way you would deal with that is by putting that folder name in parentheses, or excuse me, in quote marks, and it would treat it as a single thing. But another option is to escape the character by putting a backslash, and it tells the computer, don't read this as a space, read it as sort of this symbol, and treat it literally. Anyhow, all I got to do is I typed in CD and a space. I dragged this folder in. I'm going to hit return. And now you can see that scripts is my active folder. So this is scripts right here. And there's the scripts. What I'm going to do now is I just type the word Python in lowercase. The terminal Unix is case sensitive, so make sure it's all lowercase. Then I'm going to type the name of the file. In this case, it's EX for exercise 02. Z doesn't put in leading zeros. I do, so things sort correctly, and especially on Windows, this is important. Anyhow, so this is my command. I hit enter, and there you go. You see that it ignored this line that was commented out. It ignored this line that was commented out. It ignored this line with nothing in it. In this one, it only printed the stuff that was not commented out. That means it only prints up to here. It prints this part, but ignores this part that's after it. It ignored both of these lines because they're commented out, and it printed this last line. So it's a lot of explanation for getting only 2 lines, but commenting is a really important feature to explain your code both to yourself, to other people who might read it, and also to give you a way of easily experimenting with variations on your code. Anyhow, that's it for exercise 2. Hope that helps. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough from Learn Python the Hard Way by Zed Shaw. To do it, first go to learnpythonthehardway.org and either click on Read the Free HTML Online or click right here. They'll both take you to the table of contents, which I have open right here. In this one, we're going to be doing exercise 3, which is numbers and math. And if you were to click on that link, it would take you to this page right here. Now this one introduces some concepts that are a little funky that you would not have dealt with very much if you haven't been doing computer programming. Let me just kind of show you. Here's his code. And I've got it written out line by line with just a few extra comments in it. So I'm actually going to open up Text Wrangler right here. I've got it open. Let me make that a little bigger and start showing you one line at a time what's going on here. By the way, I already typed it all. I deleted it, so now I'm just doing, undo to get it there instantly. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to print a line that says, I will now count my chickens. So that's what it's going to say in the terminal when we run this. That's going to be the first line. The next thing it's going to do is it's going to print the word hens and then a space, and then it's going to do a little bit of math. Now, it's important here to remember the order of operations. You guys probably remember, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. And what this means is parentheses you do first, then exponents, then multiplication and division, then addition and subtraction. And so here we have 25 plus 30 divided by 6. Well, there's no parentheses and there's no exponents, so the first thing you need to do is either multiplication, there's none of that, but division. So I've got a little comment here that says, first, you do 30 divided by 6, and that's equal to 5. Second, you do addition, 25 plus 5. Now, I put quotes around the 5 just so you know that that's from the previous thing that we did. If you programmed it that way, it'd screw it up. But 25 plus 5 is equal to 30. And so the quotes are just for emphasis. So that's going to get you, it'll put hens and then space, and it'll put 30 because it's 30 divided by 6 is 5, 25 plus 5 is 30. The next one, roosters, has multiplication and subtraction, and there's this one right here. The percent sign has a very particular meaning in programming. It's called the modulo or the modulus. And what it means is, give me the remainder from the division of these two numbers. So let's take a quick look here. Now, the first thing we're going to do, when you have, and modulus is treated like division in the order of operations. So we don't have any parentheses, we don't have any exponents, we do have multiplication. So for multiplication and division, you just go left to right. So the first thing we do is 25 times 3. So that's going to be 75. The second thing we do is the modulo, that's a division. And it's 75 divided by 4, or 75 modulo 4. By the way, I'm used to calling it modulo. Zed calls it modulus. Either one, same diff. So 75 modulo 4 is equal to 3. And the reason for that is because 75 divided by 4 is equal to 18 with a remainder of 3. And it's the remainder part that we're interested in here. Now, please note, You probably haven't done remainder math since elementary school, but it's very important in computer programming because it allows you to cycle through numbers in ways that could be very helpful. So the modulo comes up a fair amount. So we have 75 modulo 4 equals 3 because 75 divided by 4 is equal to 18 with a remainder of 3, and the modulo is asking for the remainder. So then we have 100 minus 3. And 3 is equal, 100 minus 3 is equal to 97. So that's how many roosters we have. That's the number that's going to print. Next, we're going to do I will count the eggs. Now I will count the eggs. And here we get a long series of math with a bunch of stuff in it. And let me show you the order here. The first thing going from left to right you see is this one right here, 4 modulo 2. Again, in the order of operations, it falls in the same place as division. 4 modulo 2 is equal to 0 because 4 divided by 2 is equal to 2 with a remainder of 0. There's no remainder, so 4 modulo 2 is 0. The next one is this one, 1.0 divided by 4. Now, the 1.0, the reason there's a point in there is because that makes it what's called floating point number. And that means to use decimals. I'll show you an example a little later in this same program that I added that says if you don't have that, it's going to give you 0. But if you do have the 0.0, it's going to know to give you a fractional or decimal value, and it'll be 0.25. And so you need that 0.0 to indicate that this is a floating point number and to give a floating point result. Floating point means decimal places. And it's contrasted to integers, which are whole numbers. All right, so 1.0 divided by 4 is equal to 0.25, and you got to have the 0.0 to make it a floating point. And then you just go left to right. So 3 plus 2 is 5 plus 1 is 6, minus 5 is 1, plus 0 is still 1, minus 0.25 is 0.75, plus 6 is 6.75. And again, I put the quotes just to emphasize that those come from an earlier value. So please don't type those. It'll screw up the program. I'm just using those in the quotes for emphasis. All right, then Z goes through a bunch of what are called Boolean operations or truth tests. And the idea here is you're doing a comparison and the result is going to be a true or false. So the first thing it's going to ask is it true that 3 plus 2 is less than 5 minus 7? Well, 3 plus 2 is 5, 5 minus 7 is negative 2. So is it true that 5 is less than negative 2? No, it's not. It's going to be false. And so you get to see that here. So he's actually going to have us print out the result here. And again, it's not going to give you math. It's going to give you true or false. And that's an interesting one. That's going to be the result, not the numbers, the true or false. If you want to see the numbers, you have to do it manually. And Z shows print what is 3 plus 2, and then it'll have a space and the result, and it'll say 5. And then what is 5 minus 7, a space, and it'll give you the result, and it's going to be minus 2. And then he has it print, oh, that's why it's false. Okay, and then he says, how about some more? Is it greater? Is 5 greater than minus 2? Yes, it is. Is it greater or equal? 5 is greater than or equal to. Remember, that's how you do the greater than or equal to sign. Minus 2, yes, it is. Is less than or equal to? False, it's not. You'll see that all in a minute. Plus, I added a little bit of extra code here to really emphasize the difference between integers and floating points. In all of these, I've done a variation of 5 divided by 4. So how many times does 4 go into 5? Now you know that the answer is 1 1/4, 1.25. But if I write them both as integers, just a 5 divided by 4 with no points in it, it will simply truncate and throw off any fractional value. On the other hand, if I put a 0.0 on either the first number or the second number or both, Python will treat it as floating point numbers and will give the answer with the fractional value. So anyhow, that's all there. Let me now run the program. I'm going to come up here. I'm currently back in my root directory, and so I need to change the directory that has my scripts. Because remember, over here I'm writing the script, but I'm not running it. I run it in the terminal. So I got to do two things. First, I want to get back to the folder where it is. This is the script. I'm going to come right here and do CD for change directory, and I put a space, and then I just drag this up. And it throws in the whole thing there. And now when I hit that, I'm working in the active folder now. I want to run this one, number 3. So what I'm going to do is, because I'm in the terminal, I'm going to type in the word Python, which means run this as a Python script. It has to be all lowercase. I put a space and then ex03.py. And I can get away with this because I'm currently in the folder that has that. I hit return and then you'll get all sorts of stuff. I will count my chickens. You see that we got 30. And that's from doing this math right here, 25 plus 30 divided by 6. We get the 97 for the roosters, and that included a modulo. Now I'll count my eggs, 6.75. To get the 0.75, we had to use the 0.10 to indicate that it was a floating point number. Is it true that this is equal to greater than that? Now look, this is the command that was written. Print 3 plus 2 less than 5.7. And this is the way that it comes out. It just says false. Remember, it's a truth test or Boolean thing. And then we get these other answers. That's why it's false. How about some more? Is it greater? True. Is it greater than or equal to true? Is it less than or equal? Fine. And then there's these few lines I added at the bottom. 5 divided by 4, if you write them as whole numbers, is equal to 1. The 0.25 just gets truncated, gets chopped off and thrown away because it's treating them as integers and it throws away anything that's after. But if you put a 0.0 on the first or the second number or both, it will give you an accurate answer of 1.25. I will mention, however, there are times when the truncation can actually be used to your advantage. If all you want is, you can think of it sometimes as the opposite of the modulo. The modulo gives you the remainder. This part gives you the whole numbers. And I have used both in this way. If I only want the whole number part, then taking numbers that I know would give floating point math and instead writing them down as integers, it truncates them. It can be helpful. Anyhow, that's a fair amount on how to do math and with order of operations and with the modulo and with floating point versus integers. Hope that makes sense, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi, I'm Bart Poulsen, and this video is a walkthrough for an exercise from Learn Python the Hard Way by Zed Shaw. You can get to it by going first to his website, learnpythonthehardway.org, and then clicking on Read the Free HTML Online. Click on that, it'll take you to the table of contents right here. You can also click on this to get to the table of contents. And we're going to be doing this one right here, exercise for variables and names. If you click on that, it'll take you to this page right here. Now, what you're going to see here is a way of working with variables. Like anything, a variable is the opposite of a constant. A constant is always the same value, like pi is a constant, e is a constant. Anyhow, these things are always the same. A variable can take different values, and the nice thing in computer programming is you can use a variable to put a name on a number when that number can take different values. And it makes it a little easier to write code that you can understand, and it makes it easier to modify it. So what we're going to do right here is we're going to enter this text right here. That's the text. And we're going to put it into Text Wrangler and save it as a script. I've got Text Wrangler open already. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger right here. And let me run through it one line at a time and explain what's going to happen. Now again, I've already typed it and I've deleted it one line at a time, so I just hit undo and it comes back. The first thing is we're going to create a variable called cars. Now, the thing you need to know when you name a variable is there are certain restrictions. You can't have spaces in the name of the variable. It needs to be one word. If you need a space, or if you need to have two words like new cars, you can put an underscore character in the middle of it. You'll see that in just a moment. Also, I believe it cannot begin with a period or an underscore or a number. You wouldn't want to do that anyhow. So we have a variable called cars. Also note, the variable names are case sensitive. If I spelled it with a capital C, it would be a different variable than with a lowercase c. And that can be a source of confusion. It's usually a good idea to use all lowercase for your variable names. Now the equal sign here actually has an interesting role in it. Here it's called an assignment operator. And what that means is create a variable called cars and then put into it the value 100. So 100 goes into cars. Sometimes it's read as cars gets 100. And this is different from the typical use of the equal sign. Normally you want to say like 2 plus 2 equals 4. When we get to something like that later, you'll actually be using two equal signs as a way of specifying equality as a logical operator. We'll get to that later. Right now, the equal sign is just what's called the assignment operator, and it's a way of putting a value into a variable. So we've now created a variable called cars, and we've assigned a value of 100 to that variable. Next, we're going to create a variable called space in a car. Now, because I want to emphasize that these are different words, or as Ed does, he still has the whole variable name as a single word, but he's using underscores to separate the words, but keep it as a single piece of text. And he's putting the value of 4.0 in it. Then we're going to have another variable called drivers with a value of 30. Another variable called passengers with a value of 90. And now this is interesting. We're creating a variable called cars not driven. But instead of assigning it a value directly, we're going to use a little bit of math. We're going to use previously defined variables. So we're going to take the number of cars, which is 100, and subtract the number of drivers, because there's one driver per car. So it's going to be 100 minus 30, which means this is going to have a value of 70. And this could be a really nice thing, because as you create variables, you can refer to anything you created above it and use that in sort of an algebra. Next one is cars driven equals drivers. Now, you note this is an interesting one because it's creating a variable with the same value as another one. Sometimes you do this because you want to have what's called an initial value, and that you might change the value associated with the cars driven later, but this makes it so they start in the same place. After that, we have this one. Carpool capacity is equal to cars driven times space in a car. Now, we have cars driven, which we defined right here as a function of the number of drivers, and space in a car, we use an asterisk to indicate multiplication. And then space in a car is this variable right here with a 4.0. So it's assuming you can put 4 people in a car. And then we have average passengers per car equals number of passengers, which is a variable we defined right here, divided by, use the slash for division, cars driven, which we got right here. Okay. Now, by the way, you'll want to note that one of these, space in a car, is defined with a 0.0. The other ones are not. That means that the other variables like cars and drivers and passengers are all integer variables. And when you do math with them, it gives you a whole number of values. But space in a car is a floating point value. The 0.0 means that it can give fractional or decimal values when you do math with it. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to start printing stuff out. Print there are, print the words there are, and then the comma, and then cars. So put the value associated with the variable cars. That's going to be 100. And then add cars available. By the way, you don't have to manually insert spaces. It knows to do that. That's kind of convenient. And then there are only so many drivers available, and there will be this many empty cars today. We can transport, and then carpool capacity, and we have this many passengers to carpool, and we need to put about this average number in each car, and that's it. So I'm going to come over here. Sorry, I closed it, but that's fine. I'm done with it anyhow. And now I'm in the terminal, and I'm going to run it. What I'm going to do is I'm currently in the folder that has my scripts in it. Scripts is another name for programs here. This is the one I'm going to use. See, if I open it, quick look, there's all the content right there. I'm going to type Python, then ex04.py. Again, by writing Python all in lowercase, it tells take this thing and run it as a Python file. Then I give it the name of the file, including the extension. When I run that, you see that it inserts the stuff. There are only 100 cars. There's only 30 today. We can transport 120.0. Let me open this one back up, and you can see why it's putting a 0.0 on that one. We can transport, because carpool capacity is this one right here. It's cars driven plus space in a car, and space in a car is a floating point number. And so that's going to sort of propagate. Because we define it as a floating point, that means that, and therefore it has a decimal, this one, carpool capacity, will be floating point and have a decimal. And therefore this one, this one will then use that floating point value. We have to put about 90. We need to put about 3 in each car. Now, anyhow, that's the basics of doing this, of using variables. And the idea here, again, you can specify the name of a variable, You can refer to it earlier, and it gives you the opportunity to change it or to update it as you go through the program. Anyhow, that's exercise 4. Hope that helps. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough for an exercise in Learn Python the Hard Way, a book by Zed Shaw. To get to the exercise, go to his website, learnpythonthehardway.org, and then click on Read the Free HTML Online. Click on that, takes you to the table of contents, and right now we're going to be doing exercise 5, which is more variables and printing. Here we go. And if you click on that, it takes you here. And this is where we're going to work with a string and some variables embedded within strings. Now, a string is text. It's letters. It's words. And it's usually there to be read by a person. It's easier to understand. But what's interesting about it is even though you have to put a string in quotes to make it a string, you can still embed a variable within it. And we're going to show you some examples using Zed's code right here. This is his code. He's got about 18 lines. And I'm going to open up a Text Wrangler. And let me go through it one line at a time. Okay, the first line, he's creating a variable called my name with an underscore, so make it all one word. And the equals is the assignment operator. And then in single quotes, he's putting Z.A. Shaw. Now, you can use single quotes or you can use double quotes as long as you use the same thing on each side and you do not have that character appearing in the middle of the sentence. There are exceptions to that. You can escape the character or something like that. But you see that he's got single quotes on this one. So my name is the name of the variable. Equals is the assignment operator. It can also be read as my name gets. And then the string in the single quotes here is Z.A. Shaw. Okay, now we have my age. It's another variable. And because he's getting a number, it doesn't need to be in quotes or anything. And he's got a little comment there afterwards, not a lie, that apparently he was in fact 35 when he wrote this. We have another one, my height. It's 74, and the quote is used to specify that it's in inches. That's helpful. My weight, 180 pounds. Fine. My eyes, blue. Again, this is a string because it's several characters in a row, and it's in single quotes. Again, you can use single or double. He's using single here. My teeth, white. My hair, brown. And now we're going to go into what it looks like in an actual string. Now, the print command means that it's going to show up in the terminal when we run this script. This is the text. Now, you'll notice this is in double quotes. The stuff up here was in single quotes. You can use either one, but the double quotes make sense at the bottom because he's using a contraction that has an apostrophe in it. And if you use single quotes, it would think that it stopped right there and you'd get an error message for the rest of it. So if you're going to have an apostrophe in the string somewhere, best to use double quotes around it. It says, let's talk about, and then this thing right here, the %sign and S. The %sign means that we're putting a variable inside the string. Now, I realized earlier when we did math, the %sign meant modulo, but we're not doing math right here. This is an indicator that a variable is coming for the string. And the S afterwards indicates the kind of variable. S here means string. There's about 12 or 15 different kinds of variables you can use, and they all have different letters. They got O and E and I and stuff like that. We're going to see another one in a minute, D, for decimal. But right now, the %sign in S means insert the string variable here. And then, once you close the string with the quotes, you get a couple of spaces. You put a %sign, which means I'm now going to define the variable or tell you what variable goes in there. You have that sign. You put a space in. You need the space. And then you put the name of the variable. So this says take whatever is in the variable my name and stick it into the string. The variable my name is up here. It's we're using Zed Shaw. Okay, so that's how that one's going to work. And then we're going to do a few others. It's going to say we're going to put some information about his height. He's %sign S, and that's what we're going to put in my height. So that's going to be his height in inches. He's so many pounds heavy, and that's where he puts in my weight. And then we just have a little editorial comment. He says, actually, that's not too heavy. We don't have any variable at all on that one. And then in this line, we have two variables, and you'll notice you don't label them as like variable 1 and variable 2. Instead, they both use the same placeholder, the %s, which means put a string variable here. And then at the end, you put the %, and instead of listing the single variable, you use parentheses, and you put both variables in there with a comma in between them. And you just have to make sure that you get those variables listed in the same order that they appear in the string. So I got a little comment here, it says put them in parentheses. And then we have another one about his teeth. All right, and then here's another one that's kind of funny because it has several variables in it. It takes several numbers. This one, the %d. D is for decimal. It's actually for signed decimal integer, I think. And that's going to be for his height. And then we have another one, and a third one, and a fourth one. So we have 4 decimal variables showing up in this string. And then he has the %, and then he has the opening parenthesis. Now you notice he's broken it into 2 lines. And the reason for that is simply that there's a convention in Python that Zed observes of not having more than 80 characters in a line. Sometimes that makes things get a little screwy. So he's breaking it across 2 lines. It's perfectly legitimate to do this way. And because it's indented, Python knows to read it as a single command. So the first variable is my age. The second one is my height. And again, they're numeric variables, they're decimals. The third one is my weight. Now the fourth one here is interesting because what he's doing is a little bit of algebra. He's actually adding up the values for those 3 previous variables to get a new variable. And he doesn't have to define it as a variable because he's just doing the math right here. And so you can do the math within the variable list. And I just wanted to add that the %s is for string, the %d is for decimal. And if you want to, you can go to I just searched the web and I found a list of all of the data types. Here's a shortcut URL, but you can just search and find them. It's not hard. So let me take this and run it now. So I'm over in my terminal now. Remember, this Text Wrangler is for writing the script. It's for creating the instructions. But if you want to implement or run the instructions, you got to go back to terminal or PowerShell. And by the way, you use Text Wrangler on a Mac, and Zed wants you to use Notepad++ on Windows, but they work the same. Okay, now I've already specified that I want to have the folder where my scripts are. You see, if I do pwd for print working directory, it tells you where they are. And all I need to do is specify that I want to run exercise 5. Now, I type the word Python because I'm telling it's a Python script and run it as Python, and then I type the name of the file, ex05py. You see, there it is right there also. If I come up here and I hit return, there we go. You'll notice it does not print the variables up here where I define things. It only prints stuff that I specifically tell it to print. So it ignores those. It uses them in filling this other information in. It ignores all of the comments that go in, and it does this little bit of math here at the end to get 289. And that is one way to use variables within strings as a way of filling in text in a form. Anyhow, hope that worked for you, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's online book, Learn Python the Hard Way. First, you want to start by going to his webpage, learnpythonthehardway.org, and then clicking on either Read the Free HTML Online or clicking on this little tree diagram. Either one of those will take you to the table of contents, which is right here. And in this video, we're going to look at this one, Exercise 6, Strings and Text. If you click on that, it'll take you to this page. Now, what we're going to be doing here is working some more with strings, which are, basically it's more than one letter, or sentences, or text. And we're going to be using some variables inside them and finding different ways of working with them and printing them. And this is all that Zed is asking us to type out. Now, I'm going to go to Text Wrangler. By the way, I just updated some software on my computer, and suddenly Text Wrangler wasn't working and I couldn't open my Python files anymore. what I had to do was go to my Python files in my Finder. This is how you fix it on a Mac. Windows, I don't know. But what I did here is I selected one of my Python files and I pressed Command-I to open up information. And from there, I did opens with, and then I chose Text Wrangler over again and said change all. And I did this thing for what I was doing anyhow, and that seemed to fix the problem. So, because previous to that, I couldn't open the Python files in any text editor or modify them, so it was a little screwy. But anyhow, here I am now. The first thing we need to type is this. So this is Zed's example. He creates a variable called x, and then the equal sign assigns to that variable x the value, which is a string in quotes. There are variable types of people, and the percent sign means that there's going to be a variable, or it's called a format also, and D means it's going to be a decimal value. If it were S, it'd be a string. If it were F, it'd be a float, stuff like that. But D means decimal value. So we have our string in quotes. There are variable types of people, and then we close it, and then we have the percent sign again, which means we're now about to define or say what to put in that position, and we have the number 10. Please notice that in the string right here, there's no space between the percent sign and the D, but over here, there is a space between the percent sign and the D. Oh, by the way, I switched the appearance of my copy of Python. I thought it might be a little easier to read if I did this, the default on a white background. So don't freak out. All I did was change the appearance in the preferences. Anyhow, so that defines the variable x. Then we define two other variables. We have one called binary, which contains the text binary. It's a very self-referential one. And the next one, do not, which contains the text don't. Now, please note, we wanted don't, but we don't want to put that on the variable name because it has an apostrophe, and that's going to screw things up. So we write do not out, and Zed's using an underscore to separate the words here. And so now we've got three variables, x and binary and do not, and they're all string variables. And the first one contains this variable value that goes into it. All right, then we're going to have another one. We're going to have y, and that's going to be a whole sentence that says those who know blank and those who blank. Oh, you know what? I forgot to take out the word double here. Please ignore the word double. That's going to print, but it shouldn't be there. You can use single quotes on this. Interestingly, even though this one value, %s, contains a single apostrophe, that will not terminate the command. It will still run. It's because it's inserting that as a value, even if you ran the whole thing in single apostrophes. It's an interesting qualification on the system. Then we're going to print x, which is this thing right here. And we're going to print y, which is this thing right here. And we're going to fill in the values on both of those. Then we're going to do two other things. We're going to say I said R. Now R, I'm going to talk about in 1 second. And that's going to take the value for x, and it's going to stick that in there. So it's going to take that whole string, which has a variable of its own, and fill it in right here. And then this one is going to take the entire contents of y. So it's funny because y contains references to s and to these two variables. And so things are kind of cascading back to where they were. Both of these have variables that use other variables. Now, Zed creates another variable called hilarious and sets it as equal to false. This means it's a sort of a truth variable. It's actually called a Boolean, and it's true or false. And then we have another variable called joke evaluation, and it says, isn't that joke so funny? And we have a response to it right here under R. And now, interesting, we don't define R at this point. And please note, this needs to be in double quotes because we have a single quote on our apostrophe right here. If we use single quotes, Python would think the command stopped right there. Okay, here's the deal. R, %R, that's our variable or our format thing. It shows up here in that line, and it shows up here. Now, Zed explains that as standing for raw data, and while that's, that's a nice way to think about it, it's helpful. If you check the Python documentation, it actually says that it stands for REPR, or a function, which, if you define that, stands for a string containing a printable representation of an object. So really representation is the key word here. But Z explains it functionally, saying this is a form of raw data that's used for debugging, which is perfectly fair. And then we're going to do this one. We're going to do print joke evaluation percent hilarious. This is an interesting one because remember, normally the percent is for defining the variable, and we do it like this up here, or this one up here is the easiest one, where we call for it right here in the string, and then we define it here on the outside. This one is doing it as a two-part thing. It's taking joke evaluation, that's this one, and you see it finishes with a call for a sort of a format, a variable to get stuck in there, but it doesn't define it. And instead what we're doing here is we call that, and then we say, and then we put the percent sign. This means now we're going to define it, and we're going to use hilarious, and that's a variable, and stick in that value. So this is another way of filling in variables in a string. And then we have two more variables, W, which is this is the left side of ... and E, a string with a right side. Okay. And then I'm going to show you that actually Z shows how to do it as print W plus E, and it takes those two and it sticks them together with no spaces in between them. You can also do it, Z doesn't show this, if you do it print W comma E, it will join them but with a space in between. And let me just run this and show you how it all works. I'm already referring to my scripts folder. That's where I have my scripts right here. And you know, the way to do that, again, here, look, there's my print working directory. If I go back to my home directory, which is represented with the tilde, I can just do CD and a space, and then I can drag this in. Whoops, excuse me. Grab that and drag it in. And when I click on that, I'm back into my scripts folder. So I'm going to clear that out because I want to. I'm going to do Command K. I type in Python lowercase to indicate that I'm going to be using a Python file, and then I do ex06.py. That's the name of the Python file with this extension. And when I hit run on that, here's what you get. This first line, actually no, it comes down here. This is the first one that prints. There are 10 types of people. And then it says it prints Y, and it fills it in from this one, those who know binary and those who don't. Now, ignore the word double. I forgot to erase that from an earlier version. And then it shows up right here too. Again, please ignore, it's not supposed to be there. The trick, of course, is that in binary, where you count things 0, 1, 0, 1, this is how you say 2. That's how you write the number 2 in binary, and it's 10 in decimal, and it's very funny. Anyhow, then we have this one. This is the next thing that prints. Joke evaluation, which brings up this string, isn't that joke so funny? And it includes this %r, which is calling for a value to get filled in. And then it bounces up to the one before it to fill in that value. That's why we get, isn't that joke so funny? False. That's how it fills it in. And then we get two versions of this one down here. He defined the left and the right there. And when you do it as print W plus E, you see that the one flows straight into the other, and there's no break at all here after the ... And maybe you want it that way. It's good to know that that is a choice. On the other hand, if you do it with a comma, then it inserts a space in between the two. Anyhow, that's a way of working with some scripts, sticking in the values, and hopefully that'll make things a little easier for you. See you in the next video. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. Go to learnpythonthehardway.org and click on Read the Free HTML Online, or click on the tree diagram over here. That'll take you to the table of contents. Right now, we're going to be working on exercise number 7, which is more printing. If you click on that, it'll take you to this page. And here's what we're supposed to enter and see what happens. There's our assignment. Now, let me show you how that works in Text Wrangler. If you have a Windows PC, you'll be using Notepad++. But I will make this bigger. And let me start showing you one line at a time. The first line is print Mary had a little lamb. We've done this before. We're doing print, which means show it. Now, it doesn't mean print it on paper. It means show it in the console. which is either the terminal on a Mac or PowerShell on a Windows PC. And then in double quotes, we have a string variable with text in it. Mary had a little lamb, period. Okay, that's easy. The second one is its fleece was white as, and then we use a sort of a format character, a variable, to fill in some text. Now, please note that the string itself has double quotes and that the string that we're going to send into it has single quotes. It actually does not matter whether they have single or double quotes. Either way works, except Zed explains there's a custom of using single quotes when you have a single character or when it's a short word. And so it's customary, but you can do it either way. And in fact, I switched it around in the next example, and you'll see that it prints out exactly the same. I put single quotes on the first part and double quotes on the small string that's going to get filled in. And everywhere that Mary went, and that's another string. Now we have an interesting one. We have our string is actually a single period. And then we have an asterisk, which is the sign for multiplication, and 10. And then a comment, what did that do? And what you're going to see is it repeats, it prints the period 10 times. The next thing is a whole bunch of variables, 12 variables that spell out the word cheeseburger. And what we're going to do with those 12 different variables and 12 different strings is we're going to put them together this way. Now I'm adding a little bit. Zed didn't have this. He says try it with he types in with a comma and asks you to try it without the comma. I'm just going to show it to you both ways. What we have here is the command print, which means show it in the console. And then it says to take each variable like this. And remember, when you use plus, it sticks them right next to each other with no space in between, which is good if you're spelling a single word. Then we have our comma. And on the next line, we have print, and we've got the next 6. And then I've put a little print to create a space in between. And then I do the whole thing again, but this time I remove the comma. See, there's no comma there. Anyhow, let's take a look at what this looks like. So I've got this saved as exercise ex07.py. And the reason I'm using leading zeros is so things sort correctly in the window here. And if you take a look in quick view, there's the text that we're dealing with, easy. I go to I go to terminal on Mac or PowerShell on Windows PC, and here I type Python, which means that's the program I'm going to use to run it, or the language I'm going to run it in. And then the name of the script, the name of the program. And it's ex07.py. And I can do this because scripts is currently my current directory. It's my working directory. And I can do that here. So I hit return and ta-da, Mary had a little lamb. That's our first line that we wrote over here. Its fleece was white as snow. You see these are identical even though I used different quotes on the two of them. The first one has double quotes, then single. The second one has single, then double. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. And everywhere that Mary went, that's fine. This one, where we do a multiplication of the string, we actually say take that and multiply it times 10. Here we are with 10 periods in a row. And then down here at the bottom, we've got our 12 variables that say cheeseburger. This is the one that has a comma at the end of the first line. Look what it does. It prints it on one line, so it's treating it as a single command, but because of the comma, it's putting a space between them. Whereas the individual variables, n1, n2, n3, because they have plus between them, they're smashed right up against each other, which is how you would want it with a single word. On the other hand, when I take out the comma, Python treats these as two separate commands that are to be executed on different lines, which is why cheese is on the top line and burger is on the second line. Anyhow, that's it for exercise 7. Hope that made sense, and I'll see you soon for exercise 8. Hi, this is Bart Polson. This video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to learnpythonthehardway.org and either click on Read the Free HTML Online or on this tree diagram, that'll take you to the table of content, which is right here. In this exercise, we're going to be doing number 8, which is called Printing. And if you click on that, it'll take you to this page. And there's not much you have to do, but there's a few things I need to explain as we go through it. Basically, we're going to be using variables. We're going to be using strings that have variables built into them and doing a few variations on it. And I'll explain what happens as we go through. I'm going to go to Text Wrangler. If you're on Windows PC, you'll probably be using Notepad++. And here's what I'm going to do now. I'm able to just have the stuff jump right in right here. We're creating a variable called formatter. Now that's important because formatter sounds like it's going to be some sort of built-in magic function. It's a variable. And the variable is called formatter. Equals is the assignment operator. And it's getting a string that is composed just of these variable things. The %R is a way of getting the raw data or technically the representation of something. And what's interesting about that, and the reason that he uses, is it can actually read any kind of data. It can read characters, it can read string, it can read floating points, it can read other variables. And so it makes it very flexible. It is, however, not generally made for displaying data, but is used as Zed says it works best as a debugging device. But it works well for this exercise, so we're going to go ahead and use it. The first thing is to do this, to use the function print, which means it's going to display it in the console, either the terminal on a Mac or PowerShell on a Windows PC. And then it says print formatter. That's the name of the variable that we have right here. See, that's that one right there. And then this calls out the variables because we have these little built-in things right here that we put into it. And what it says is replace those with the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. Remember, with numbers, you don't need to put them in quotes. If you do put them in quotes, it reads them as strings and it processes it differently. But this just reads them as numbers. The next one, we do the same thing. We're going to print another line. Again, we're calling the string variable formatter that we defined above, except this time we're feeding into it the words 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll see that they have double quotes around them to indicate that they're strings. After that, we're going to use the variable again, formatter, except this time we're feeding into it true and false, which are built-in keywords. And that's why they don't have quotes around them, because it actually recognizes them as Boolean values of true or false. And then we're going to do a funny one where we actually call on itself. We're going to call formatter on itself. And so it's going to be going back to fill in these representation variables. It's going to go back to itself. And what you're going to find is that it actually reads this now as literal text as opposed to something to fill in. So it doesn't get into this sort of infinite regress. And then finally, we're going to fill it in with a few strings. Formatter, and then we're going to have the first one be, I had this thing that you could type up right, but it didn't sing, so I said good night. And it's going to plug each of those in. By the way, it's split up into several lines, so the line doesn't go over 80 characters in a line, which is considered bad form in Python. So as that informs us. So I'm going to come over here. My working directory, I'm currently in my scripts directory, so that's good. I'm going to clear that out with Command K. I type in Python, and I type in exo8.py, because that's the name of the file. See, here's the file down here, and there's its contents, which you can see are the same as what we have over here. Anyhow, I press return, and there we have it. We have the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. Please notice it does not print the commas, and it puts a space between them, because when you do commas, it does that. And then we have the words 1, 2, 3, 4. And please note, they now have single quotes around them, whereas we specify them with double quotes. Zed explains it this way. He says that Python, when it's using the representation thing, is going to use the most efficient way of showing something, which in this case is going to be single quotes. So it switches over to that. If you want to have double quotes, you could do something called escaping and have them be part of the string, but that's a different issue. Then we have our true, false, true, false. Again, no quotes around those because those are keywords, not variables. And then the one where we call formatter on itself in a, meta kind of way, what we do is we get the text of the formatter thing, which is the %R, repeated 4 times. And then finally, we have the quotes that get spelled out as a single long line. And they come out as a single line because we have a single command printer and comma separating each one of them. If we specify them as separate lines, then they would print out separately. Anyhow, that's about all there is for exercise 8. Hope that's been helpful. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. Just go to his website, learnpythonthehardway.org. That's where you can get the text. You can either read it for free online or you can purchase it. for a downloadable version PDF and Kindle and iPad. I purchased the downloaded. I strongly recommend it because you also get access to his videos, which are a fabulous resource. But you can get the text for free either by clicking here or by clicking here, which will take you to the table of contents. And in this particular video, we're going to be looking at exercise 9, printing, printing, printing. And if you click on that, it'll take you to this page. And here is what we need to enter. And I'm actually going to go to my copy of Text Wrangler. If you're on Windows PC, you probably have Notepad++. And let me show you the text line by line. The first thing to type is just a comment from Zed. It says, strange new stuff, type it exactly the way it is. The first thing is we're creating a string variable called days. And so we give it the name days, and then the equals is the assignment operator. And then we're putting in it the text of the 7 days of the week in their abbreviated 3-letter format. Now, this is read not as a list, but it's read as a single block of text. Next, we're going to do the months. So we create a variable called months, and we have the assignment operator, the equal sign. And then we have this interesting piece of, we've got the 3-letter versions of each of the months, but there's no spaces in between. And instead, there's a \n. That's this thing right here. And what you need to know is that is the Unix symbol for a new line. So it puts it onto a new paragraph. It's sort of like a carriage returner, a return. And that's going to make things print out on different lines, and that can be a helpful thing. Now, just a quick point here. Zed does not have an initial line break. I do because I think it prints out a little cleaner, so I added that. Also, just as a reminder, if you are using a string with the \n in it and you call on it with the %r, sort of format symbol, it's going to print out the \n. It's going to read it literally and not as a symbol for a new line, not as a command. That's just something to keep in mind. Okay, we're going to print out a couple of things. We're going to print out the text, here are the days. That's in quotes, and then we have a comma here, and then we're going to put in days. So that's referring back to this variable, the string variable that we created. Because there's a comma, there's going to be a space after between this part and the second part. And then on another line, we're going to print, here are the months. But because we have these line breaks, the Unix commands, it's going to print it on 12 different lines. Also, this is going to put 2 spaces before the names of the day. If you don't want that, just remove that space that's right there. And then finally, we're going to get a sort of an interesting new command for print. If you want to print something that's several lines long and you want to print it as several lines, you have the option of using triple quotes. Now, they're put right next to each other. There's no space between them. And the first triple quote needs to be on the same line as the print command. That way it recognizes that there's a big long quote. And then you can put as long as you want, and then you finish it with another triple quote. Anyhow, that's all you need to do. So let me come over to, let me make sure that's saved and come over to terminal. Now my current working directory is my scripts folder. So it's going to recognize it if I just call on this one. I'm going to type in Pythons because I want to run it as a Python script. oxex09.py. And when I hit return, here's what I get. And you see, it doesn't print when you define a variable. It waits until you have the print command. So it's saying, here are the days, and then it calls on that string variable that has that information. So that's what we have right here. And by the way, we have these 2 spaces in here, which really bug me from a typographic point of view. But that's because we have a space here, and we also have a comma, which inserts a space. Here are the months. That's the next thing that we're printing over here. And you see, it's a single line command, but because months has these new line Unix codes in it, it splits it up into these various lines. We actually don't go all the way through December, we just go through August. And then down here, it says there's something going on here with the 3 double quotes. Now you see, an interesting thing here also is this first line is read as an empty line, and that's why there's a space over here. You could put some text on here right after the triple quotes, and it would go right here, and there'd be no break. And then the triple quote at the end is also read as an individual line, which is why there's a space right here. Anyhow, that's all there is to it, and hopefully that'll make sense as you go through exercise 9, and we'll see you for the next one. Hi, this is Bart Polson. This video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. You can get to the text of his book at learnpythonthehardway.org and click on Read the Free HTML Online, and that'll take you to the table of contents. In this video, we're looking at exercise 10, which is called What Was That? And if you click on that, it takes you to this page where it's about escape sequences, which are ways of inserting special characters so that Python reads them differently than it would otherwise. Now, here's the text that he's got that he wants us to enter. I'm going to put that into Text Wrangler and explain bit by bit. If you're using a Windows PC, you'll be using Notepad++ most likely. Let me go to Text Wrangler here, and I'm just going to bring in the first line here. The first one is he's creating a variable called tabby_cat, tabbycat. And it's a string variable. And so we have tabbycat, which is the name of the new variable, equals is the assignment operator. And then in quotes, we have a string, I'm tabbed in. But you see the very first thing in it is this. It's a backslash with a T. That's a Unix code, and it means insert a tab here. And the backslash is a signal to Python to not read this literally the way you normally would, but this means something special. And it's going to mean a tab in this case. Next, we create another variable called Persian cat. He's given them funny names. And we have the equals to the assignment operator. And then we have this sentence, which basically says, I'm split on a line. But we have this character stuck right there. And so it becomes split/on a line. The \n means go to a new line, and you put it right there with no spaces because you don't want spaces at the end of the first line or at the beginning of the second line. You want to go straight through, and so you end up with this funny looking text. After that, we have one, he calls it \cat and a double backslash is a way of inserting a single backslash because the first backslash says, don't print this literally, don't read this literally, but make it something special. And the special thing actually is a backslash. So the symbol that serves both as a signal and as the character are the same, coincidentally. After that, he has another variable, a fourth one called fatcat. And this is where we're using the triple quote marks. Now you can use either single quotes or double quotes. As long as you use the same at the beginning and the end, you're fine. And the nice thing about the triple quotes is you can have single and double quotes inside the text. It doesn't matter. It's only going to stop if it hits triple quotes again, and since that doesn't happen in real life, you don't have to worry about it. But what we have here is tabs. See, the \t is the tab that we had earlier. And so what it's going to do is going to make a tab list, and the asterisk here just serves as a bullet point. So we're making a short list. And then this last one actually has 2 bullet points, but because it has this \n, it's going to put the last one on a new line. Let's see here. I talk about, oh, by the way, if you want to, you can put the first line, see how it's on the, we have the triple quotes and we go to a new line, we put it here. You can put that first line right up here, and you can also put this triple quote right at the end of the last line. And that way there won't print any blank lines in the terminal if that's what you want. Anyhow, and I believe our last command is to actually print things, because up to this point we're simply defining variables. Now we're actually going to print them or show them in the console. So that's going to be the terminal on a Mac or PowerShell on a PC. Anyhow, I'm going to come over to here now. Let's see, we can save that. I'm going to come over to here, and I've already switched over to my active folder. So my working directory is scripts, which is where these are all stored. You can see I got this big long address to get to scripts, but I've already switched over to that. And I'm just going to type in the blinking cursor, all in lowercase, the word Python, to say execute this as a Python file. And then the name of it is ex10 for exercise10.py, which indicates that it's a Python file. I hit return, and there we go. You see that the first line The first thing to print is tabby cat. It says print tabby cat. Well, we come up here and it says I'm tabbed in, and the first thing it does is it inserts a tab. That's what we got here. It's a pretty big tab, by the way. It's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 8 characters, which is double what you would normally do in Python, but that's what it does. So that's tabbed over. The next one, it says print Persian cat. And what this one does is it splits it right there on the \n. And you see, I am split on a line. So this is actually a single line command, but because of the \n, it splits it onto 2 lines. Next, we say print \cat, and that's this one right here. I'm a \cat, and the double backslash ends up printing as a single backslash because it tells it to read it not as a code, but as an actual symbol thing. And then we have I'll do a list. The triple quote, and I see, by the way, we have a blank line here, and the reason we have a blank line right there is because the triple quote's right here, but the text doesn't start until the next line. So it's actually printing a blank line because there's nothing right there. Then we have the tab, the tab, the tab, and then this last one has a tab and it has a new line, which is why grass ends up on its own separate line. And then we have a blank line right here at the bottom, and that's because this closing triple quote is on a separate line from the last item. If we put it on the same line, there wouldn't be a blank line. Anyhow, that's it for exercise 10. Hope that was helpful. See you soon. Hi, this is Bart Paulson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. To get to the text, go to Learn Python the Hard Way and click Read the Free HTML Online. If you click that, it'll take you to the table of contents, and in this video, we're going to be looking at exercise 11, which is called Asking Questions. If you click on that, it'll take you to this page, and you'll see here that what we're going to be doing is getting a way to have Python in the terminal or PowerShell prompt a person, ask a person for some information, and then stick that in a variable and then print it back out. So it's a very simple form of interactivity. All you need to do is this text. Now, I have a longer version of it that adds some stuff to it, and I'll show that to you in just a second. Let me just go over Text Strangler, where I've entered some of the information and have be introducing it sequentially. Okay, the first thing in this particular one is to have the console print out the question, how old are you? So it says print, it has this text, and then it has a comma at the end. And then we have on the next line, we define a new variable called age, and then the equal sign or the assignment operator then says raw input. That's a special system command, and it means take whatever a person types in and then put that into the variable. Now, you'll see there's a comma at the end of the first one, but not at the end of the second one. What's going on here is the comma prevents a new line from automatically forming. Otherwise, Python just sticks each command on a separate line. And what this does is it allows the cursor to stay on the same line as how old are you. The comma also inserts a space after it. And that way, the prompt can show up in the same line as the question, and you can put any kind of data in that you want. Okay, then we're going to ask a second question. How tall are you? And again, the comma will keep the prompt on the same line. And then we're going to take the raw input, whatever a person types in, and put it into height. So that's our second variable that we're creating. Then we've got a third one. It says print how much do you weigh? And it's going to take that information, again, raw input, and stick it into weight. Now remember, each time we do raw input, it's going to sort of overwrite what was there previously, so we don't have to worry about confusion between these. Also, I'm going to insert a blank line in the printout just to create a little space in the console. That, by the way, is not part of Zed's original thing, but I think it helps a little bit. And then we're going to print out the results of all this. So it says print, and then we have this conclusion. And remember, the %r means to insert some data, in this case, r for raw input, or really for representation, but it's going to be using the raw input. And so we got 1, 2, 3 of them here that correspond to our 3 variables. And that's why at the end of this string, he's got the % which means these are the variables we're going to use to fill in those placeholders. Now he puts it into a second, he has the opening parenthesis, and then he breaks it into a second line. The reason for that is so it doesn't go over 80 characters in a single line, which is considered bad form. Then he's got the 3 variables listed. And I just got a little bit of explanation there about why it got split into the second line. And this is where Z kind of stops. Now, I wanted to point out that there are some alternatives you can do here, and I'll show them to you how they work out in the console. I print a blank line. Oh, by the way, you know that these blank lines, the blank lines in the code, they don't do anything. Python just ignores those completely. If I want a blank line in the printout, I have to specifically include it either by putting print with nothing after it, or with a new line command in the code. But if I want to add a little more text, because this doesn't mention, for instance, my kids, they take their math class. If they don't put the units, they get docked. And this doesn't include units. So if I wanted to include units, I could write the phrase out longer. So you're blank years old, blank inches tall, and blank pounds heavy. Now, because that goes over 80 characters, I probably want to split it into 2 lines. And so if you want to have more than one string, if you want to have a multi-line string, the easiest way to do it, and we'll come across this later, is to put it in parentheses and then just have it adjacent, because the line here is that adjacent string literals, which is what these are joined into a single string. Just make sure to use parentheses. So I don't even have to use a comma or anything. On the other hand, I want it right here. I put the \n because I want the printout to go into a second line, so the printout's not too long either. And then I can define the variables, and because they don't go too long, now I can have them in the same line. Anyhow, that's the whole thing. So let me come over here and let me run this one right now. I'm going to need to type in the word Python, because that's how I want it to run. Then do ex11.py, because that's the name of the file. And I'm already focused on my scripts folder. Okay, so I hit return here. How old are you? Let's say I'm 110 years old, which is actually not correct. How tall are you? Almost 72 inches. See, you can put whatever you want here. And how much do you weigh? More than 17. All right, so now let's watch what happens. The next line, when I press enter, is going to put out the output here. It's going to be this one right here. And it's actually going to do both versions of it. So here we go. So you're 110 old, almost 72 tall, and more than 17 heavy. That's the way that Z has it set up. The one I did breaks it up a little bit. It says, so you're 110 years old, almost 72 inches tall. I break it into a second line, and then I have some blank spaces here. These are my blank spaces, so that it lines up on the text here, and more than 17 pounds heavy. Anyhow, that's the end of it. So you can see there's a few different variations you can do on it, but the basic idea here is to be able to prompt the user for some data, get it back, put it into variable, and then use it for display. That's the idea, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to his website, learnpythonthehardway.org, you can click on right here where it says Read the Free HTML Online. And if you click on that, it'll take you to this page, which is the table of contents. In this video, we're going to be looking at exercise 12, which is called Prompting People, and it's a follow-up, a modification of exercise 11, Asking Questions. If you click on that, it'll take you to this page. Now, in the last exercise, we talked about how to ask a question on the command line in the shell, that's terminal or PowerShell, and then get that information and then insert it into a variable so it could be used later in a string. We're going to be doing the same thing here, exactly the same, except a slightly more compact format and one that's a little easier to follow. What it is this. And so here I'm going to show it to you in Text Wrangler. So here I am, and the first line here is we start by declaring the variable that we're going to put the information into. It's age in this case. So age, and then equals, which is the assignment operator, which means put this value into the variable age. And then we have raw input. We had that before, but then in parentheses, in parentheses, we then have the question that we want to appear on that line. So previously we had the question, and we had we had print, and we had the question, we had a comma, and then we had the age and raw input on the second line. Now it's all in one line, and it's a little easier to understand what the format is, that this all feeds into the variable age. We do a similar thing for height. where we declare the variable, we have the assignment operator, we specify take the raw input that you get from this question in the parentheses. And same thing again for weight. And then print out the answer. Now I'm just going to use Zed's default version instead of my rephrased version. I do want to show you a couple of other things. Zed also recommends that you try getting a little bit of information from the Python documentation. Now, we've done man before for this manual for the shell, but you can also get documentation or help information from Python with PyDoc. And you type in PyDoc, and then you type in what it is you want. Don't use quotes. You type to quit when you're done. You can also do these other ones. He says, also take a look at the PyDocs for Open, File, OS, and Sys. Two of these, the first two, Open and File, also have similar entries in man. And manual, that's the shell prompt or the terminal help. We'll take a look at those things in just a moment. Let me just run this thing. Now what's going to happen is it's going to ask us these three questions right here. And then it's going to print out this answer. So let's take a quick look. Let's type in Python. And by the way, I'm already in my directory scripts. I'm focused on my folder scripts where my scripts are. So I can just type this ex12.py. That's the name of the file. See, here's the file right here. And there's its contents. It's the same as what we have over here. So I just hit return. How old are you? Older than you. That's what I'm going to say. How tall are you? Almost tall enough. And the point here is, even though we specifically asked for, you would think about putting in numbers, what's doing is it's taking this information and it's just turning it into a string. So you can put anything you want there. Let's say I weigh 100 plus. And then, ta-da! So you're older than you old, almost tall enough tall, and 100 plus heavy. Again, it's a more concise way of getting the same information. Now, Zed did want us to take a look at the PyDoc information also. And you type that in right here. Now, where you would normally type Python, you type PyDoc, then you type in what you want. He said to take a look at raw input. Okay, so I've typed in raw input PyDoc at my prompt, which is Bart here, and I'm going to hit return. And now we have a little bit of information. It tells us that raw input, it takes the raw input from the prompt and feeds it into a string. And so that's how we're going to say, read a string from standard input. And, this other stuff doesn't really matter so much. And when you're done with this, to get out of it, you press Q for quit. And just so you know, he said, why don't you take a look at PyDoc open. There's our information on open. I want you to see that we have similar information in man. That's for the shell, not for Python, but for the shell, which is the prompt that we're in right now, the command line. And this one, it just goes on much longer. And we can type Q to get out of that too. And then he says, take a look at PyDoc file. There it is. It's got a lot of information we can get. We press Q. PyDoc OS. There's a bunch of information. PyDoc sys. Anyhow, the point here is you can easily access help information from the Python sources as well as from the shell sources for the command line itself. Anyhow, that's it for exercise 12. Hope that helped, and I'll see you again soon. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to his text, which is available online for free at learnpythonthehardway.org, and click on Read the Free HTML Online, that'll take you to this page, the table of contents. In this video, we're going to be looking at exercise 13, which is parameters, unpacking, variables. If you click on that, it's going to take you to this page, and we've got a small amount of code. It's actually really short, only 6 lines total. I'm going to show you a version that I've got a fair amount of commenting on, but I'll explain it as we go through. So I'm going to go over to Text Wrangler. If you're on a Windows PC, you'll probably be working in Notepad++. And let me show you what I've got in here. The first thing is a statement that says from sys import argv. Okay, this is slightly cryptic, but it's very, very important. What it is it's a way of importing or adding some extra code that gives some extra functions to Python. It's called an import, and what we're importing here from sys, system means the system files, argv, this we're talking about here a module of code. It's also called a library, called a module, and it's just a collection of code that gives you extra functions so you don't have to do them yourself. It also makes the program smaller because you don't have to include all these extra functions when you're writing, when you're saving the program. The argv is called an argument variable. It's very common, and it's used for holding in the variables that you send into Python or that you pass to your script. Passing a value is the expression that we're looking at here. Now, we're going to have 4 variables go into our argv, our argument variable, and they are called, in order, script, first, second, and third. So we either go script, first, second, third. And they all get their values from argv. So argv is sort of a compound variable. It holds a bunch of stuff. And this line unpacks it and separates the pieces of information that go into it. And it assigns those values into these 4 variables from left to right. Finally, we're going to take our 4 variables and we're going to print one line for each of them, where it says print the script is called, and then put in the value from script. The comma will stick a blank space in there. Then the first variable, the second variable, the third variable is called third. So we're going to be calling on each of those in order. Now, I wanted to add a little bit of extra information here. When you run the script, you type the information for the variables, so the things that you want to have appear for script first, second, third. You type them on the same line in the terminal over here, where you type Python and then ex13.py, or the name of your file. Now, the script, that's our first variable here. That's actually going to be the name that we use. We're actually putting in an argument already, and that's normally passed through into Python. But we're going to add 3 other things onto that. You're going to want to make them one word at this point. So for instance, here's an example. Bart teaches programming, or Python ex13 Z writes books, or whatever you want your variables to be. And just remember that the ex13.py is the first variable that is called script in this case. So let's see how it works. What I'm going to do over here is I've got this script, or this program over here. It's saved as a Python file. In fact, you see it's right there. That's where it's saved. I've already got Python looking at my scripts folder. And so all I need to do here is I type in Python and then ex13.py. And I'm going to put a little underscore in here. So these actually reads these as separate words. So these are my values for the variables. The first one, the name of the script, is going to be this one, ex13.py. The value for my variable that's called first is going to be the value that I'm putting in is called one thing. The value for the variable that's called second is going to be another thing. And the value that I'm giving to the variable called third is the last thing. So there we go. See, what we have here are the 4 lines right there that come from right here, these 4 print lines. The script is called, and it pulls the name of the script from right after the word Python. It's pulling that information. The script is called that. The first variable is called one thing. The second variable is called another thing. The third variable is called the last thing. Anyhow, that's how it brings it in. And it's a way of being able to add some optional information that a person can put in there that can affect the way that the program runs. You'll see a lot more of this as we go on. But for right now, hope that makes some sense. See you in the next exercise. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to learnpythonthehardway.org and click on Read the Free HTML Online, that'll take you to the table of contents. In this video, we're going to look at exercise 14, which is called Prompting and Passing. And if you click on that, it's going to take you to this page. Now, prompting means asking for information, and passing means taking that information from the place that the person enters it and passing it to the place in the code that can do some manipulation on it or print it out or display it in the console. So prompting and passing, getting information and then putting it into the right place. Now, we have a fair amount of code that Zed wants us to enter right here. And all we need to do is take a look at these one by one. I'm going to go to Text Wrangler, and we'll look at it one part at a time. The first thing is we're importing a module, which is a small collection of code that can give some extra functions, make our life a little easier. We're importing it from sys, so we say from sys, that's the system, import argv, that's the module that we're going to be importing. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create this thing argv, and we're going to, which stands for argument variable. And we're going to put two pieces of information into it. The first is the name of the script. Now that's what we're saving it as. So for instance, you see down here, it's ex14.py. That's the script, that's the name of the script. And then username. And this is information that we need to display in the command line. Up here in terminal, we type Python, and then we type the script name. That's what we always do. But then we add on the username. I'll type in Bart, you'll see there. So we'll have three things entered there in the command line in order to make this work. Now we're specifying what the prompt will look like. As you see, by default, the prompt is this, well, in mine is this blinking green block. You can make it a lot of different things. But Zed says you can actually change it to whatever you want. And in this case, we're going to change it to a right arrow with a space after it, because it's pretty easy then that it means type here when it asks a question. Okay. When you first run the program and you put your name in with the command line, it's going to do three things immediately. First off, it's going to say hi, and then it's going to have this variable here that puts in your name. And then it's going to say, I am the S script. Now the %S is it's a format operator, and it's for a string variable. So it's going to take a string and it just puts them in. So we finish off our little string here that's going to get displayed. This means, okay, here come the names of the variables that you're going to stick in here, or the formats, they're called also. And their username and script. I know that Python calls them formatters or interpolation operators. And to me, they're variables, but I will try to remember to call them format operators as we come up on them. So it's going to say hello and say our name, give its name, which is the file name. It's going to say it's going to ask us a few questions, and then it's going to say, do you like me? And there's going to be a it's going to put your name in there, because the first thing it does is going to put username. Now, the other ones, we're going to get a little bit of information here. Remember, this is how we've prompted in the past, a way of getting information. We're going to create a variable called likes. And we are going to assign to that variable, the equal sign is the assignment operator, and it means take a value and stick it into the variable. And it's going to be raw input, which means whatever the person types. And it's also going to display the prompt variable. So that's a variable name, and it's referring to this thing right up here, the way it's going to have a right arrow. So it's going to ask us a question, do you like me, with your name? I call it and then I'm just saying that the %, here at the end, we have the format activator, though sometimes the string formatting operator or the interpolation operator, though that may have to do more with what you call it in here. Then we'll be asked another code. It's going to wait for us to type something in and hit return. When it does that, then it'll say, where do you live? It'll say your name again. And that means insert a string right here. It's going to be the username. And then it'll ask where we live, and whatever you type in, it will put it into a variable called lives. Then the third and last question is, what kind of computer do you have? So it's going to print that out, and then it's not going to call us by name this time, but it's going to prompt for the information. It's going to put the little prompt that we created up here. It's going to take whatever that raw input is, anything that you type in, it's going to assign it, that's what the equals is, into a variable called computer. So it's going to get data on three things: likes, lives, and computer. It's going to get those when it's running. You had to put your name in before when you first called the program. We'll show you that in a second. And then it's going to print 3 lines, sentences, that's doing them in triple quotes, so you can have as many lines as you want. It'll observe the breaks. And you see we've got this little raw data thing, because we've got raw input here. Technically that stands for representation. It's going to take the likes and put it there, the lives there, and the computer there, and that will be the end of it. So anyhow, let's come over here and run this through. Now, I've already switched over to my scripts folder. You see if I do print working directory, that's the big long address to get to my scripts folder. So that's where I am. That's good. I'm going to clear that by doing Command K. And what I need to do, because these are my scripts that are in the scripts folder, you can see it right there. I'm going to type in the word Python, all lowercase, and I'm going to type in the name of the file, ex14.py. So that's, by the way, that's the first argument. You see right here, script over here, that's asking for this piece of information. The second piece that we have to type in here, or we will get an error message. Well, here, watch. If I just do it this way and I hit enter, we get an error message. It's saying it needs more than one value to unpack. The point of that is we need to put something else in. I'm going to press the up arrow to bring back what I just typed in. Then I'm going to add a space and my name. Just put one word in. It's only looking for one word here. Now when I do it, it runs because that argument, my name, had to be included because that's what's going into this thing, argv. It's looking for two things that it's going to take. The script name is one, and then another piece of information. It's the other. Do you like me, Bart? Oh, yes. Very much. Where do you live, Bart? I actually live in Salt Lake City. That's in Utah, the United States. What kind of computer do you have? A shiny MacBook Pro. And then when I enter that, it runs this last little bit of code. That's the print down here. It says, all right, so you said, oh yes, very much about liking me. That's the first line here. The next line is, and you live in Salt Lake City. Not sure where that is. It's in Utah. And you have a shiny MacBook Pro computer. That's nice. Anyhow, what this is a way of getting a little bit of information both on the command line when a person first calls the script, and then prompting for more information within the script when it's running, specifying our prompt, and then passing that into the final response. It's a nice way to make it interactive, gather data, and display the data. Anyhow, that's it, and I'll see you for the next program. Hi, this is Bart Paulson, and this video is for Learn Python the Hard Way by Zed Shaw. If you go to his website, learnpythonthehardway.org, and click on Read the Free HTML Online, it'll take you to the table of contents. In this video, we're going to look at exercise 15, which is reading files. And if you click on that, it'll take you to this page. Now, this one's a little different because we're actually going to have two separate files that go into this one. We're going to have the actual Python file, like we've had on all the others. I'm sorry, that's a wrong one. Let's go ex15.py. That's how I got it labeled. But we're also going to have a text file. That's a .txt file, which has a little bit of text in it. So what Zed says is get out your text editor, and you can do this in Notepad++ or Text Wrangler. All you need to do is remember to save it as a txt file. So for instance, let me go over to Text Wrangler here. If you want to save a file, you can type something in and then you can press save. Now remember, up to this point, we've been manually changing the extension to .py. Just change it to .txt, and then it'll be a text file. I've already got one, so I don't need to do it. And here's the text that he wants us to enter. Now I'm going to double click on this. I have another program called Byword on my computer set up for text files, and so it's opening up in Byword, and it looks a little different, but you can do it just as easily in Text Wrangler. Anyhow, what Zed said is just type this stuff. Just these 3 lines, which I typed them in right here. I saved them in my text file. I'm going to close that. And now what we're going to do is we're going to use our Python script to call this text file. So here is the stuff that Zed wants us to type in. I'm going to go to Text Wrangler and I'll show that to you line by line. Okay, the first thing is we're going to be doing, we need to import the module argv. We need to bring in a little bit of extra code from the system. This will make it so we can do some of these extra things, makes life easier. And argv, remember, we use that for argument variable. It means that we're going to be taking a couple of pieces of information and squishing them into this one piece of information. So in the command line, when we type Python, we also type the name of the script, which will be ex15.py in this case. And then we also type the file name, and that's going to be the name of the text file, which for me is ex15_sample.txt. And those will get passed from the command line into the program, and you'll be able to work with them. So one thing we're going to do is we're going to create a variable called txt. So you can call it whatever you want, but right now we're just calling it txt. There's the assignment operator, the equals, and so that means put into this variable. And then there's the file name that it's going to pull from argv, which it got from what we typed on the command line. And it's going to tell it to open that file, which is why it's important for you to add the extension, the .txt, to it so it knows that it's a text file. Let's see here. Opens the command. You run the name there. And you can look at PyDoc open if you want to. All right, the next thing is the script is going to print the contents of that file to the console, so the terminal on Mac or PowerShell on a Windows PC. So it'll say the words, here's your file, and then this the parenthesis, %R, it says the file name. Now, so it's going to print that file name. Remember, and it includes the extension, so it's going to know what to do with it. And so it's going to read the text file. Now, the other thing, we're doing a little operator here. This dot here is actually an operator. It says to take this piece of information, remember, and that's from here. We created a variable where we got the file, and we opened it, and we put it into text. So right here, we're going to take text, and what we're going to print is it says take an object. We have an object here called text, txt. Object actually means something special in programming because you have what's called object-oriented programming. So we have an object, and then this says do this operation on the object. That's what the dot means. You call it a dot operator. And then read it. So read is the function that we're going to use. Now, what's funny about this one also is you see we got this parentheses with nothing in it. That's because the function read, well, every function needs a place for arguments to put in additional information. And if you don't have any additional information that you need to add, and we don't in this case, you don't need to put anything, but you still have to have the parentheses. So you'll see a lot of times you'll have the open close parenthesis, even though there's not anything there. But that's because functions have to have arguments. All right. And then we're going to do the whole, and oh, by the way, this is going to print the text of our file, which again is just these 3 lines. It's going to print it, it's going to show it, display it in the terminal. And then we're going to do the whole thing again from within the script. It's going to say, type the file name within the script. It's going to take that information we typed, take it as raw input, and put it into a variable or an object called file again. And then it's going to open up file. It's going to take that word that we typed in, and it's going to open it and put it into text again. And then print it the same way we did up here. It'll print it to the console. When we're done, by the way, something Zed does not mention, let me show you in his sample code right here, but he does mention down here at the bottom. Let's see here. I should be able to see this. There we go. He says you should close your files when you're done, so you don't have digital, stuff just kind of hanging around. And so the way we do that is we use the dot operator. You just do txt, that's the name of the object we created up here, and then use dot, which means we're going to do something to that object, and we're going to close it. And we do the same thing for text again, because that's another object, the dot operator, and there's the function we're going to use. Anyhow, so let's come over here and execute the whole thing. I'm in the prompt. I'm focused on my scripts folder because I changed directories to it a while ago. I'm going to type in the lowercase the word Python. I'm going to type ex15.py because that's the name of the script file, and that's also the first argument that's going to get passed with argv, the argument variable. The other one that I need is the file name, and that means this one down here that has the text that I'm dealing with. I'm just going to copy that and come up here, put a little space in, and paste it. So what I've typed in is 3 things. Python to say we're going to run it as a Python script. ex15.py, that's the name of the script. And then ex15_sample.txt, that's the name of my text file with the 3 lines of text. I hit return, and here we go. This is the stuff I typed into a file. It's really cool stuff. And you can see that that is in fact what's in this file. And then it says type the file name again. So I've actually copied it. So I'm just going to put it right there, and you'll see it does it all again, except this time it did it by prompting me within the script, as opposed to this one, it prompted me before I wrote the script. And although you can't see it, we have also closed the two files here at the end, and we are done with this one. Thanks for watching. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. You can get to it online at learnpythonthehardway.org. You can also purchase it in a downloadable format with access to his videos right here for $30. It's a great purchase. I recommend it. But for right now, we're just going to go to Read the Free HTML Online. And if you click on that, it will take you to this page right here, which is the table of contents. For this video, we're going to look at exercise 16, which is called Reading and Writing Files. If you click on that, it'll take you to this page. Now, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be using a few different functions. Actually, you can call them functions, you can call them methods, commands. They're things that do things. And we're going to be using a few here. We're not going to use all of these in this particular lesson. We'll use close and write. And they are ways of modifying objects. Now, an object is a thing that you load in. A file, if we load it into the memory, is an object. There's other things that are objects also. But you'll see the way that we write the functions is they're used to modify an object. That'll become a little clearer as we go through. Anyhow, here is the text that he wants us to write. And it's a little longer than some of the others. But let me show you how this one works. I'm going to go over to my text editor. There we go. The first thing we need to enter is this. From sys, that means from the system library or the system package, that's a collection of programming code, import argv, or the argument variables. This makes it possible for us to specify information in the command line when we're calling the program, and then have that brought into the program and be able to use it. But we have to import it. And that's the first thing we do. Then argv is going to include two things. So when we are in the command line over here on the right in terminal or in PowerShell, we're going to do, you type the word Python, and then you type the name of the file that you want to run. That is the script name. That's this word right here. And then we also type in a file name, because we're going to have it write a file for us. It's going to create a document and put some text into it. And so both of those have to be specified right here in the command line when we get going. Okay, the next thing, let's see, you need to include the name of the text file in the command line when you run Python. Oh, by the way, if you're writing or appending to a file. So if you're writing in Python means if the text exists, it's just going to delete everything and start over again. On the other hand, if you want to keep what's there and add on to it, that's called appending. And if you are writing or appending and the file does not already exist, it'll just create it for you automatically. It's kind of easy. All right, we're going to put 3 commands into this, and these are all print. And what that means is stuff that shows up in the console over here in Terminal or PowerShell. Now, again, print here does not mean it prints through the printer onto a piece of paper. It means it's printed out, or it displays this text in the console. The first one is that it says we're going to erase, and then this little format code here calls on the file name, and the file name is what we specified when we ran the command. So we're going to erase whatever that file is, and then it actually gives you a choice here. It says if you don't want that, hit Control-C. If you do want that, hit return. So it's going to wait for us to do one or the other of those things. And see, this is where it's going to wait for raw input, and it's going to give us a little cursor that's just a question mark. Then it's going to display print opening the file ... And then this is where it takes the file name, which again is from up here we specified. W means write. You could put R for read, you could put A for append, and it's going to open that file or create it and open it. And open here means make it accessible to do stuff to. If you're reading, you can't do anything to it. but this means make it open so you can do stuff to it, so we can write on it, and then feed all that into an object or a variable called target. So now when we talk about target, we're talking about this thing that we called right here, and you can call it whatever you want. Zed's calling it target in this case. If you want more info about how files work, you can go over to PyDoc. Let me just show you right here. I'm going to go to PyDoc. Remember, what that means is asking for the documentation from Python. And we'll just put PyDoc file. And look, now you got lots of information. If I press the space bar, you can get down here to more. There's close, there's flush. Look, here's read. And here is write. Those are the things we're going to be using. And mode file, these are the read and write and append. There's some more choices. And I'm going to press Q to get out of that. Anyhow, W is for write, R is for read, A is for append. If you want to put a plus, it'll let you read and write. So R plus is read and write, or W plus is write and read. R, which is read only, is the default. So if you want to actually be able to write onto it, you got to say something. Okay, then it's going to display in the console the text truncating the file. What that means is getting rid of all the text that's in it. So if you had something there, it's going to be gone. Then it's going to say, I'm going to ask you for 3 lines. And then this is kind of interesting. It's going to prompt for each line. This is the prompt that it's going to give. Now you notice up here, we also used a prompt. It was just a question mark. That's when we were just waiting for a person to either hit Control-C or to hit return. Now we're going to prompt for line 1 with a colon and a space. And then once a person types that in and hits return, it'll prompt for line 2. Type it in, hit return, it'll prompt for line 3. I'm going to use lines from a poem called Haiku by Roger Paget. And then it says, I'm going to write these to the file. And then down here, what it does is this is our object, target. Remember, we created that up here when we made a file with the name that we specified up here. It all feeds back. So we have target, and then we're going to be using what's called a function or a method or a command. And that's going to be used write. And that means take whatever information we put into line 1. That's the name of another variable or object. Remember, that's the one right here. We waited for it to get some raw input, and it stuck it as a string into line. Now it's going to take that line and it's going to write it into the text file. Then it's going to go down to the next line. That's all this is put in a line break. Write the second line, put in a line break. Write the third line, put in a line break. And then, let's see, write and read line, truncate, and close are examples of commands. Zed calls them commands. You'll also hear them called methods or functions for an object. And in this case, the object is target, which we created just a moment ago. All right, I think we have something else. And finally, we close it. You need to close the file. It's a way of cleaning up after yourself, because otherwise you might accidentally perform function on it when you don't mean to, because it'll still be open in memory unless you close it. So anyhow, this one's a little bit long, but it's at least half of that is comments. So I'm going to come over here now, and I'm going to run that file. Now, I just opened the terminal beforehand, so I'm still in my default directory. Again, the BP here is the name of my computer. And you can change that computer name. The tilde means my active folder or directory. You see, if I do pwd for print working directory, you can see what that is short for, users/Bart. That's the home directory on my Mac. And then the space, and then this whole thing right here, the Bart and $, is the command prompt. And so and then this is just a blinking cursor right here. So this is where I first need to change the working directory to the one that has my scripts in it. And so you see, for instance, right here, here's my script folder, and you see it's got this big long path right down here that gets to it. The easy way to do this is to do CD for change directory, and then just drag the script in, a change directory and a space, and then put that in, click back in here and hit return. And now you can see that my working directory is scripts, whereas previously it was the tilde, which stood for my home directory. So I'm going to do the pwd to emphasize that. There we are. I'm going to clear the screen by doing Command K. Actually, I'm just going to write the word clear. There we go. All right, but now I'm in scripts, and so now I can call on my script without having to specify the full file path or all the folders and directories that it's nested in. So I type the word Python to let it know that I'm going to be doing a Python script, and the name of this file is ex16.py. Can you see? It's the same text that we have right here. And let's see here. I also, now watch, if I press it right now, I'm going to get an error. The reason for that is this. argv, the argument variable, is expecting two things. And right here, I have only one thing. I need to put in the name of the file that we're going to create. So I'm going to just use my arrow key to go back up to my last command, and then I'll type in ex16 text.txt. You need to put in that extension. You need to be explicit about that. So I'm going to create a file called ex16 for exercise 16 underscore text. Now when I do that, it says we're going to erase. Oh, you know what? I didn't show you. That file simply does not exist. Take a look. I go from 15 to 16 to 17. 16.txt does not exist. And so it says it's going to erase it. Well, there's nothing there to erase. It's going to create a new file. I got my little question mark. That's where we are in the code right now. I'm going to hit return because I want to go ahead and do that. Opening the file, and look, now exercise 16.txt exists, but it's got nothing in it. It's a totally blank file. But that's what we just did over here with this. Again, if the file doesn't exist already and you're using write or append, it'll create a new file. Now I'm going to ask you for 3 lines. I'm going to use Ron Padgett's haiku. First, 3 syllables. Second, 7 syllables. Third, it's also sometimes called a meta haiku, and it follows the 3-line and syllable. It's clever. All right, and then I hit return, and now it says I'm going to write these to a file, and finally we close it. And now check it out. If we come back to my text, now you can see that there's stuff in it. The text that I wrote now appears in there. Anyhow, that's what's going on with this one. It's a great thing. And I know it looks a little complicated here. You can write this much shorter. You can take out all the comments, and you don't have to have it talking to you to describe what it's doing. You can make it a much shorter program, but being able to open files, write to them, save them is a huge thing that you actually do a million times. And so this is a great thing to know how to do. Anyhow, that's it for exercise 16, and I'll see you in a minute for number 17. Thanks. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. You can get to it for free at learnpythonthehardway.org, and then click on this link, Read the Free HTML Online. That'll take you to the table of contents here. And in this exercise, we're going to be looking at number 17, called More Files. And if you click on that, it's going to take you right here. Now, this is where we're going to be reading a file and copying its contents to another file. Again, it seems like a really elementary operation, but when you start working with large data sets coming in from several different sources, you do this stuff a lot. And so it's really handy to know how to do it and how to do it quickly and automatically without having, for instance, to go to Word, open a file, click it open, and save it, and save as, and that's a pain. This is the text that we're going to enter into our script. So I'm going to open up Text Wrangler. I've got it open right here. Use Text Wrangler if you're on a Mac. That's what Zed wants, but any text editor will work. And on a Windows PC, Zed recommends Notepad++, which is actually a real favorite for coding. But here we go. The first thing we need to do is we need to do 2 imports. Now, previously we have done 1. This first one, from sys import argv, imports the argument variable, which lets us specify some information here in the command line when we call the Python script. We're going to actually put in there the name of the file that we're copying from and the name of the file that we're copying to. Also, we're going to use this other little piece of information. We're going to go to OS path. From OS path, import something called exists. Again, what we're importing here is a small amount of code that lets us do something that would be more difficult to do otherwise. Let me get back to where it was. Now, OS path is an interesting one because we're going to be specifying a file path, and different operating systems, for instance, I'm on a Mac, you might be on a Windows PC. If you're running a server, you'll be using Linux. There are other choices. Each of these operating systems spells out the location to a file in different ways. Sometimes they use backslashes or forward slashes or colons or who knows what. And so OS path is a flexible way. Python is able to tell what operating system it's in and then specify the file in the appropriate manner. And exists, that's actually what we're bringing in from that particular library or collection of code. Exists is a function that returns true if the file path is valid. So I'm going to specify a file. So actually two things have to be true. Both the file has to exist, which is the real purpose of it, but you also have to have what are called permissions, or it has to be possible for you to read or write the file. If those are not both true, then you'll get a false. If it's either not there or you don't have permissions, it returns false. All right, these are the things that are going to go into the argument variable. And again, that's what happens when we're up here and we type in Python. We then type in the name of the script. That's the first thing. The second one is going to be the file from which we are copying text. And then the third thing is the file to which we are copying the text. So that all goes in there. And you just specify that when you run the command in Python. All right, it's going to print out some, or rather it's going to display some information in the console. It's going to say copying from, and then this is going to be, it's going to give us the name of the file from which we're copying because we specified it right here, and it knows that that's what that means, to the other file that we specified right here, and it knows what that means. All right, now we're going to do these other things. We're going to take the from file and we're going to open it. Okay, that's easy. And we're going to take its information and stick it into a variable or an object called in file. Great, that's easy, right? And then we're going to take that and we're going to use, so now we got this object in file. And the dot here, the dot operator says, oh, do something to that object. And in this case, that's the variable that's holding the text that we just read. And it says, read it. Well, that's pretty obvious. This opened it, this reads it. And this, by the way, is kind of a funny thing. You need to have the empty parentheses here because a function needs parentheses as a space for arguments. But we don't have any arguments that we need to put in. But you need to have the parentheses. Anyhow, it says, go to the object in file, which we just created right here, read it, and put that text into another object or variable called in data. All right, cool. And Zed says, by the way, you could do these two things in one line and asks how would you do it. Well, just to give away an answer, this is how you would do it right here. All you would do is this stuff right here, this is equal to in file. So you just copy that and you paste it in right there. And that does it in one line. On the other hand, you need to know that if you do it that way, you're going to have another command at the bottom. It's called infile.close. You need to remove that or you'll get an error message. Just a little quirk. Then, for whatever reason, just because we're going to get a little bit of information about how many bytes there are in the file that we just read. That's actually what this thing does here. LEN is for length of the file in bytes. These are tiny text files, so it's going to be real small. There may be situations where you want to use that, but it's certainly not necessary here. All right, then it's going to display on the console, does the output file exist? And then it's going to stick in a true or a false, and it's going to do that by using this function, which we imported up here. See that? And it's going to be going to to file, and it's asking, so it's trying to find out whether the file that we are writing to already exists. Now, in my case, it does not. You see, I have a from text. Here's my from text file. This is my same little meta haiku by Ron Padgett that I used a minute in the last video. But I don't have a to file. So, and for me, the answer there is false. It does not exist. Does it exist? It'll say yes or no. And then ready, you can just hit return. And this is just going to read whether you hit return or Control C. Then what it's going to do is it's going to take the to file and it's going to open it. If it doesn't exist already, it's going to create it. The W means make it so you can write to it. The default is read only. And so if you want to be able to write something to it, you have to tell that. You could also do append or some other things. And then create an object called outFile. And then take the in data. That's what we did right here. That's what the object that we got by reading the data from the from file. Take the in data and write it to the out file. Okay, so it's a little convoluted, but everything connects. And then it'll say, all right, all done. Now, then you need to clean up a little bit. We have two files that are currently open, or two objects that are available for operations, out file and in file. And you got to close them, or else you might do something with them accidentally later on. You could get screwed up. Keeping in mind that if you did the one-line version of this, then you can remove this thing in file because you didn't leave it open. Finally, I'm just going to mention Z leaves as a sort of exercise for the reader. Can you do this entire program in a single line? The answer is yes. The way you do that, by the way, is you've got these breaks, these new line breaks. Those are meaningful in Python. You can substitute semicolons for those, and also you end up with a really long line. And you can delete all the comments, and you can delete the commentary stuff, and just leave in the functional stuff. And I'm sure you can make it a little more concise than this by I'm repeating a couple of things, but I'll show you how that one works also. Okay, so by the way, this is in a comment right now because I don't want it to run in this particular script. I've got another script that has that information. So that's exercise 17. Let's come over here and get it. Ready? What I need to do is I'm already focused on my scripts directory. That's where I am. See, that's scripts right there. That's my command prompt. And right here at the blinking cursor, I'm going to type in Python, then exercise ex17.py. That's the name of my file, right? See, there's the text. ex17.py is the one that's open right here. And then I have to specify a couple of things. Remember, I have to specify the from file and the to file. My from file is this one. I've called it from.txt. It's got these 3 lines from a haiku in it. So I'm going to do like this. I'm going to go ex17 from.txt. Okay, that tells it where to read it. And the fact that I called it ex17 underscore from, that's arbitrary. Call it whatever you want. And this is just convenient for me. And I can get away with giving just the name because it's in my working directory. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to specify the file to send it to. I'll go ex17 underscore, to txt. Please note that file does not exist. So I'm going to come up here. I'm going to hit return. And it says copying from ex17 from.txt to ex17 to.txt. The input file is 68 bytes long. It's only 3 short lines of text. Does the output file exist? False. You see, it does not exist. And if we look down here, there is no ex17 underscore 2. But watch what happens as soon as I hit return here. I hit return, and voila. Now it's there, and it has the same text as my from. And it says, all right, all done. We're done with that. I am going to show you, however, what it looks like if you use a single line command. I've got this other file right here. Let me just click that open. And this is, I'm going to make it a little bigger here. This is one where I've just put it all in a single line, removed all the comments and all the little commentary that it gives us. So that's all there. And what I need to do now is I'm going to call that one. Oh, by the way, I just pressed the up arrow. When you do the up arrow, it goes to your previous commands. And then I'm just going to modify this one. I have it called oneline.txt. And I'm going to have it read from the same thing, but I am going to write it to something else. I'll just call it write to one line. Okay? So that's another one that does not exist. So I'm going to come right here, and I'm going to hit return. Now, it's just going to zoom through and do the whole thing. It's not going to prompt for me or anything. Please note that the to one line does not exist. Anyhow, I come right here, I hit return. Boom. And it's done. That just did it with no prompting at all. I just specify my stuff, I hit return, it does it, and I've got my result right there in my directory. Anyhow, that's it for exercise 17. We'll be coming back to this stuff frequently. And so I hope you're able to work it out until it makes sense, and I look forward to seeing you in the next exercise. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. You can read the text for free online, or you can buy it, but you can go to learnpythonthehardway.org and then click on this link, Read the Free HTML Online, which takes you to the table of contents. In this video, we're going to be looking at exercise 18, which is names, variables, code, and functions. If you click on that, you'll go right here. Now, it's a relatively short exercise, but it has some extremely important information because it's about writing your own functions, which is really small programs within programs that can make your life really a lot easier once you get these down. This is the code that we're going to be dealing with right here. And so I'm just going to go to Text Wrangler. That's my text editor, excuse me. There we go. There's Text Wrangler. You might be using Notepad++ or some other text editor. That's fine. And let's start looking at what we're going to do. Now, we're not importing anything on this one. We're just getting started with our own code. And Zed points out that this is a lot like what we've done with argv, the argument variables, when we've been writing scripts. Here's what we need to do. A function, which is its own little program that operates within the program, you start by using def, which is for define. You type def and then a space, and then you give a name to your function. This one is going to be called print_2. You can call it anything you want. There's some rules I'll show you in just a second about names. And then we have in parentheses here, now this is not the best way to do it. We're going to show you a better way in just a second. But we do define or def, and then we have the name of the function. Then in parentheses, we do this little asterisk args or star args that says we're going to have some arguments that go into it. This is the part that's like the argument variables that we've used previously when you're going to be providing extra information at the command line. We have two arguments that go into it, and we're calling them very descriptively arg1, arg2. And then what it's going to do is the function that we're calling print2 is going to take two arguments, arg1 and arg2, and then it's going to print them out this way. And that means display them in the console. It's going to print arg1, colon, and then put in the text of whatever we put for arg1, comma, arg2, colon, the text of whatever we put. Again, this little format indicator says to replace it with the stuff that we put in here. And this is the indicator for use the information in these variables. So that's our first definition for a function, and it works. There's a better way to do it, however. Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to make a couple things clear. The name here is arbitrary. You can call it anything you want. There are a few rules, though. It's got to be one word and only letters, numbers, and underscores. And it can't start with a number. You can start with an underscore. You can start with a letter. Don't forget that it's case sensitive. If you put a capital letter in there, you better make sure you always capitalize it, or the Python won't recognize it. You also need to put a colon at the end of the first line. Do you see right here? There's a colon that indicates that we have finished this little, that we finished saying what the name is and referring to the arguments, and then we're getting onto the contents of the function that we're creating. You put a colon there, and then everything else needs to get indented 4 spaces. You see how it lines up? The 4 spaces are meaningful in Python. In other programs, the spaces don't matter. It's kind of irrelevant, but they mean something in Python. And this is indented, and it means that these all go together as a block. When you get to the end, you go back, when you finish right here, you see how I went back to the first line? That's called dedenting, or just moving back. By the way, this is called a function. This thing that we're making called print2, it's a function, and you can say that you run a function, or you call it, or you use it. You'll hear all 3 terms, so just understand run, call, use, all apply to functions and making them work. Okay, we're actually going to make a shorter version of the same thing. We're going to define a function, def, and then we're going to call this one print2 again with underscores. Except this time, instead of using the star args and then putting the args down here like we're used to doing with the arg variable, we're just going to put the names of the arguments right here. That's easy. So we put the definition, and then parentheses, we have the names of the arguments. And we're going to print it out, and it's going to look exactly the same when it gets printed out. So it's just one line shorter, but it's easier to follow because, truthfully, I think this thing is a little awkward to read. All right. Those two up there took two arguments, two pieces of information that you had to specify, or two variables if you want to put it that way. This one takes just one. So you're going to stick in one piece of information, and it's going to be in a variable called arg1. Okay, that's fine. And then we have another one here that takes no arguments. And so this one is being called print none. And you see, it still has to have parentheses. The function needs to have parentheses. And if you don't have any arguments, you just open and close immediately. We still have the colon right there, and we still have instructions. It says print, and then print this little phrase, Z says, I got nothing. And I just want to make one point really clear. An argument, a function that has no argument still does something. In fact, it can be incredibly elaborate. All it means is it doesn't have any variables that the user has to supply in order to make it run. You know, you can, I think about some other programming I do. I use these functions that are the most important functions I use in those ones. It's for doing graphics, and they have no arguments, but they're the most important functions in the program. And so I don't want you to think that if it has no argument, it doesn't do anything. It's a separate issue. It just is asking whether you have to supply additional information for it to do something. Anyhow, and then what we do is at the very end here, we're going to call all four of these functions. That means we're going to run them or use them. So we're going to use print2. You see, now normally we would do print and then put in parentheses, put in quotes something that we want to display to the console. We don't have to do that because print2 refers to this one up here, and this is what it does. It's going to take arg1, arg2, and stick them in here, and it's going to print this text or display this text in the console. So we have print2, and then in here we have our two arguments. Please note that they're in quotes, okay? And we have Z, comma, Shaw. Print2 again, we have the same arguments because it's not the arguments that are different, it's just this one goes from 3 lines down to 2 lines. Print1, that's this function that we created right here. It only takes one argument, so it's just going to print or display to the console this one little word. And print none, you don't have to specify anything at all, but you do have to have the open and close parentheses for it to work. And then it's going to do this thing right here. Anyhow, there's not much to it. So let me just come over here. And I am in my scripts folder. I changed my working directory to that earlier. And I'm just going to type in Python, then ex18.py. And that is all that I need to do here. You see, because I have the information, the argument information here in the text file that I wrote in Text Wrangler. And so if I wanted it to print something other than Z Shaw, I would change it in the program. And so these are sort of, because up to this point we've had it prompt us for things in the console. This is a little different. This is sort of hard-coded into the program, though we have the option of changing it in our text editor. Anyhow, that's our first use of variables. I hope that was informative, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Thanks. Hi, this is Bart Polson. This video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's online book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to his webpage, learnpythonthehardway.org, and click on Read the Free HTML Online, that'll take you to the table of contents. In this video, we're looking at exercise 19, which is called Functions and Variables. If you click on that one, it'll bring you to this page. Now, we've got a fair amount of code right here. This is what we're going to be working with. But it's kind of repetitive, and the concept shouldn't be too hard. So actually, I'm just going to go straight to my text editor. I'm using Text Wrangler. You can use anything you want. And let me run through this bit by bit. Now, the first thing we're doing here is we're going to be defining a function. So we talked about that previously. This is code you can create that is like a program within the program. The way we do this is we type the word def for define, and then give the function a name. This one is called cheese and crackers. Please note, it has to be one word. You can use underscores, you can have letters or numbers. You can't begin with a number, but there we go, cheese and crackers. And then in parentheses, you put the arguments if you have any. And in this one, we're going to be providing two pieces of information: the cheese count, the amount of cheese you have, and the boxes of crackers, how many boxes you have. We close the parentheses, then we have a colon to indicate we're about to define things. You come down here and you indent 4 lines, and then the function, when we run it, is going to do a few things. It's going to print to the, or display on the console, the text you have so many cheeses, and it's going to refer to cheese count, and that's the variable that we provided right there. Then it's going to print another line that says you have so many boxes of crackers, and it's going to be referring to this variable we have right here. Then it's going to say, man, that's enough for a party, and then it's going to have the last line, get a blanket, and then it's going to put this last little character will just put the cursor on a blank line. Anyhow, so that's the function. Now, the point of this exercise is how do we fill in this function? We got a few choices. One is we can call the function or run it, and you just do that by writing down cheese and crackers. Remember, that's what we called it right here. And then you just have to provide 2 numbers. We could just say, 20 for the cheese count and 30 for the box of crackers. And that's all there is to it. That's the easiest way. Just put the numbers in directly. The next one is you can use a variable. So we can actually create a variable called amount of cheese and make it equal to 10. Or we can have another variable called amount of crackers and make it equal to 50. And then when we call our function cheese and crackers, in parentheses, we just refer to those variables. Now, I know this looks kind of stupid right here. You thought it'd just be a lot easier to write 10 and 50. But you'll find that the ability to call variables in a function is incredibly powerful, and you're going to use this basically every single time you do something. And so this is probably the most common approach you're going to be using. You have a function, and then you call on a variable that may be based on a big algebraic equation somewhere else to fill it in. So that's another way to do it. Another one is you can actually do math within this. And he says that, look, you can do 10 plus 20, and it knows to interpret that as 30, and this one, 5 plus 6, it'll interpret that as 11. And you can actually do a combination of the two. You can do cheese and crackers, where you put the amount of cheese as a variable plus 100 and amount of crackers plus 1,000. This is really common too. For instance, if you're trying to set up something on the screen and you need to divide it in a particular way, you have to add margins, or you have to space things out to get them centered or divided up however you want it. And so you will have both variables and constants to do that. And that is a really common way. Anyhow, with that, all we're going to do is come over here now. I'm already in my scripts folder. That's my current working directory. See, here I am, scripts. And I'm just going to type in Python and then ex19.py. And when I hit return, it runs off a whole bunch of stuff, because what it's doing is it's calling the function 4 times. The first time, now remember, this just defines the function. This is the first time right here that we call the function. We do this little print thing, then we call the function. There's the print, and there's the function being called, and the numbers 20 and 30 getting filled in. Then we print this line, or we can use variables. There we go. And what we have, oh, by the way, you see how there's a blank space right here? That's because of this, the \n, the new line that appears in the last part of the function. So there will always be a blank line at the end of this function. So this one, the 10 and the 50, we got from creating variables right here, and then the function called on those variables. Then we have this line. We can even do math inside. There it is. And you see that it took the 10 and the 20 and added them up to 30. It took the 5 and the 6 and added them up to 11. And then it runs its other 2 lines in a blank line. And then you can combine the two. That's what's right here. And then you get this little bit of algebra that goes into it. And that is a heck of a lot of boxes of crackers. Anyhow, that's all there is to it. And you're going to see that we're going to be doing this a lot, where you define a function, and then there's so many different ways to fill it in, especially with variables or a combination of variables and constants. Anyhow, hope that helps, and I'll see you for the next exercise. Hi, this is Bart Polson. This video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Learn Python the Hard Way by Zed Shaw. You can get to the text by going to his website, learnpythonthehardway.org, and then clicking on Read the Free HTML Online. Click on that, you'll get to the table of contents, and in this video, we're going to be looking at exercise 20, which is called Functions and Files. Now, if you click on that title, it's going to take you to this page. And what we're going to do is we're going to learn how to open up a file and to print it all out, and then to go through it one step at a time using an incrementing function, which is something that we're going to deal with a lot more later on. We're also going to define several custom functions in this one. So here's the text, and I'm going to go into Text Wrangler and go through it bit by bit for you. So in my text editor, I'm using Text Wrangler on my Mac. This is the first thing that you want to type. It's from sys import argv. Now remember, this is a way of adding some code. A module is called. In other programming languages, you call it a library, but here it's called a module. It's a little bit of code that you can import to make your life easier, bring in some extra functions. So you need to tell it where it's coming from. This one's coming from sys for system, and exactly what it is. And we're importing the module argv for argument variables. And here's where we fill it in. And what these are is when we click Python here, we type out Python, we type the name of the script, which in this case is going to be ex20.py. We also need to put in an input file because it's going to be reading a file, so it needs to have something to read from. And we specify that right here in the command line in Terminal or PowerShell when we're running the program. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second one is we're going to create a function here that displays the entire text of the document. So what we have here is we do def for define the function, and we're going to call it print underscore all. Remember, it needs to be one word. And then we have an argument here. We're going to put in one piece of information. Now, this is a variable. You can call it whatever you want. Zed is calling it f for file. It makes sense. It's easy to deal with, but if you want to write out the word file or the file that we're going to read or whatever, you have that choice. But he's just going to call it f for file. And this function is going to do one thing. It's going to print, or again, display to the console the contents of that file by taking the object file, that's the thing that we just read in, that whose name is going to be represented through the variable f. We're going to type in the name of a file, but that's going to get fed through here. And it's going to use the dot operator and then use the read function or method to display the entire text. So don't use a giant text. You're going to have an enormous amount of text to display. Okay, next we're going to create another function called rewind, which is built to go back to the beginning of a file. So we're going to define it, call it rewind, and then we're using the same file here. So the nice thing is we have this variable f that we get from the input arguments. And so we just come here and we're going to say for the object f, do this method or this function, seek, and this is a built-in function. And it means to go to a particular place in the file, and the 0, this is bytes. Remember, this is how you specify size in computer files. 0 means go to the beginning, it's return all the way to the beginning. It's a rewind button. All right, then what we're going to do is create another function that goes through the file one line at a time. Again, we define it, give it a name, print a line, and then in parentheses, put the arguments if we have any. The first argument is going to be called line count, and the second one is going to be f, which again is the file name. And close the parentheses, and then you have the colon at the end to indicate that you are done with the title, and now you're going to get into the actual functions of the custom function. And it's indented for spaces, and this one is going to print. It's going to go to the line count, and then it's going to go to that paper that we've asked it to, meaning the text file, and then it's going to use another built-in function called, or method called read line, which will print out one line at a time. And obviously in this case, it's going to be counting things not one letter or one byte at a time, but one line at a time. All right, we're going to do one more thing. We're going to take the input file and we're going to open it, which is how Python's able to read it, and we're going to assign that information, the equal sign is the assignment operator. It means take a value and put it into this variable, and the variable or object that we're dealing with is called current file. We're going to refer back to that one in a minute. So this text right here, print, let's print the whole file, is going to display over here in the console. And then it's actually going to do our custom function here, which we created right here, print all. And then current file is the file that is going to print. And we defined it right here with all of this. And input file, the input file got defined here in our argv when we typed in, when we did Python exercise 20, and we type in the name of the file. All right, then, so it's going to print out all the lines. I'm going to use just my 3-line haiku that I got from Ron Padgett. Then it's going to rewind, which means, again, that's a function that we created. It says go back to the beginning of the current file. It doesn't show anything. It just backs it up. And then from there, we're going to print one line at a time using this function, print a line, which relies on the built-in readLine function. So we say print a line, and we have to give 2 arguments to it. One is the line count, and or rather that means which line is it that you want to print, and then the name of the file that you're going to read it from. And so we're going to use current line, which is a variable that we defined right above it. So we're saying line 1, that's where we're starting, and current file, now we defined that one right here to be the input file, and we defined that one way up here. So you see how it all cycles back to where we came. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to do it 2 more times using what's called an incrementing function, where we're going to call on current line again, but we're going to redefine it by saying add 1 to it each time it goes through. So that means start with line 1, then add 1 to that variable, so we're at 2, then print it all out again, then add another 1, so we're at line 3. My file has 3 lines, so it's going to print the whole thing, but you'll see how it works. Anyhow, using the custom functions is a big deal, something we're going to use a lot. Seek and open are important for getting 2 particular places in files. The read line is going to come up again. And then this way of incrementing and stepping through something one at a time. Again, take a variable, do whatever it is, add 1 to it, do whatever it is, add another to it, do whatever it is. That comes up about 1,000,000 times. So you're going to get familiar with it. So I have a file over here. This right here, x20, is the actual Python file. You see it's got the same text. And then I've got a text file that's just my 3 lines of the haiku. All right, here we go. I'm going to type in Python. So the command line knows to run this as a Python file. I'm going to type in the name of the script. Remember, that's the first thing I have to put in from right over here. Then I need to put the name of the input file, the thing I'm going to copy. You know what? I'm just going to come down here and copy that out of there and paste it right there. All right, this should run when I hit return. Great. It says, first, let's print the whole file. That is from this line right here. Then it runs this function. Remember, we did print all, and that shows every line. Now, if you had 1,000 lines in your file, it's going to show 1,000 lines. It's going to take you a long time to scroll through all of it. Mine's only 3, so there it all is. You see, again, it read it from this file right there. There we go. Then we have this line. Now let's rewind, kind of like a tape. That's what we got. And so it backed up to the beginning. It says, let's print 3 lines. And that's what printed right here. And then it goes through one at a time. The first line you see, it says 1, first 3 syllables. That's the first line of my file. Then it increments, meaning it takes the current line variable, which we defined as 1, meaning the first line, adds 1 to it. So now we're at line 2, does it again. So we have line 2 is second 7 syllables. That's the same line right there. And then it increments again and gets to line 3 by doing the same thing right down here and prints out the 3rd line. That's all there is. You're going to see a lot of incrementing as we go through, as we start setting up loops on things. But this is a great way of stepping through a file or stepping through some data 1 bit at a time, performing an operation, and then outputting it. Anyhow, that's exercise 20. Hope that helps, and I'll see you soon. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Learn Python the Hard Way by Zed Shop. If you go to learnpythonthehardway.org and click on Read the Free HTML Online, that'll take you to the table of contents. And in this video, we're going to be looking at exercise 21 here at the bottom of this page, but you can scroll up. It's called Functions Can Return Something. If you click on that, it'll take you to this page. And here we're going to learn to deal with returns or return values from functions and how to use them inside a variable. That actually makes some pretty fancy things possible. This is the code that we need right here. And I'm going to go to Text Wrangler, my text editor, and walk through it bit by bit for you. Let me go there we go. So the first thing we're going to do is define a function. We're actually going to define 4 functions. This is the first one. You def for define. The function will be called add. That's the name of the function. And then it takes 2 arguments, 2 pieces of information that we need to provide. And we're just going to give them generic variable names here, a, comma, b. And then we close the parentheses and we have the colon here to indicate that we are now going to define the function. We indent, and the function is going to do 2 things. First, it's going to print something, or again, that doesn't mean on your printer. It means to display it to the console over here in Terminal or PowerShell. And what it's going to do is it's going to put in this text, adding, and then 2 format variables that are going to be the numbers a and b. So this says use one variable, digit variable, use another one, and then this defines what those variables or formats are. The other thing it does, aside from putting some text in the console, is it creates a value here. Return is a special function, and what that does is it's not a variable in and of itself, but what it does is it makes available a value. So if you create a variable and you use this function add in assigning that variable, it's able to take the value that is returned by the function and stick it into the variable, assign it to the variable. So again, it creates a value and it makes it available, but it doesn't do anything with it on its own. By the way, normally you would not want to have this print line in here because it just makes things really busy. And you would just have return A and B, and that would make life a little faster and easier. We got a few other functions we're going to define. We have one called subtract, and again, you enter the 2 numbers, and it subtracts this. It takes the first one and subtracts the second one. It'll say what it's doing, and it returns that value and makes it available. We define a third one called multiply, and again, we can use these because these are not built-in keywords in Python. Multiply, and then it says what you're going to do with the 2 numbers. Going to multiply, make them available for use in a variable, and then divide. Don't forget, by the way, the asterisk is the symbol for multiplication, not an X. It needs to be the asterisk. And division is marked with a slash. Okay, so now we have 4 functions defined. Please note, we've defined them, we have not called them. So they don't do anything unless we call them and run them or use them. So that's what's going to happen next. We're going to start by this little print function that says, let's do some math with just functions. That's going to show up in the console. That's going to show up on here when that's going to be the first thing that prints. And next, we're going to create 4 variables. We're going to call the variables age, height, weight, and IQ. And we're going to use functions to put values into each one of those. So for age, Zed wants to add 2 numbers, 30 and 5, which of course will give us 35. Then he says subtract these 2 numbers for height. So start with 78, must be inches, and subtract 4. That will give you height. For the variable weight, we're going to use the function multiply, again, that we created just right up here. And we're going to multiply 90 times 2. That'll get 180. And then finally, IQ, we're going to assign the variable by using the function divide. We're going to take the number 100 divided by 2, so Zed's giving himself a very low IQ. And so when you call the functions or you use the functions in a variable assignment, and that's what we're doing here. This calls the function, and this assigns the value. The equal sign is the assignment operator, assigns it to this variable. When you do that, two things happen. Number one, it runs whatever code is in the function. So in these functions, we're going to print some text to the console. It also takes the return value from the function and assigns it to the variable. You don't see that happen, but it's a part of the function. Next, we're going to print out this sentence that says age and height, and it uses this little format to stick all of those variables in there from the variables that we just defined right here. And then Z gives us a little puzzle to work on. It says, here's a puzzle, and it's going to create a new variable called what, and it asks us to add age and subtract and multiply and divide, and it's all nested in parentheses. And so you need to know that Python is going to observe the order of operations. You know, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, or PEMDAS, parentheses are the first thing, and you start with the inner parentheses. And so the first thing that's going to happen is divide. IQ is going to get divided by 2, and then that result is going to be multiplied with weight, and that result will be subtracted from height, and that result will be added to age. And you can actually see how it all comes out. So I'll come up here and do Python ex21.py, and I can do this again because I'm already have my active working directory as scripts. And I type in Python, all lowercase, space, ex21.py, hit return. Let's do some math with just functions. The first thing it does is it adds 30 and 5, because those are the arguments that we specified right here. The second thing is it subtracts, then it multiplies and divides. And again, that's the order that we called on those functions. Then it says age is 35, so 30 plus 5 is 35. Height, 78 minus 4 is 74. Weight, 180, that's 90 times 2. IQ is 50, that's 100 divided by 2. Then it says, here is a puzzle. And what's interesting about that is, again, it observes the order of operations. And because each of these functions, add, subtract, multiply, divide, includes a print element to them, we get to see the process as it goes on. So the first thing it does is it takes IQ, which was defined as 50, and divides it by 2. And so that gets us 25. You see the 25 right there? We multiply that times height. 18 times 25 is 4,500. We subtract that from his height. So 74 minus 4,500 gets us a very big negative number. Minus 4426, we add that to age, which is 35, and the result of that is minus 4391. And you see, you can do it by hand. You just have to remember to observe the order of operations. Start at the innermost parentheses, and then work out with each one of the functions. Anyhow, returning values in functions is a really important element of a lot of the things we're going to be doing in Python, especially as we get to working with data at a later point. And so I hope this makes sense. Play around with it a little bit, see what's available, see what you can do, and I'll meet you for the next exercise. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of one of the exercises in Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to learnpythonthehardway.org and click on Read the Free HTML Online, it'll take you to the table of contents. And the one that we're working on right now is number 22, exercise 22. What do you know so far? If you click on that, it'll take you right here. And this one's a little different. All it's asking us to do is go back through the previous 21 exercises and write down any new symbols, any new words, anything that was new. And then try to go through and make sure you remember all of them. So I think people are going to have different responses to this one. I went back and tried writing a text document that had everything in it. Let me show you what I have. Now, I wrote mine in a program called Byword. It's just a text file. You could write it in Text Wrangler or Notepad++ also. I just like this. And don't get disturbed by the asterisks and the stuff. That's because this document is written in what's called Markdown format. Anyhow, I like it. So here is the exercise that we're supposed to do right there. And here's what I found. Exercise 0. The new stuff for me was make dir and cd and ls. That's stuff from the command line crash course as well. Exercise 1, print, which means, again, display stuff in the console. Exercise 2, the octothorpe or the pound sign or the hash, which could be used to comment, put in a comment or otherwise disable a line of code so it doesn't run. Exercise 3, we had plus, minus, the slash for division, the asterisk for multiplication, the percent sign, which is also used in the modulo slash modulus, less than, greater than, less than equal, greater than equal. I had to look up, by the way, the distinction between modulus and modulo. The modulus is the divisor. Modulo is, I like this, the relational form. So in A mod B, if you wrote it that way, B is the modulus because it's the thing you're dividing by, but you would read it as A modulo B. So there you have it. In 4, we talked about underscores in variable names as well as floating point versus integer numbers and how to use those. In 5, we talked about format strings. That's the things where you have a string and you put in this little percent sign S. It's like a variable. And then you have a percent, and then after the string you have a percent, and then you have the values to fill it in with. And percent D for digits, percent R for raw data or really representation. Exercise 6, we talked about single and double quotes. Exercise 7, plus for joining strings without spaces, and comma for joining strings with spaces between. In exercise 8, we talked about the Boolean values or keywords true and false that don't need quotes. In exercise 9, we talked about the backslash, which can be used to escape characters. So they appear in a string, but you don't want to print something literally as what it is. You want to read it as a command. The backslash allows you to do that. So for instance, backslash n, this one right here, is the command for a new line in the middle of a string. Also, we learned about triple quotes, which you can use to begin and end a long several lines of text. In exercise 10, learn how to use the double backslash as a way of printing a single backslash within a string. The backslash single quote to put a single quote within a string, especially if that string is set off by single quotes. Same thing for double quote. Backslash R is a carriage return, similar to a new line. Backslash T is a tab within a line, and for the triple quotes, you can also use triple single quotes. It's up to you. Exercise 11, we talked about raw input, and that is a command that waits for a person to type in something, and as soon as they hit return, it's got it. And we also did it where you could do a comma and put some prompt text on another line. But exercise 12 shows us another way to do raw input and put the prompt text right here in the parentheses after it. We also talked about looking stuff up in the command line interface. You could type in PyDoc and then whatever it is you're looking for. So raw input or open or file or OS or sys or whatever you want. Exercise 13 talked about arguments, pass, import, argv, the argument variables, packing and unpacking values, and module. That's the code you get through libraries. Exercise 14, we talked about prompt to get information from users. Exercise 15, open the dot operator, which is used to join a function like read or close to an object like a text file that's been saved as an object. Let's see here, we have reading and writing files with W for write mode, R for read mode, A for append, and then the W plus, R plus, and then truncating to delete the contents, W write to write into a file, information through PyDoc, and then the semicolon, which you can use to put a whole string of commands in a single line, and this will separate them the way you would normally do by hitting a new line. We talked about OS path and the exists function, which lets you know whether a particular file you're referring to already exists. Talked about def as a way of defining custom functions and the star args, but better to just put the list of arguments next to the function name. And then, the colon and then the indenting that you use to mark the block in defining a function. 19 is just more information on variables and functions. 20 introduces .seek, a way of finding a position within a particular file. The important one here is that seek 0 goes to the beginning of a file because it's byte 0. And then another function, .readLine, for reading an entire single line within a document. You specify them by the line numbers. The plus equals is an increment function. We didn't talk about those, but Zed refers to them in his sort of extra learning stuff. We'll come up against those later. And then finally in 21, we talked about return, a way that you can have a function calculate or create a value, and return makes it available to use in a variable or some other function. Anyhow, that's what I got out of the text so far, the new words, terms, and symbols. And hopefully you've gone through and found a list, maybe similar to this, maybe there's some other things you added, but there's no one correct answer to this. So it's just a way of reviewing what you have. Anyhow, hope it's making sense so far. Let's see you for the next exercise. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's online book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to his website, learnpythonthehardway.org, you can click on this link, Read the Free HTML Online. That'll take you to the table of contents. And in this video, we're going to be looking at exercise 23, which is called Read Some Code. If you click on that, it'll take you to this one. Now this one's a little different because we're not actually typing any code. We're actually just reading some code that we find online. And he's explaining that we should go to a code repository. So bitbucket.org, github.com, that's the one I use, or gitorious.org, and just search for Python. He says, avoid Python 3, you don't want that. He says, pick a project, click on it, go to the source tab, and find a Python file, .py, but not setup.py. Start at the top, take some notes as you go through. If you see anything that's interesting, write them down for later, and that is our job. So let me show you what I did. I went to GitHub, and if you aren't logged in and you go to GitHub, it's going to look like this when you first get there. All right, and you know, GitHub's a wonderful thing, and you can even download a Mac client for it, as well as Windows and other things. But let me show you. This is when I'm logged into my GitHub account. See, I'm logged in right there. And what I did is I typed in Python and data. When I search for that, this is what I get. Python data says it's got over 3,000 repositories. And this third one, which is called PyData/Pandas, I knew would be a good one because Pandas is a very popular, very powerful data analysis module for Python. And it's one that I want to use, and so I looked that up. This, by the way, is also a good one, but it's more specifically for a variation on Python called IPython, so I ignore that for right now. So I just did this one, pydata.pandas, and when I clicked on it, here's what I got. I got this big long thing here, yada, 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 yada. There's a full explanation. It's wonderful stuff. I clicked onto this one, scripts. I figured that's where I would find the Python scripts. And then I get a list of scripts, and I can see that they're Python files, which is very helpful. One that looked like it might be interesting is just this one that's called boxplottest.py, because I know what box plots are. And so I clicked on that, and I got to this one, and it's just this little short bit of code. It's only 14 lines, but it's stuff that I'm not real familiar with. And so what I did is I copied this and I put it into a text editor. Again, you can do this in Text Wrangler or Notepad++. I just happen to use, when I'm writing normal text, I use a program called Byword. And it looks like this. And by the way, the little asterisks here, that's because I'm using a formatting model in Byword that's called Markdown. It's how you mark bold and stuff, but you know, don't worry about that. So anyhow, I copied the instructions down right here. This is the link to the script that I'm looking at. And then I broke it down line by line, and I put here as a comment what I believe each thing does. So I have this one, import matplotlib.pyplot as PLT. I believe that imports the module and saves it as an object called PLT for, plot. And then we have one import random, so that's importing a module. Then this looks like it's importing a module called pandas util testing and saving it as an object titled TM. This is using the object TM and is specifying, there's our little dot operator, and this is a method or a function for that object that I'm assuming specifies the sample size, and it's set as 1,000. Then this is going to make a data frame for our object TM. So we got TM here and the dot operator, and then our method or our function, and there's the empty parentheses that you need to have the parentheses as a space for arguments even if you don't use any, and it's all being assigned, there's the assignment operator, into an object called df for data frame. Then we have a line that's importing something called string. I don't know where it's from. Then we take string. There we go. There's string. And we're going to apply the method letters to it. So we're going to get letters out of it. And I think this means the first 5 rows. Maybe the first 5 columns. I can never remember. And then we're doing something 200 times. I don't know if we're taking the first 5 200 times or if this means 200 rows. I got to learn more about this. But it's saving it as it's creating a list. That's a data format. Data frame's one kind, the list is another, and it's saving it into an object called foo, which you'll see a billion times in programming, foo and bar all the time. Don't know why. And then it looks like I'm doing the same thing and saving it into df, and so that appears to be in the same data frame, but maybe saving it as a variable called indic for indices or indicator. And then it looks like this one shuffles that object, so puts them in different order, and then saves the shuffled object as another variable, I believe, in the same data frame. Okay, this goes to the data frame and creates box plots. That's an operator here, and this, I believe that this means of those 2 variables, this specifies the font to use, and rotate means it's most of the time box plots are drawn vertically by default, and this would rotate them to be horizontal, which makes more sense with side-by-side box plots. And then we're using PLT, which is the object we created way up at the top when we imported matplotlib.pyplot and saved it as PLT. And then we're using the method or the function show. So I'm assuming it's just going to show the box plots. So that's my guess at what it all means. And that is my response to exercise 23 for Zed's Learn Python the Hard Way. I'm sure you picked something else different, and these are educated guesses I have. I imagine I'll find out that I'm wrong on some of them. Maybe I have some ideas on the others. But hopefully you found something that was useful, and you will be able to explore some of the possibilities in Python. Anyhow, that's it for exercise 23, and I'll see you around for exercise 24. Hi, I'm Bart Polson. This video is a walkthrough from an exercise in Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to learnpythonthehardway.org and click on Read the Free HTML Online, it'll take you to the table of contents. And in this video, we're going to be doing exercise 24, which is called More Practice. Click on that, it'll take you to this page. And what we're doing really is just going over things that we have done previously. And so we have this, it's a pretty substantial amount of code. And I'm going to go through it bit by bit in Text Wrangler, and then we'll see how it works when we print it out on the console. All right, you go here to Text Wrangler. If that's because I'm on a Mac. You can also use Notepad++ on Windows, or truthfully any text editor that you have. That's fine. Let's go through things one at a time. The first thing is, it says print let's practice everything. So it's going to display that over here on the console in the command line. When we run the program, that's going to show up. And then on the next line, it's going to say, you need to know about escapes with / that do new lines and tabs with lots of things in it. Remember, an escape means, within a string, sometimes you have a command that's supposed to do something, not just print out what's there. So for instance, an easy one is, up here he's got double quotes around this quote. So that's easy. And he's got an apostrophe within side. Now, apostrophe and a single quote, although typographically distinguishable, are the same thing on the keyboard. And so he says, let's practice everything. And then this one you see is in single quotes. It begins and ends with single quotes. And so the fact that he's got an apostrophe inside it, it would normally read that as the end of the string, except because Zed put the / here, that is the escape character. And what it means is read the next thing, not literally, not the way you would normally read it, but read it as a special command, or read it, in this case, as a symbol that does not mean that the string is finished. So that's what we have here. We're escaping the apostrophe. Here's another one where we're escaping apostrophe. The double / is a way of printing a / because, and the trick, of course, is the / is the escape character. So if you have one just all on its own, it's going to expect an escape command after it. And so to get a single backslash to print as an image and not as a command, you need to do the double backslash. So you escape it and then you put a backslash. The backslash n is for new line, and notice that because he has a space after the backslash n, there will be a space at the beginning of this line. If you don't want that, you actually you smash the word right up next to the n. And the same thing here with tabs. The backslash t is the code for tabs. So insert a tab here, and because he has a space after it, there will be a tab and a space that goes into that. Anyhow, so you need to backslash to escape things. That's good. All right, then he has an extended string in triple quotes. He's using triple double quotes. You can use triple single quotes if you want. And it all goes into a variable or an object called poem. And again, that name's arbitrary. You can call it whatever you want. And because he has the triple quotes right here, but then he starts on the next line, it means there will be a blank line at the top of this when it prints in the console. It starts with a tab. So because it's a poem, sometimes, the justification's a little funky. And the lovely world with logic so firmly planted cannot discern. And then here we have a new line and a space. So it'll break into the next line and move it over just one step. The needs of love nor comprehend passion from intuition and requires an explanation. And this means new line. Now we're already on a new line. And by putting that character in there, it means it bumps it down yet one more. So there'll be an empty line in between. And then this is 2 tabs. So it's going to move it over a total of 16 spaces because the tab, when we use it this way in Python, bumps it over 8 spaces where there is none. And then we have the closing triple quotes on a new line, which means there will be a blank space at the end. All right. By the way, as soon as I read this, I started Googling it to try to find out who it was. And, well, at the bottom, under Common Student Questions, Zed says he wrote the poem, which explains why I could only find references to him. So good for you, Zed. Now this command, this set of 3 commands is going to take the poem, because remember, this one doesn't print the poem. It just creates a variable or an object that holds the content of the poem. If you want to see the poem, you have to print it. And that's what this does. This prints, and what this one does is it's actually printing this little dashed line. So the dashes are going to show up in the console, and then it says print poem, and then it's going to print this whole thing right here, and then it's going to put some more dashes at the end. All right, then we're going to do a few other things. We're going to create a variable called 5, the word 5, and it's going to have a little bit of math. 10 minus 2 is 8, plus 3 is 11, minus 6 is 5. And then print, so now show to the console, this should be 5, and then it refers to this variable, the %s, that's called a format, and the S is for a string, so it's actually going to be reading this as a string here, and it's going to be referring back to this number that we just created. All right, then we have a formula. This gets a little complicated. DEF means define the formula. Secret formula is the name, and you can call it whatever you want. It has to be one word, letters, numbers, and underscores only, and can't start with a number. And then it's going to take a single argument. We have to provide one piece of information, which within the function that we're creating here, that piece of information will be fed into a variable called started. We're not going to see the variable started. It's just, that's what it's dealing with internally here. And again, you can call that whatever you want. So what he's going to have is a few variables that are defined within the function. There's going to be a variable called jelly beans, and that gets a value that's equal to the number in started times 500. There's going to be a variable called jars, which is equal to the number of jelly beans divided by 1,000, and then those crates, which is the number of jars, divided by 100. So you see how it's sort of cascading down here. And then it's going to return 3 values. Again, what return does is it makes values available for Python to use. It doesn't put them into variables externally, it doesn't print them or anything, but it makes it available to be used in other things, which we'll see in a moment. Now, the important thing here is that these names, jelly beans, jelly underscore beans, jars, and crates, these are the names of the variables within the function. In that sense, they're an example of what's called a local variable. There are certain sort of situations where you can define a variable like within a function, and that variable name only exists in that function. And that's as opposed to a global variable, which exists everywhere in the program. And you can actually have where a local variable and a global variable have the same name, but because they have different scopes, the local variable only applies, for instance, to the function definition. There's not a conflict. It can lead to confusion, though. Just want you to be aware of that. So here we're defining a new variable called start point, and we're assigning a value of 10,000 to that variable. And then this next line, we're calling the function. So we're going to run the function secret formula that we just defined right up here. And we're going to use this variable that we just made called start point, and we're going to feed that in as our one argument, the one piece of information we have to provide for the function secret formula to work. And then what it's going to do is it's going to create three variables and assign values to them. We asked for these three variables. Now, normally you have to put a variable and then you put the equals, which is the assignment operator, and you put the value that you're going to assign to it, and you would do those on separate lines. One exception is if they all have the same value, you can put variable, 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 and then equals, 100, and they all get 100. But this one's interesting because secret formula returns three values. We can take those three values and feed them into new variables in order. Now, an interesting thing here is that while jars and crates are the same right here, the same names right here and right here, you notice that this one is jelly beans within the function, but this one right here in our overall program is called beans. They don't have to have the same name because it just fills them in order. It just says 1, 2, 3. And so I say here, you could call them X, Y, Z if you wanted, because these are variables that are used outside here. And it just fills them in the order they're listed. That's all you need to know about that. Then we're going to use the print to set some stuff to the console. And it says, with a starting point of D, that's, our format for digit, and the start point, that's the variable we created right here. So it's going to put 10,000 right there. Then it says print, we'd have so many beans, so many jars, and so many crates. And then it takes the values that we just got from right here by calling the function. And then we're going to make a change. We're going to take the start point variable and we're going to modify it. Now this is a variation of the increment function where we're just going to take the value. We're going to assign to that value the current value divided by 10. And I know it looks weird to have this, that x is equal to x divided by 10, but it's okay to do that because what it does is it takes the existing value, divides it by 10, and then assigns it to the new one. And it's a nice way of working with a single variable that you want to have several values as you go through. Okay, next thing we're going to do is we're going to call on this function, and we're going to say we can also do it this way. We'd have so many beans, so many jars, so many crates. And then this time, instead of specifically referring to the variables that we created right up here by calling, so we called on the function and we created variables and assigned values to them. This time we skipped those intermediate variables and we just call on the function. And it's going to put its three values into these three spaces that we have in here. And so it's actually a very clean way. It's a little faster, a little easier way of running the function and using that. So now we can go over here to the console, and now I recently started, so I'm in my root directory. BP is the name of my computer. The tilde stands for my root working directory. If I do pwd, you see it's users.bart. That's on my Mac. So I need to change it to this one that has my scripts in it. And so I'm going to do cd and then space. Now, by the way, I don't have to change it to this. I can also just give the entire path to the file. That's one way of doing it, but it's a little easier to be working in here. So I do cd and a space, and then here from the Finder, I just drag the folder in, and it puts in the whole path, and it's a long path. And I hit return, and now I'm in my scripts folder. I'm going to clear this out by just typing the word clear. And now I type Python and exercise ex24.py, and there you go. Let's practice everything you need to know about scapes with backslash that do new lines. You see it broke it down into a new line. Let's get that. This is the one we're looking at right now. it broke it into a new line and it put the space after it, and tabs and it put a space there too. Great. Then we have these dashes that were printed by this right here. Because remember, this doesn't print the poem, it just defines it or loads it into an object. Then we call on it, and you can see the way that the spacing works on this particular one. It has a tab at the beginning, it's got a new line and a space here, it's got a new line and 2 tabs at the bottom. Looks like a poem. And then we've got the row of dashes here at the bottom. And then it goes straight into the math. We get 5 from doing our little bit of math. Then we have the jelly beans, where it prints our starting point, and it does the math, and it fills this in. The first time it goes through, it's using the intermediate variables, beans, jars, and crates, that we created right here by calling the function. On the other hand, the second time we run it through, and we get different values because we've divided the starting point by 10. That's what we did right here. Then we just call the value, we just call the function, and it fills it all in directly, and we get these numbers. Anyhow, that's all there is in exercise 24. It's a lot of stuff, but it's all refresher of things that we've done already, and we're going to have more of that in the next exercise, so I'll see you there momentarily. Thanks. Hi, this is Bart Polson. This video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to his website, learnpythonthehardway.org, and click on Read the Free HTML Online, that'll take you to the table of contents. You got to scroll up a little bit. In this exercise, in this video, we're going to be looking at exercise 25, which he calls Even More Practice. If you click on that, it'll take you to this page. Now, there's not an enormous amount of code here, but conceptually, there's some stuff that's pretty big here because we're doing something fundamentally different from what we've done before. And it can be a little hard to figure out how to even start this one. Now, typing the code is not difficult. We're defining functions, but one of the things you may notice as you go through it is we're only defining functions. There is no actual execution in this, but Zed wants us to do that. On the other hand, we're going to be executing in Python and not from the command line the way that we've done every other time. So what I've done is I've put this all into Text Wrangler, and I've got a lot of comments on it, and then I'm going to run through all of the executions that Zed talks about, plus a few alternatives. So here's the first thing. I've just got an explanation here that what we're creating here is a module. Now, you know that we've imported modules before, for instance, to get argv, the argument variables. Those are modules we imported. We're going to create a module, and then we're going to call it and use it to perform some, functions. One of the things is we're going to call it ex25, and when you call it, you do not put on the .py or you get an error message. I'll show you that when we get to it. And we're going to run through the definitions that Zed created, and then I've got a ton of instructions at the bottom where I run through everything one step at a time. Okay, here we go. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to define a function with def, and then it's going to be called break words. And then stuff, this means it takes one argument, and you have to provide some sort of variable there, and it will read it as stuff. That's the name of the variable internally in the function. You don't have to call it that. And then this right here is a short explanation of what the function does. I'll show you later that if you type help for the function in Python, you'll get this text back. And this is what it does. Oops, excuse me. Now what it's going to do here is it's going to take this one argument, that's the variable name, for instance, the name of the sentence that we just applied, and it's going to use a built-in function called split. And that's one that already exists in Python. We don't have to create that. And what this means is you got to tell it what to split things on. If you wanted to split it at commas, you would put a little comma there. If you wanted to split on tabs, you would put the symbol for a tab there. We're going to be splitting on blanks, on spaces between words. And that's actually pretty reasonable because in English, we put spaces between the words. Now, it means the punctuation will carry over, but that's not a big deal. So we're going to take our thing that we supply, which internally is known as stuff. We're going to use the built-in function split. We're going to split it on spaces in the text, and we'll feed that into an object called words. And then what this function is going to do is it's going to return an object called, it's going to return words. Now, please note, it doesn't print it. It doesn't do anything. Again, when you have a return, what that does is it makes it available for other functions. So if you want to feed that into a variable or if you want to print it, you can call it and you can do that and the information is there. But on its own, it doesn't go any further than simply calculating this. You have to find some way to manipulate it or display it. All right, then we're going to do another function that's called sort words. And notice this one's interesting because its input is the output from this one, or rather, you can use it. These ones, they don't talk directly to each other. This is just the name of an argument, but we tend to take, in Zed's demonstrations, we take the results of this first one and we feed it into the second one. And we got our little explanation that it sorts the words. And again, it returns something. It uses a built-in function that's called sorted. And it's going to sort the words that we have and it's going to return it. And again, that means it doesn't print it. It makes it available for other functions. Then we're going to create a function called print first word. So you give it a bunch of words. And what it's going to do is it's going to find the very first one. That's what pop 0 is going to do. It means go to the beginning of this list and then print that. So this one actually prints it. It will display the first word in the console. The other one's just return it and make it available. This one actually puts it out there. Similarly, we're going to do print last words using the built-in function pop. And the -1 means to go to the end of the line. And it displays it the same way. Then we have another one called sort sentence that we're going to create. And it takes a single argument, and this time you want to feed it an entire sentence. And it's going to use, now this is interesting. It's going to rely on a function that we've already done. It's going to use break words. Well, break words is one that we defined right up here. So it's sort of a second order function. And it's going to read that into words, and then it's going to sort them, and then it will return a sorted list. And so what the difference is here is it does the same thing basically as these two, but it means it does it all at once. All right, after that, we'll have one called print first and last, and this is also going to use break words, and it's going to use these print first word and print last word that we just defined, right here. And, again, since this relies on the sorted words, it's, again, another sort of second order function. And you'll notice it doesn't say whether it prints or returns anything. That's because it relies on these functions. So break words, for instance, that's this one. It returns something, makes it available. Print first word actually displays it, and print last word actually displays it. So we're going to have some information that's made available, some that's displayed. Then we have this function, print first and last in a sentence. After it takes a sentence, it sorts it, then it prints the first and the last. So again, and it's drawing on the functions that we created above. Okay, I believe that's our last function. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through the instructions on how to work all this. Obviously, you need to save the file. I've got it saved over here in my scripts folder. And if you want to see it, there's the thing, and there's all my comments at the bottom that I'm going to explain to you in just a moment. You save it and then you run it. Now, this one works a little differently. Let me show you the instructions here. First off, you want to start Python. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to start Python by typing Python. Now you'll notice right now I'm in this BART $ is the Unix or the command line prompt. That's going to change in a second to the Python prompt. You see, so now it opens up my copy of Python. I'm using the nthawk canopy distribution. And this, the 3 arrows, is the Python prompt. So the first thing we do is we start Python. The second thing we do is we import the module. Now again, that's the script that we created, but the way we do this is we just type in this information right here. We do import ex25. Do not do the .py or you'll get an error message. It's a little weird, anyhow. So we import that. Now you can't really tell that anything's happened because it just gives you the prompt again, but you didn't get an error message. By the way, you'll see right down here, I've got this ex25.py. When I ran this, as soon as I hit this command import, it created a new file called ex25.pyc. And that is called a Python bytecode document. And what it is if you're going to use this module again, it helps it load a little bit faster. On the other hand, the file's not necessary. You can delete it if you want, and it'll just recreate it the next time it goes through. But it is there sort of as a processing convenience for the language. All right, now we're going to create an object to work with. So that's our sort of our variable. And I'm going to use the string that Zed did. So I'm going to create an object called sentence, and I'm going to assign to it this text. All good things come to those who wait. It's in quotes. So there we go. And just in case you want to see it, once it's loaded, if you just type its name, there it is. So we know it's in there. It's in the memory. Now I'm going to come over here, and we're going to run our first function. The first one was break words, and this is how I'm going to do it. The way that Zed did is he's going to create a new object called words, and he's going to assign to it sentence, but running the function. And the way you call the function right now, I'll show you there's actually a shortcut way to do it, but we're going to do it this way for right now, is you do ex25 to indicate the module that you're pulling it from. And then there's the dot operator to say, and then this function. And we're going to apply it to that object, and we're going to feed it into this object. So it's kind of long and circuitous, but I'm going to hit return. And then if you want to see what it actually looks like, you can do this. Type words. And now you see it's got a list here of every word now split into its own thing and separated. So on the other hand, it is possible to do this in one fell swoop if you want. You don't have to use the intermediate variable, although we're going to use it in some other things. I want you to just be aware that you can also do this. Print ex20. So all I'm going to do here is I'm going to say print and call the command. Notice I'm not feeding it into an object called words, and I'm not printing words. I get the exact same thing. So if you don't need to save it for use later, this might be a faster way to do it. All right. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to run sort words. We're going to feed that into an object also, a little variable, sorted words, where we use ex25.sortWords, and we're going to apply it to words. So that's this list that we just created. We're going to do that. And if you want to see what the results look like, you can just type in that. And now you see that they're in alphabetical order. Okay. After that, we're going to run print first word. Now this is one that actually has a print in its command. In fact, if I come up here, you'll see it. Print first word. This one includes print, so it's going to actually show it to the console. The other ones only had return, so you had to do something if you wanted to see the results. So there's the first word, and it's coming back up to this one that's in the order of the sentence. All good things come to those who wait. But we can do this one now. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to print last word. Again, same thing except it shows the end. Print last word. And again, I call it by doing ex25.print last word, and then my one argument is I tell it what to pull it from, and we're using this one words that we created. And there it is, waits at the end. All right, now we're going to do sort sentence. Now I need to make a quick thing here. In Zed's instructions on his web page, let's see here, he's running it through. We're doing sort sentence, and I should be able to find this. He calls it sorted words. He feeds it into sorted words. I think that might be a mistake because he's been labeling everything else by the name of the function. So I'm actually going to call it sorted sentence. Let's see here. Sorted sentence. Okay. hit return, and then if you want to see the object, by the way, you can tell I'm just copying and pasting. There it is. Now, here's the deal. This looks exactly the same as sorted words. The difference is sorted words was a two-step process. First, we split everything into words, then we sorted it. So we had to call two different commands or two different functions. This is a single function. Now, the trick, of course, is it's a single function that calls on the other functions. So it actually does the two functions, but it does them internally. And so it makes it a little easier for you to deal with. Okay. Next, we're going to run the command, which is print first and last words. I'll just come down here and hit that, and all wait. So it's going to the original sentence, and all is the first word, and wait with the period is the last word. And then the last function we're going to call right now is print first and last sorted. And so what this one does is instead of going back to the original sentence, it goes to the sorted list. And anyhow, and so you see it starts with all, because all is not only the beginning of the word in alphabetical order is the first one, but who is the last word when you go in alphabetical order. Okay, now there's just one or two more things I want to explain. You can get help on your own information. So look, if we're in Python, you do help, and you'll do ex25. And watch what happens. You get a couple of things. First off, you get this description, and that is just this block of text that I put at the top. That's convenient. And then for each of the functions, you get, it says what all the functions are, and it gives their text. That's the stuff that's in triple quotes here. I can scroll through the whole thing. I'm going to hit the space bar, and now we're at the end. Yeah. So there's all our stuff in triple quotes. We have a total list of the functions, the arguments they take, and basically what they do. But again, we provided that information. I'm going to hit Q to quit this. And I want to show you that you can also get function help on a specific function. So for instance, we can type in this. It's this. So this says, go to the module ex25, but give me help for just this one function, break words. And now you see it gives us just that one function's name, its argument, and what it does. And I'm going to press Q to get out of there. All right, nearly done. Now, there is a shortcut way. I mentioned earlier, you see how we've been typing the ex25 at the beginning of everything? There's a way that you can avoid doing that. And what it is sort of a way of telling Python, everything I'm going to use these functions from ex25. Now, what this is going to require is that I import it a little differently. So I'm actually going to quit Python, and you do QUIT and then the open and close parentheses to quit Python. So now that's gone. I'm going to clear the screen by doing Command K. I'm going to start over just for a moment. And what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to do the import in a slightly different way. Instead of saying import ex25, which is what I did last time, I'm going to do from ex25 import star. That's an asterisk. And that means import all of the functions. But when you do this, you then don't have to specify the ex25 at the beginning of everything. So for instance, now I can do this. Instead of having to put ex25 dot, I can just do print break word sentence. Oh, I'm sorry, I first have to load the sentence. Let me get the sentence back in there. Let's see here. Because when I quit Python, that left the memory. So I'm going to first, whoops. Okay, I'm just going to let that screw up. Now we'll put in the sentence. And now I can run it by doing print break words. Voila, I didn't have to specify the ex25, so it's slightly simpler. And the very last thing I want to say is just remember to quit Python, QUIT, and parentheses, and you're done. So it's a very long exercise. There's a lot going on there, but these are functions and approaches that are going to be very helpful in the future. So hope you're able to follow all of that, and I'll see you in the next exercise. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to his website, learnpythonthehardway.org, and then click here on Read the Free HTML Online, that'll take you to the table of contents. The one that we're dealing with right here is, scroll down a little bit, is exercise 26. We're about halfway through. This one's called Congratulations, Take a Test. If you click on that, it'll take you to this. And what it is in this case is he's asking us to troubleshoot some code. So what we need to do is download this file here. This is the one where we don't type a file. We read it and we fix it. And it's information from exercises 24 and 25 that he says that he's either added random characters or removed stuff or basically messed them up. If you click on this, this is the file. It's a text file here. And what I did is I copied it and pasted it into my text editor, Text Wrangler. So let me go right there. So there it is. I've saved it into Text Wrangler, and I saved it as a Python file, so it did the code coloring correctly. And then I actually saved it as saved a duplicate. And at the moment it's blank. By the way, if you open up two files in Python, it's going to open up a window right here. Let me show you just for a second. Let me just open up another one, exercise 25. Now this can be a very handy thing to have two documents open up in sort of one window. If you don't want that, well, if you want them in separate windows, you can just come here and either, let's see here, move to new window. Or you can just right click on it too. I'm doing a two-finger click on my trackpad. Move to new window. Now it's in its own window. And that's what I did here. And then to get rid of this, you can either use the view hide files, or you can do a command 0. I'll do the command 0 here. So that's gone now, and I'll make this take up half the screen. But what I did is I actually copied this over to another file. I have it saved as EX exercise 26A and exercise 26B. And on B, I went through all of my revisions and I've annotated each one of them. So let me show you what I got here. The first thing is this one. We're defining a function, break words, stuff, and truthfully, this one looks like everything got copied okay. So I think that one's all right. By the way, I went through this whole thing just reading the text, and then I had to run it about 3 times. I would run it and find some errors, and it took me a little while to chase them down. And so it took me maybe 20 minutes to do this thing altogether, but this is my result. The next one is sort words, and it is correct. It's okay, although I thought this was wrong, and I tried fixing it, and that actually caused some of my problems later on, but it's okay the way it is. The next one here is define print first words, and we're just missing a colon right here, so I needed to add a colon. And then words poop is not the correct one, it's pop. So I made those 2 changes. Print last words. This one was just missing the closing parenthesis. That should go right there. So I added that on. All right, next one. That looked okay. Sort sentence. One after that, print first and last. That looked okay. Print first and last sorted. That looked okay. All right, now we're ready to do stuff. These 2 print lines look okay to me. Then we come down here, the poem. I thought he would try to sneak something in there, but it looks okay. As well as this thing that prints some dashes above it and prints the poem, then dashes below it. That looks good. All right, fundamental error. If you subtract 5, this is 10 minus 2 is 8, plus 3 is 11, minus 5 is 6. So you have to change this last one to 6 so that the result is 5. All right, then we have our new formula here, secret formula, which takes 1 argument. And this part's fine. This is a backslash. We can't have a backslash for division. That's actually used to escape a character, and it's going to screw things up. So I just changed it to a /. Otherwise, it's okay. All right, this one It said bean jars crates, and it had a double equals. We actually use double equals, but that's when we're doing what's called a Boolean operator, where you're trying to figure when this value is exactly equal to this one, then do this. But that's not what we use for an assignment operator. It just needs to be a single equal sign. Also, start point can't have a dash in there, but you can have an underscore. So I changed that. All right, now here we had print. We'd have jeans. Jeans just needs to be changed to beans. And that is all that one needs, just a small typo there. It'd still work. It just when it printed out, it would have a wrong word on it. Okay, then we have this other option. We have so many beans, jars, crab apples, and secret formula information here. Okay, crab apples right here should be crates. So I changed that. Start point. That's a typo. That needs to be start point. So it refers back to this variable we have right here. And there's no closing parenthesis. So I needed to add that right there. And with that, that one's good. All right, the sentence, all good things come to those who wait. We got a couple of typos in there. It says God when it needs to be good, and we have a tab inserted in there for reasons that are unclear, so I just removed that, and we have our homonyms, our homophones, we've got wait, it needs to be changed to the other wait. All right, now we got a tricky one down here because we typed stuff like this previously where we do words equals ex25.breakwords, but that's if we've created a module and referring back to the module and running in Python. We're not doing that. We're just using functions that are defined within this file. So I remove the ex25 dot, and then it just get the rest of it's normal. Same thing for sorted words. Okay, now things get a little kind of crazy. This one has a dot at the beginning. That's going to cause an error because dot print is not a command. So I had to remove that. And then this one had the ex25 also, just had to remove that. Here we just had a typo. It says print, it's supposed to say print, just had to add a T. And then we have this one. We just first is missing a letter, so I added an F to make it first. This one has a couple of typos. First off, the leading spaces are a problem. In a lot of other languages, white space doesn't mean anything, but in Python it does. And it leads Python to believe that this is part of like a function or a block with the line above it. It's not, so I got to remove those leading spaces. The A here needs to be the word and sentence needs to be sentence. And I believe, let's see here. I believe that's it. All right, and when that's all set, what we do is we come over to the terminal and I type in Python and the name of the file. I'm doing exercise 26b.py. I'll just make this window a little bigger for a second. Hit return. And there it is. Everything printed out just the way it needs to be. So hopefully you were able to find those errors as well. And maybe you feel a little accomplished. Anyhow, thank you, and I'll see you in the next exercise. Bye-bye. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. You can get to the text by going to learnpythonthehardway.org and then clicking on Read the Free HTML Online. That'll take you to the table of contents. And right now, we are going to look at exercise 28, which is called Boolean Practice. Remember, Boolean logic after bool refers to true-false statements. And if you click on that, it takes you to this page. And what Zed is asking us to do is use the truth tables we got in the last exercise and apply them to these 20 statements and try to decide on our own whether we think they would be true or false, and then to test our answers by entering these into the terminal over here, which will give us a yes or no. And so what I have done is I've entered this text into Text Wrangler, and I've put in a bunch of comments to explain why I think each of the answers is the way it is. Let's start with the first one here. The question is, what I've done here is I've made it so that when I run the program, it will print out the question number, a space, then it'll have the actual expression itself, which will appear in the command line as either just a true or a false. It evaluates that statement. And then I have in parentheses and a question mark here what I believe the question's answer is. So for instance, first one, true and true. Well, when you have an and statement, this and that, for it to be true, both of them need to be true. And in this case they are, so that one will be true. Number two, it's false and false. Well, in an and statement, if either one of them, if anything is false, then the whole thing is false. So what I have here is false, and it doesn't even matter what the second one is, because the first one's false, so the whole thing is false. It's like, what's 0 times 1,412? Well, the other second number doesn't even matter, because anything times 0 is 0. Anything, any and statement with a false is false. And so that's all I need to go, so that one's going to be false. Number three, 1 equals is 1. Now remember, this is the double equals, which is the Boolean, meaning is this equal to this? Not the same as the assignment operator, which is a single equal sign. So 1 equals to 1 and 2 is equal to 1. All right, 1 equals to 1, that's true. 2 equal to 1, that's false. And because it's an and statement, they both need to be true. But because they're not both true, the overall statement is false. Number 4, test equals test. Well, the text is identical. The capitalization is the same, space is the same, everything is the same, so that's going to be true. Number 5, 1 is equal to 1 or 2 is not equal to 1. So 1 is equal to 1, that's true. And because this is an or statement, if anything in there is true, then the whole thing is true, this or that or the other. And the first one is true, so the second one's totally irrelevant. That being said, 2 is not equal to 1. That's true, but it doesn't matter because the first one's true, so we can just leave it there and the whole statement is true. Number 6, true and 1 equals 1. Well, that's true and true. Remember, because this is an and statement, it's asking if two things are true both at once, you have to evaluate both of them all the way through, and they all have to be true. So this one's going to be true. Number 7, false and 0 not equal to 0. Well, false is false and 0 not equal to 0. It turns out that because this is an and statement, the fact that the first one is false, I don't even have to evaluate the second one. Because remember, they both have to be true for it to be anything, for it to be true. And the first one's false, so the second one's irrelevant, but 0 not equal to 0, no, that's false because 0 is equal to 0. But because the first one is false, it doesn't even matter, so the whole statement is false. Number 8, true or 1 equal to 1. The first statement it says is true, and because this is an or, I don't even need to go any further. I do know that 1 equal to 1 is true, but because I only need a single true for the entire statement to be true, because it's an or, not an and, because it's an or, the whole statement is true. Number 9, test equals testing. False, because the text is not identical. It needs to be exactly the same characters and the same capitalization, it needs to be identical. These are not, so it's going to be false. Number 10, let me bring this into the middle here. That didn't move. Number 10, 1 not equal to 0 and 2 equal to 1. Well, 1 not equal to 0, that's true. But because this is an and statement, I have to check that everything is true. 2 equal to 1, that is false, and so the entire thing is false. Number 11, test not equal to testing. Well, they're not identical, and the exclamation mark equals asks, are they not equal to each other? And it is true that they are not equal to each other, so the entire statement is true. Number 12, test equals 1. No, they're different from each other, so that's false. Okay, number 13, not true and false. Now, when you start getting these compound things, it helps to remember order of operations, just kind of start inside and evaluate things one at a time. And it's like I'm telling my kids when they do their algebra, show every step. And so what I do here is I copy down the not, and the statement that's inside the parentheses. Now, true and false. Remember, with an and, they both have to be true or the whole thing is false. So I turn it to false, not false, and the opposite of false is true. So there's that. Number 14, not 1 equals 1 and 0 not equal to 1. Again, complicated, but solve it one step at a time and write every step. So I put 1 not equal to 1, 0 equals 1, so that's not 1 is equal to 1, so that's true, and 0 not equal to 1, that's true. This is an and statement, so if they are both true, the entire statement is true. So I copy down the not and put the true in there, and the opposite of true is false. So that's going to be the answer to that one. Number 15, not 10 equals 1 or 1,000 equals 1,000. Again, copy it all down. 10 equals 1 is false, or 1,000 equals 1,000, that's true. Because it's an or statement and only one of them has to be true, the entire statement is true. And so not true is equal to false. Number 16, not 1 not equal to 10 or 3 equal to 4. Okay, copy it all down. 1 not equal to 10, that's true. And this is an or statement, so the rest of it's irrelevant because I only need a single or. But just in case you want to know, 3 equal to 4, that's false, but it doesn't matter because the entire statement in the parentheses evaluates to true. And then it's not true, so it's equal to false. Number 17, not testing equals testing and Z equals cool guy. All right, testing equals testing. They're written exactly the same, so that's true. Z equals cool guy. Now, he may or may not be a cool guy, but the point is the text is not identical letter for letter, so that's false. This is an and statement, so because they're not all true, it's false as a whole. So there's false, and not false is equal to true. Number 18, 1 equals 1, and not testing equals 1 or 1 equals 0. Again, write it down, solve it just step by step. 1 equals 1 is true. And then I go into the parentheses here. Testing equals 1. No, they're not identical. There's not identical characters in the same order, so that's false. Or 1 equals 0. That's also false. Now, an or, you only need one of them to be true, but both of these are false, and so it evaluates to false. So we now have true and not false. But so we take this second part here that says not false. Well, the opposite of false is true. That leaves us with true and true. And when both statements are true, the entire evaluation is true. That's a long one. We got through it. Next, chunky equals bacon and not 3 equals 4 or 3 equals 3. All right, chunky equals bacon. That is false. And this is an and statement, so the rest of it doesn't matter because we have at least one false in there. But just in case you were wondering, 3 equals 4, that's false. 3 equals 3, that's true. That's an or, so it evaluates the true. But not true is equal to false, so that's false and false. But with an and statement, if anything is false, the whole thing is false, and that's what we have here. And the last one, number 20, it's long. 3 equals 3 and not testing equals testing or Python equals fun. 3 equals 3. That's true. I copy down the not and do testing equals testing. It's identical characters in the same order. So that's true. And because it's an or, the second part is actually irrelevant. I only need one thing to be true. But in case you were wondering, Python equals fun, that's false because they are not identical characters. Now, true or false evaluates to true. And here I have true and not true. So that's true and the opposite of true is false. So I have true and false. And that, again, because this one is an and, they both have to be true. They're not both true. One of them is false, so the entire statement is false. Okay, that's really long and wordy, but I want to show you how I can evaluate it all automatically right here. All I need to do is type in Python and then ex28.py, and you'll see how well I did. It's just going to print out the question number, whether Python evaluates it to true or false, and then compare it with my answer. And so here we go. True, true, false, 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 true, 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 false, true, false, 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 true, false, true, false, false, false. And it appears that I got them all right, so I'm feeling pretty proud of myself. Hopefully that'll make more sense as you work through it. And again, don't forget, you can just type these things into the command line also, and it will let you know what's going on. Anyhow, that's exercise 28. Hope that made sense, and I'll see you for 29. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a sort of walkthrough for an exercise from Zed Shaw's Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to learnpythonthehardway.org, you will be able to read his text. You go to Read the Free HTML Online. If you click on that, it takes you to the table of contents, and in this video, we're taking a look at exercise 27, which is called Memorizing Logic. And if you click on that, it takes you to this page. Now, I said sort of a walkthrough a moment ago, and the reason for that is there's actually nothing to type here. We're not going to use the terminal. We're not going to use Text Wrangler or Notepad++. This is about sort of memorizing some of the principles of logic. Now, the deal is this. Logic allows you to do tests that say, for instance, do this when this condition occurs. So when this is equal to this, start over, or if it exceeds this, stop. And those are really useful for gauging processes. And you use them with logical tests. And logic in this case means something that is either true or false. That's what we got right here. True or false. And it's also called a truth test, or the truth terms. And we're going to be using a few different operations here, and, or, not. And then, I'm going to make this bigger here. There we go. Let me just save for a moment. We're also going to use the exclamation mark and equals is equal to not equal. See, that's one right there. Two equal signs together mean is this equal to this, or when this is equal to this. We have greater than equal, less than equal, and then the terms true and false, which are actually sort of system keywords. And when you use them, you don't have to put quotes around them because it recognizes them as what they mean. Anyhow, here's the thing you need to know. First off, this stuff is sort of invisible. You need to know that if something is not false, then the result of that is true. And if something is not true, then the result of that test is false. This next one here is about or. And the idea is you have two conditions, and if either one of them is true, then the result is true. So, it's like, let me know if this person is over 5'6", or if they're left-handed. Either one of them works. So if it's true or false, well, one of those is true. If it's true or true, of course, that gets true. False or true, well, there's a true in there. So that gets you a true result. And that means trigger the thing that we're going to do. So if either of these conditions is met. On the other hand, if both of the conditions are false, then the result is false and the condition doesn't trigger. This next one here is and this means that both of them have to be true. It's a conjunction test. And so the only thing that works in this case is when you have true and true. Both conditions must be true. If either one of them or both of them is false, then it doesn't carry through. It does not trigger the response. And so you can see that here. Here we have not or. So it's really just the opposite of the or above. And so you see, for instance, here under or, we have true, 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 false. Here we have false, 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 true. And really what you do is you first do the or, and then you just flip it around. And so this or this, and yeah, one of them's true, but you flip it to not, so it becomes false. I've never really used the not or in this way. Not and is just the inverse of the and statements. And so you look at, for instance, for an and, if you have two conditions and they both have to be true, the only one that's going to be true is when you have true and true. And again, it's going to be when the variable x is over 12 and the variable y is equal to 0. And that sort of stuff happens. And if both of them are true, then it triggers the response. That's what's going on here. But in this case, the not flips it around. A little weird. Okay, this one shows up occasionally, and it is the not equals to. And so, for instance, the question here is 1 not equal to 0. Well, correct. 1 and 0 are different numbers, so it's true that they are not equal. 1 not equal to 1? No, they are equal, so the question of whether they're not equal is false. And I think you can follow the logic there. And then down here at the bottom, this is equals, but it's the logic, it's the logical equality. And so it's asking if these two numbers are equal to each other. Is 1 equal to 0? No. It's 1 equal to 1? Yes. And so forth and so on. Anyhow, all you got to do is learn how to memorize these. And you think about them in terms, again, that your program's going to do something like advance to the next step once either more than 10 seconds have passed or a person clicks the mouse. And so that can be these two different conditions. If either one of those is true, advance. Or it might be something the person has to have been there for at least 10 seconds and they click the mouse. That's an and. And so this is a way of deciding when you're going to trigger a response or get out of a loop or something like that. So you do use these conditions a lot. And so just spend a little bit of time trying to work these out. Also, feel free to get on Google and search up examples of when you use these Boolean operators in programming. Anyhow, you'll see some examples pretty soon, and I hope to see you again. Bye. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. You can get to the text by going to learnpythonthehardway.org and then clicking on Read the Free HTML Online. That'll take you to the table of contents. And right now, we are going to look at exercise 28, which is called Boolean Practice. Remember, Boolean logic after bool refers to true-false statements. And if you click on that, it takes you to this page. And what Zed is asking us to do is use the truth tables we got in the last exercise and apply them to these 20 statements and try to decide on our own whether we think they would be true or false, and then to test our answers by entering these into the terminal over here, which will give us a yes or no. And so what I have done is I've entered this text into Text Wrangler, and I've put in a bunch of comments to explain why I think each of the answers is the way it is. Let's start with the first one here. The question is, what I've done here is I've made it so that when I run the program, it will print out the question number, a space, then it'll have the actual expression itself, which will appear in the command line as either just a true or a false. It evaluates that statement. And then I have in parentheses and a question mark here what I believe the question's answer is. So for instance, first one, true and true. Well, when you have an and statement, this and that, for it to be true, both of them need to be true. And in this case they are, so that one will be true. Number two, it's false and false. Well, in an and statement, if either one of them, if anything is false, then the whole thing is false. So what I have here is false, and it doesn't even matter what the second one is because the first one's false, so the whole thing is false. It's like, what's 0 times 1,412? Well, the other second number doesn't even matter because anything times 0 is 0. Any and statement with a false is false. And so that's all I need to go, so that one's going to be false. Number three, 1 equals 1. Now remember, this is the double equals, which is the Boolean, meaning is this equal to this? Not the same as the assignment operator, which is a single equal sign. So 1 equals to 1 and 2 is equal to 1. All right, 1 equals to 1, that's true. 2 equal to 1, that's false. And because it's an and statement, they both need to be true. But because they're not both true, the overall statement is false. Number 4, test equals test. Well, the text is identical. The capitalization is the same, space is the same, everything is the same, so that's going to be true. Number 5, 1 is equal to 1 or 2 is not equal to 1. So 1 is equal to 1, that's true. And because this is an or statement, if anything in there is true, then the whole thing is true, this or that or the other. And the first one is true, so the second one's totally irrelevant. That being said, 2 is not equal to 1. That's true, but it doesn't matter because the first one's true, so we can just leave it there and the whole statement is true. Number 6, true and 1 equals 1. Well, that's true and true. Remember, because this is an and statement, it's asking if two things are true both at once, you have to evaluate both of them all the way through, and they all have to be true. So this one's going to be true. Number 7, false and 0 not equal to 0. Well, false is false and 0 not equal to 0. It turns out that because this is an and statement, the fact that the first one is false, I don't even have to evaluate the second one. Because remember, they both have to be true for it to be anything, for it to be true. And the first one's false, so the second one's irrelevant, but 0 not equal to 0, no, that's that's false because 0 is equal to 0. But because the first one is false, it doesn't even matter, so the whole statement is false. Number 8, true or 1 equal to 1. The first statement it says is true, and because this is an or, I don't even need to go any further. I do know that 1 equal to 1 is true, but because I only need a single true for the entire statement to be true, because it's an or, not an and, because it's an or, the whole statement is true. Number 9, test equals testing. False, because the text is not identical. It needs to be exactly the same characters and the same capitalization, it needs to be identical. These are not, so it's going to be false. Number 10, let me bring this into the middle here. It didn't move. Number 10, 1 not equal to 0 and 2 equal to 1. Well, 1 not equal to 0, that's true, but because this is an and statement, I have to check that everything is true. 2 equal to 1, that is false, and so the entire thing is false. Number 11, test not equal to testing. Well, they're not identical, and the exclamation mark equals asks, are they not equal to each other? And it is true that they are not equal to each other, so the entire statement is true. Number 12, test equals 1. No, they're different from each other, so that's false. Okay, number 13, not true and false. Now, when you start getting these compound things, it helps to remember order of operations, just kind of start inside and evaluate things one at a time. And it's like I'm telling my kids when they do their algebra, show every step. And so what I do here is I copy down the not and the statement that's inside the parentheses. Now, true and false. Remember, with an and, they both have to be true or the whole thing is false. So I turn it to false, not false, and the opposite of false is true. So there's that. Number 14, not 1 equals 1 and 0 not equal to 1. Again, complicated, but solve it one step at a time and write every step. So I put 1 not equal to 1, 0 equals 1, so that's not 1 is equal to 1, so that's true, and 0 not equal to 1, that's true. This is an and statement, so if they are both true, the entire statement is true. So I copy down the not and put the true in there, and the opposite of true is false. So that's going to be the answer to that one. Number 15, not 10 equals 1 or 1,000 equals 1,000. Again, copy it all down. 10 equals 1 is false, or 1,000 equals 1,000, that's true. Because it's an or statement, and only one of them has to be true, the entire statement is true. And so not true is equal to false. Number 16, not 1 not equal to 10 or 3 equal to 4. Okay, copy it all down. 1 not equal to 10, that's true. And this is an or statement, so the rest of it's irrelevant because I only need a single or. But just in case you want to know, 3 equal to 4, that's false, but it doesn't matter because the entire statement in the parentheses evaluates to true. And then it's not true, so it's equal to false. Number 17, not testing equals testing and Z equals cool guy. All right, testing equals testing. They're written exactly the same, so that's true. Z equals cool guy. Now, he may or may not be a cool guy, but the point is the text is not identical letter for letter, so that's false. This is an and statement, so because they're not all true, it's false as a whole. So there's false, and not false is equal to true. Number 18, 1 equals 1, and not testing equals 1 or 1 equals 0. Again, write it down, solve it just step by step. 1 equals 1 is true. And then I go into the parentheses here. Testing equals 1. No, they're not identical. There's not identical characters in the same order, so that's false. Or 1 equals 0. That's also false. Now, in or, you only need one of them to be true, but both of these are false, and so it evaluates to false. So we now have true and not false. But so we take this second part here that says not false. Well, the opposite of false is true. That leaves us with true and true. And when both statements are true, the entire evaluation is true. That's a long one. We got through it. Next, chunky equals bacon and not 3 equals 4 or 3 equals 3. All right, chunky equals bacon. That is false. And this is an and statement, so the rest of it doesn't matter because we have at least one false in there. But just in case you were wondering, 3 equals 4, that's false. 3 equals 3, that's true. That's an OR, so it evaluates the true. But not true is equal to false, so that's false and false. But with an AND statement, if anything is false, the whole thing is false, and that's what we have here. And the last one, number 20, it's long. 3 equals 3 and not testing equals testing or Python equals fun. 3 equals 3. That's true. I copy down the not and do testing equals testing. It's identical characters in the same order. So that's true. And because it's an OR, the second part is actually irrelevant. I only need one thing to be true. But in case you were wondering, Python equals fun, that's false because they are not identical characters. Now, true or false evaluates to true. And here I have true and not true. So that's true and the opposite of true is false. So I have true and false. And that, again, because this one is an and, they both have to be true. They're not both true. One of them is false, so the entire statement is false. Okay, that's really long and wordy, but I want to show you how I can evaluate it all automatically right here. All I need to do is type in Python and then ex28.py, and you'll see how well I did. It's just going to print out the question number, whether Python evaluates it to true or false, and then compare it with my answer. And so here we go. True, true, false, 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 true, 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 false, true, false, 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 true, false, true, false, false, false. And it appears that I got them all right, so I'm feeling pretty proud of myself. Hopefully that'll make more sense as you work through it. And again, don't forget, you can just type these things into the command line also, and it will let you know what's going on. Anyhow, that's exercise 28. Hope that made sense, and I'll see you for 29. Hi, this is Bart Paulson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. Go to his webpage, learnpythonthehardway.org, and click on Read the Free HTML Online. That'll take you to the table of contents, and in this exercise, we're going to look at number 30, else and if. And if you click on that, it'll take you to this page. This is an extension of what we did in the last one, which was creating if blocks, which execute a command only if a particular condition is met. In this one, it gets a little more elaborate because we provide more than one condition. We say, if this is true, then exercise this. Otherwise, do this, or maybe even otherwise do this third thing. You can set up as many as you want, but this is the text that we're going to be entering right here. It's similar to what we had in the last one. We have just a couple blocks, and I'll explain them through you step by step as I go over here to Text Wrangler. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to create 3 variables. The first variable is called people, and we assign a value of 30 to that variable. The second is cars, and it gets assigned a value of 40. And buses gets assigned a value of 15. Now, we're going to be using a command called elif, E-L-I-F. That's short for else if, and it's used for applying additional conditional statements to a command. On the other hand, else is another command, just the word else, and that's used to cover anything that you don't specifically address. So if you have a specific condition, you use if. If you have another specific condition, you use elif. And then for everything else, if you want to, you can put in else. That covers all the bases. All right, our first one we're going to use is this. If cars is greater than people. And again, what that means is if the value assigned to the variable cars is greater than the value assigned to the variable people, then execute the next step. Now, the value in cars is 40 and the value in people is 30. 40 is greater than 30, so this statement is true. Remember, it's a Boolean truth test kind of thing. So this statement will print. And what it's going to print is, we should take the cars. And because that first condition was true, it will skip these remaining statements. We have an elif that says, if cars is less than people, we should not take the cars. And else, now the only other situation you would have that is either the two are exactly equal, or if it's not possible to compare the two because they're not the same format. Then you would get this last one that says we can't decide. But because this first condition was true, it'll print that and it'll skip the rest. Our second group is this, if buses is greater than cars. So if the value assigned to the variable buses is greater than the value assigned to cars, it'll print the first line. On the other hand, we have 14 in buses and 40 in cars. So this first statement is false, it will not print, and it will skip down to the next command. In this case, it's elif. And that means else if this, and if buses is less than cars, and 14 is less than 40, so that's true. So it will print this line, maybe we should take the buses, and it will skip the else, or if we had other elifs, you can have lots of elifs. It would skip all of them because it goes with the first one as it steps through. It goes with the first one that's true and then skips all the rest. So it's going to print this line right here. Our last one is this: if people greater than buses. So if the value assigned to people, which is 30, is greater than the value assigned to buses, which it is, do this first part and it'll print out, all right, let's just take the buses, and it will skip the else or anything else that came after that. So all we got to do now is come over here and we can type in the word Python. I'm in my, I'm currently focused on my working directory that has the scripts in it. And I just type in ex30.py. And there we go. You see this first line here, we should take the cars. That's because 40 is greater than 30. And that was the first condition on this one, and skip the rest. The second line here, maybe we could take the buses. That's because the if statement was not true because 14 is not greater than 40, but the elif was true, so it printed this one and it skipped the else. And then this last line here, all right, let's just take the buses. That is from the first conditional. It says if people is greater than buses, 30 is greater than 15, and it skips this last one. Anyhow, what you'll see is this gives you an immense amount of flexibility to have what's called branching commands. You get a lot of possibilities and ways of customizing the response of the program to whatever input you have or whatever variables. We're going to be using a lot of these, so take a minute and get comfortable with them, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to his website, learnpythonthehardway.org, and click on Read the Free HTML Online, that'll take you to the index, which, since our last video, has changed its look. And you want to scroll down here to exercise 31, which is called Making Decisions. Let's see, it's that one. And if you click on that, it takes you to this page. This is where we're actually going to be setting up a very short version of a text-based adventure game. Zed refers earlier, if you just search for the game Zorg or Adventure, which actually is Colossal Cave Adventure, you can still download these. You can still play them. Text-based adventure games that get rather elaborate. Anyhow, this is the text that we need right here. And I'm going to run through it bit by bit in Text Wrangler. So I'm going to go right here to Text Wrangler. Let's take a look at the first line. The first one, the very first thing this program does is it puts some text over here on the console. And it says, you enter a dark room with two doors. So you go through door number 1 or door number 2. I have to scroll over a little bit so you can see there's a question mark there. Okay, so that's going to be asking a question. And then it's going to create a variable called door that accepts the raw input. There we go, the raw input. It's going to blink a cursor here for the person to enter their number. Please note, by the way, if they're going to choose door number 1 or door number 2, they have to enter it without the pound sign, just the number 1 or 2. If you enter the pound sign in 1, that it doesn't recognize it as the correct response. I mean, obviously you could fix that, but it goes to else. Now, let's say a person types in door number 1. So now what we have is that so it's a conditional statement. If the value that just got entered into door because they typed it in is, now the double equals means if it is exactly equal to, if it is identical to 1, then it will print 3 things. The first line is, there's a giant bear here eating a cheesecake. What do you do? And then it prints 2 choices. 1, take the cake. 2, scream at the bear. So this is a second choice. It's a second order thing. And it's going to create a new variable within this if loop called, if block, called bear. And it's going to say raw input. It's going to wait for you to type in a number. And again, you need to type in either just the 1 or just the 2 to get the answer. And here's what it does in response to this question. If bear equals 1. So if a person types in 1 right here and it feeds that 1 as raw input into the variable bear, it will print the bear eats your face off. Good job. Okay, then you're dead. elif, else if. So if they don't do that, but they do this other thing instead, if bear is 2 because the person typed a 2 into raw input, and so the variable bear now has a value identical to 2, it will then say, the bear eats your legs off. Good job. Okay, you died again. Now, what's interesting here is we have an else. And so the first two choices are explicit. If they do 1 and they enter exactly the number 1, or if they enter 2, exactly the number 2. If they do anything else, then put this. Well, doing S is probably better. Bear runs away. And what that is remember, this is a little format thing. It's like a variable. It's like inserting a variable into the string. In fact, S is for string. And what it does is it reads whatever the person entered into bear. And remember, bear is, it asks you what do you do when you see the bear. And it takes whatever you typed in, puts it into bear. So if you put anything other than a 1 or a 2, it'll put that into this line, it'll print it. And that, by the way, is the only way to survive the game as it's currently constructed. Okay, back up to your first choice. If you chose door number 1, you saw the bear, and you get all of this because it says if door equals 1. You see how it's indented as it goes through? Now we're dedented, we're back out, which means it's at a new block. If you entered number 2, then you get this thing. You stare into the endless abyss at Cthulhu's retina. I didn't know how to pronounce Cthulhu until 5 minutes ago. I've known the word for years. I had to watch a YouTube video to say Cthulhu. So you stare into the endless abyss at Cthulhu's retina, and then you get 3 choices. 1, blueberries. 2, yellow jacket clothespins. 3, understanding revolvers, yelling melodies. That's because this is our craziness episode. And whatever you type, it enters into a variable called insanity. And then here we have an if statement that says if they enter 1, so if insanity is identical to 1, because that's what got entered right here, or, so this is interesting because you can actually put more than one condition in. If they put 1 or they put 2, so if you choose either of these, it goes in here into raw input and gets fed into the variable insanity. If they type either one of those, then it prints out on the console, your body survives, powered by a mind of jello, good job. If you enter anything else, if you enter 3 or any other text at all, it will put the insanity rots your eyes into a pool of muck, good job. And so if you go to door 2, there's simply no way you can win. And then the game quits and you can start over again. So I'm going to run this now. I'm here in my console, and right now I'm in my default directory. BP is the name of my computer. The colon then sets apart what my working directory is. If I type pwd, print working directory, you can see that the tilde is short for users/Bart on my Mac. That's my home directory. I want, however, to get into this one, scripts, which you can see is users, Bart, documents, Dropbox, projects, Python, learn Python the hard way, scripts. So it's several layers in. It's going to be a lot easier to just do cd space and then drag this folder in. It fills in the whole path, and I can hit return. Now my working directory, see, print working directory, is scripts, and that's what I want. I'm going to clear this out by doing Command K. And I'm going to run the program. To do that, I type in the word Python, all lowercase, and then I type the name of the file. It's x31.py. I hit return, and it prints this first line. See, that's the first line right there. And then the raw input is this. So it puts in the little arrow and a space, and it's waiting for me to enter a response. So let's go to the door 1. So I type a 1, hit return, and then it gives me the second choice. And that's because if door equals 1, and that's what I entered, then it runs through the rest of this. So this is what's showing off on there right now. And I get to make a choice. Let's do 1 again. So I'm going to take the cake. Oop, buries my face off, and you see it's bumped me right back to the command line, the prompt. Let's try it differently. I'm going to do an up arrow. So the last thing I entered was Python x31.py. I can run it again. I'm going to do 1 again. I'll try screaming at the bear. Now it eats my legs off. I'm back at the prompt. I'm going to run it again. I'll do 1. I went door 1. There's the bear. And watch, if I just type in anything else, Well, doing whatever is probably better. Bear runs away. So this is the only time I've survived. I'm going to clear the screen by typing the word clear. You can also do Command K. And let's take a look at what happens if we do door 2. I'm going to go back up to this one. I'm going to go to door 2. Here are my choices. If I do 1, my body survives by mind of jello. If I run it again, I go to door 2. I choose 2, same thing. If I run it again and I choose 3, excuse me, look, I chose 3 and it just, oh, you know what? I left out a command over here. There we go. I forgot that there is an overall else. If a person chooses something other than door 1 or door 2, something else runs. Now I've got this. This is what it happens if they choose something other than 1 at the first input. So now let me run that again. You see, if I put in 3, I stumble on the knife and fall and die. Anyhow, you get a feel for how this all works. I'm going to do Command K to clear that out. And this is a way of building an interactive program. It's text-based at just the moment, but that's enough. That was enough for computer games for quite a while, and it can be involving. Anyhow, the if-else, the input form the basis of a huge amount of programs, and they show how we're going to make things work in later exercises. Anyhow, thanks for watching. Hi, this is Bart Polson. This video is for an exercise in Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to his website, learnpythonthehardway.org, and click on Read the Free HTML Online, that'll take you to the table of contents, which now looks different. We're going to scroll down to exercise 32, which is called Loops and Lists. Click on that. It takes you here, and you're going to find out that especially my purposes in working with Python are to be able to work with data, and so loops and lists are immensely useful. Now, we've got a funny bunch of code here that I am going to put into Text Wrangler along with a lot of commenting, and I'm going to run through things in 1 or 2 different ways. So this will take a minute, but I'm going to go to Text Wrangler here. And here's what we've got. The first thing is we're going to create 3 lists. That's collections of data. The first one is going to go into a variable called the_count. And then we use equals because it's an assignment operator because we're filling in the values into a variable. And then square brackets. That indicates that you're going to have a list. And then you put each item in the list with a comma in between. So we have 1, 2, 3, so on. By the way, the square brackets are important because you'll find that parentheses, square brackets, and curly brackets or braces all have different functions. And there have been times when things just didn't work and it turned out it's because I used the wrong kind of bracket at one point. Anyhow, square brackets for lists. So we have one called the count, and it's got the numbers 1 through 5. Then we have another one called fruits. So that's a variable there. And it's going to hold the list, and it equals for the assignment. And then in the square brackets, we have in single quotes, remember, because we're putting in strings at this point, we have the names of 4 fruits: apples, oranges, pears, and apricots. Great. And then we have a third list that's going to go into a list variable here called change equals, and then we're going to put, this is interesting because we're doing different data types. A lot of other programs would not let you do this. They would want the list to be all of the same data type, but Python's more flexible this way. So we have the number 1, and then we have in single quotes pennies, then 2, dimes, 3, and quarters. Great. Just a quick note here, in Python, these are called lists, although in many other languages, the ones I'm familiar with, they call them arrays, A-R-R-A-Y-S, but they're the same thing. Anyhow, so those are our 3 lists. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create what's called a for loop. And that's a little block of code that's going to step through each item in the array one at a time and do something with it. And it's a way of making your code a lot shorter if you have a repetitive function. So the first kind of for loop goes through a list, and here's what it looks like. It's a pretty simple structure, like we did with when we created functions and we had def and we had an if loop. What you do first is you type for, and that actually tells Python what kind that you're going to be doing a for loop here. And then for, and then you have a variable here, which at this point we're calling number, though you can call it anything you want. And then n, this is where you're going to specify the list that you're pulling from. the count. So for each item in the list, that's called the count, and then we finish with a colon here, and then you indent so it knows it all goes in the same block. Now, the variable name here, number, that's a variable that's used temporarily for keeping track of which item it's working on in the list. You can use anything you want. Right now we're using number, although it turns out that the most common is actually a lowercase I. Think of it as for integer or index. Actually, index is better. And you'll see an example that uses that in a couple minutes. Anyhow, any number you like, and then we're going to do one function for each thing here. We're going to say print to the console. This is count, and then we have this little format placeholder thingy, and we're going to fill in the number. So what we're going to do is the number is the variable we defined right here. If we called it I, we would just put I right here. If we called it step in array or whatever, we would just put that same thing right here. And then it's going to go through this one at a time. Okay. Next, we're going to do a similar thing for fruits. Here you notice, by the way, we've dedented. We've gone back to the margins, so Python knows we're done with the previous command block. For, so it knows we're going to do a loop, and then this is our little variable to keep track of the index numbers as we go through. This one's being called fruit. And the list is called fruits, and you'll notice they're similar names, but they're not identical. Identical would cause a problem. But it's okay. And it's going to print out a fruit of type colon, and then it's going to use S here because it's a string. And then it's going to pull it from fruit, which we defined right here, which in turn pulls from fruits, which is defined right up here. Okay, so it's kind of cascading through. Then after that, we're going to use a mixed list. And in the first one, we used the %d, which means we were going to use digits. And the next one, we used %s, which meant we were going to use strings. Now, because this last example here, change, has both numerical data and string data, we can't use that. But we can use a generic command. We could just use R for representation or raw data if you want. And so for this one, we're going to put for I in change. And this is the way it will normally be structured. I is the most common index variable. So for I in change, and change again is the name of this list variable, print this. Print I got, and then %r, whatever is there, for I, where I is the item or index in the change. Okay, a few other things to mention. You can also build lists from the command line. You create an empty one by saying we have here elements, and then we have the square brackets to indicate that it's a list, but there's nothing in it. So notice you create an empty list. And then we can use these functions to fill it in. I got a lot of comments here. We're going to be using this for I, and instead of specifying an existing list, we're going to use a function that says range 0 to 6. Now you need to know how range works. Range is a way of pulling out a sequence of integers. And it starts at the first number, so that's an inclusive. So it's going to start at 0. Then it's going to stop at 1 less than the second. That's an exclusive limit. So it's going to go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not going to do 6. There will be 6 items in the list, but because it starts at 0, it'll go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and not include the number 6. I know it's a little weird, but this is how items and lists are numbered. Each item has an index number, and the first one is 0. You got to learn how to count from 0. An interesting thing for range is that 0 is a default starting point, so you don't actually have to do range 0 to 6. You can just write it like this, range 6, and it knows to start at 0, goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can also specify whether the range counts up or counts down, and whether it skips, like just every second number or every 10th number or whatever, but we're not going to do that. And then here is the command we use, print adding this digit to the list. And then the I, again, that comes from here. It means each index number or item in the range. And that adds them. And then we use this function right here. We use a built-in function called append. Now, elements is the name of our empty list. And so we say, and that's an object. You say, take this element, call it a variable, call it an object. And then the dot operator means we're going to apply a function or a method to that we're going to use a built-in method or function called append, which means add this thing that we just defined onto the array. Excuse me, onto the list. Sorry, I'm used to talking about arrays. And then we can print them out, and we can use this for I in elements. So it's going to go through this list elements. Print element was ding dong ding. And now I just want you to know that there's another way to write this. It's a little faster. You can actually do it like this. You can just type elements, and I created a new one called elements2 equals range 0 to 6, and then you don't have to do this append thing. It'll just stick it in there, which means it's very easy to create these lists in Python. You just say elements equals elements2 equals range 6, and then print it, and it'll spit it all out. Anyhow, that is the code. So let's come over here, and I'm going to type in Python, then ex32.py, so we can run that, and it's going to spit out a whole lot of stuff. Let me make that bigger. This is the count, 1, 2, 3. That is this line right here that's being executed, and it's referring back to this list. So this is the count, is running through that one at a time. And you see it's done at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, even though we only had to write it once within the loop. That's the power of loops. And now we're going to go through the next list, and it's in fruits, and it says print a fruit of type, and you see it's gone through one item at a time. Please note that it did not print the quotation marks. That's kind of nice. So it didn't do that. And then we come to this one, down to change, which is our mixed list. It includes numbers and strings. And that's when we use this %r for raw data or representation. And you'll see one difference is, whereas in this list with the fruits, where we told it we were using strings, it did not print the quotes. But in the next one where we used R for representation or raw data, it did print the quotes because that actually was part of the item in it. And that's one of the reasons that R does not always behave necessarily the way that you think it's going to. Then we did this. We started creating an empty range, and then we have this function here where we're going to go through and add numbers. And you see here, we got this thing that says it adds 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it prints them out also. And I want you to see that I'm also able to do it at the very end here with just a single, fill in the array with one and print it with another. And there's the whole thing. It was easy to run through. Anyhow, that's lists, and that is for loops to go through them. And we're going to do that a million times. So it's something to get comfortable with. Hopefully that made sense, and I'll see you for the next exercise. Thanks. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is an exercise from Zed Shah's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to his website, Learn Python the Hard Way, and click on Read the Free HTML Online, it'll take you to the table of contents, which now has a new look, and scroll down to exercise 33, which is called While Loops. And if you click on that, it'll take you to this page. Now, in the last video, we went through for loops, and that's a way of stepping through things, for each item in this list, step through them one at a time, do, and go through. Now, that's a very common approach, and it's a very good approach. It is true, however, that there's also something called a while loop. Instead of stepping through a list one item at a time, it just keeps executing the list as long as a particular condition is true. Theoretically, you could use it to say, do this until a person clicks a button, or do this until 12 o'clock. And that makes it more flexible. On the other hand, I have found while loops to sometimes behave strangely, and so I prefer for loops whenever possible. But anyhow, let's go through this exercise. Now, what he's going to do, actually, please note this. Zed agrees. While loops, use them sparingly. Usually a for loop is better, and I believe that. And you also want to make sure that if you have a condition like, when the button gets pressed or something like that, you want to make sure that's actually going to happen at some point, or else your loop's going to go on forever. And you might have to force quit it. He does make a good point here. He says, if things start to go crazy, hold down Control-C, and that will sort of force quit the program. Okay, now here is the text. This is a pretty simple bit of code. I'm going to have some comments on it, but I'm also going to have a lot of code that goes through the study drills, because the 5 study drills ask for some important variations on this, and those deserve explanation as well. All right, I'm going to come over here to Text Wrangler. First thing we're going to do is we're going to get it set up by creating a variable called I, which we'll be using for the index or increment. And that will start by setting that equal to 0. Then we'll create a variable to hold a list. We'll call it numbers. And it's going to be an empty list. That's why we have the brackets with nothing in them. Okay, and again, in other languages that's called an array, but here it's called a list. Now for while loops, what we're going to be doing, the structure is very similar to defining functions in if and for loops. It looks like this. You start with the keyword while, so that lets Python know that's what you're going to be doing. And then you have your variable that's going to be tested at each point. In this case, it's I. That's the variable that we created up here. And we have to set a criterion so it knows when to stop. In this case, we're just going to say while I is less than 6. So as soon as it's equal to 6, it'll stop. And then we put a colon, so it knows that we're done with that first line, and then we indent everything else after that, so it knows it's a single code block. The first thing it's going to do is it's going to print for each time it goes through this. It's going to write here in the display at the top, I is whatever number, and then it's going to use this little format command D, and it's going to refer to the I right here, which is this variable right here, which refers back to this one. And then it's going to append to the object or the variable numbers. That's the one that we created right here. That's our empty array. It's going to append to that whatever value we currently have for I. So it's going to start at 0, and then it's going to cycle through. In fact, see, the next thing we do is we add 1 to it. So it's going to be 0 when it first starts here, and it's going to append the 0, then it adds 1. Now, in some languages, you can write this as I plus equals 1 or I plus plus, but Python sometimes doesn't like that. The I++ definitely does not work in Python, and some of the other increments don't work so well. So we're just going to write it out the long way. I equals I plus 1. That increments it up to the next step. And then at the bottom, it's going to print out the numbers now, and it's going to print out all of the numbers. So it's going to print out the entire list. And then at the bottom, I is equal to what? And that's because I changes between the top. You see, here it's 0 when it starts here, but then it gets bumped up 1, and so it's going to be 1 down here. And you'll notice too, eventually it's going to get to 6. It will print 6 down here, but then when it goes back up, I will be equal to 6, and this will no longer be true. This statement at the top will no longer be true, so it'll stop running. All right, and then print all the numbers. And then for num in numbers, print num. That's a way of cycling. Well, that's a for loop, and it goes through the numbers list, and for each one it prints out the number individually. So that's quick and easy. Now there are some variations from the study drills. I'll come back to those in a minute. Okay, let's just run this the way it is right now. If I come over here and I type Python, oh, by the way, please note my working directory is the one that has all my scripts in it. It's right here. And I'm going to come down to 33. You see there's the text as it currently exists. I can type Python x33.py, hit return, and let me make that bigger. At the top, I is 0. There's the entire array now consists of a single number. At the bottom, it's added 1, so now it's 1. Then you see how the list gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and how the bottom number is 1 more than the top, and the bottom I is 6, and then when it goes back up to the top and it's checking this condition, is I less than 6? It's not less than 6. It's exactly 6 now, so it doesn't run anymore. And then it gets to this thing here that says numbers now. Oh, excuse me, it did that at each point. And then when it's all done with this block here, see, and it's not going to run anymore because this condition is no longer true, it'll do this one, print the numbers, and then go through the array and print each number, and there they are, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's it. That's a while. Now you can see that this one would be easier to do with a for loop because it's still stepping through it one by one. So let's go through Zed's study drills just for a moment. I think here's number 1. Convert this while loop to a function that you can call and replace 6 in the test, that is I less than 6, with a variable. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. First, I'm putting in a little note here. I'm going to insert a little blank space, blank line to separate things out. And now what I'm doing is I'm defining a function. I'm going to call it drill1 because it's the first study drill. And I'm going to have an argument that I call n, and that's where you put in the number of items in the list. And then it's going to define I, and then it's going to create a list called numbers1 because it's in it's the numbers and it's in study drill 1. And then while I is less than n, go through and append it, and then increment it, and so on. That's pretty easy. So that's going to define a function. And then in number 2, we get to call the function with a few different values, and I'm going to run it through with these two. So I just saved it. So now I can come over here. I'm going to clear the screen, and I'll use my up arrow to go to the command again, and I'll just hit return. And the important part is down here. Converting while loop to function drill 1. That's what I wrote right here. And what you can see is I did it once by calling in 3. See there, I used the function drill 1 and I put 3 in as my argument. And it did it, 0, 1, 2, and then printed the list. And then I did it with 8 as my argument in this one, and it does the same thing. And again, the n3 is the upper limit, and that's exclusive upper limit. It starts at 0 and it goes to 1 less than the upper limit, which is what you see going on here. Okay, that one's pretty easy. I'm going to clear this over here. And let's see what is the next item on this. Number 3, Z says, add another variable to the function arguments that you can pass in that lets you change the +1 on line 8 so you can change how much it increments by. That is, we're changing the step size. So now we're going to have 2 arguments. I'm going to create a little bit of text here, and then I'm going to call it drill 3 because that's what we're at. And I'm going to have 2 arguments. N is the maximum value, the highest value, and S is going to be the steps that we go through. All right, now what we're going to do here is we're going to do the same thing, except the one difference here is this. Instead of being I plus 1, which is what we had right here, we're going to change it I plus S. It'll be whatever the thing is. And otherwise, it's the same. And so for drill 4, we just run through it. And I'm going to use, I'm going to save this for a moment so it'll run. And then I'm going to do drill 3, and I'm going to put in the 2 values 12 and 3. Now, I probably shouldn't be calling it n because this is the maximum. It's not going to print 12 numbers because it's counting by 3s now. Let me come back over here and run the function. And you see it's printed off a whole lot of stuff, but we're interested in this part down here. Create the function, and it says using drill 3 with n equals 12 and s equals 3. That's because I told it to print out that text. Then you see what it did, 0, 3, 6, 9. And that's as far as it goes because the next one up would be 12 and it needs to be less than 12. So that one worked. It's a function, and you can specify the upper limit with a variable and the step size with the variable. And then we've got one more. He says, now write it to use for loops and range instead. Do you need the incrementer in the middle anymore? What happens if you don't get rid of it? Well, here's what happens. Now I'm defining a function, drill 5, where n and s are specified. And it's the interior stuff that's going to be different because, you know, calling the function, it looks the same. I type in drill 3 or 5 and I put in my 2 numbers, but the interior stuff's going to be different. What I do here is I create the array, but instead of doing a little I thing to step through it, I just tell it use the range 0 as the bottom, as the starting point, n as the top, and s as the step. Now I have to use 0 here. Normally, if you're just specifying the upper limit, you don't need to use 0 because that's implied. However, if I only have 2 numbers in there, it's going to assume that's the starting point and the ending point, or the amount to step by. So I need to have all 3 of them there to make it explicit so it knows that the 3 numbers mean start, stop, and step. And then we just use a for loop for I in numbers 5. That's the name of my list here. Go through and do this. And I will run it right here with this example. And let's just make sure that's saved. And I'm going to clear the screen, and I'm going to use the up arrow to get my last command and hit return. And down here at the bottom, you can see it does the same thing. The reason it printed number 12 though is because I made it so that my upper limit was 14 and my step was 4. So 0, 4, 8, 12, and we're good. So that's a rather long explanation, but you can see how to use a while loop, and also that you can do a lot of it with functions and for loops, which in most situations will work better for you. Anyhow, that's it for now. Hope that made sense, and I'll see you at the next video. Hi, I'm Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to his website, learnpythonthehardway.org, and click on Read the Free HTML Online, you'll get to the table of contents. In this video, we're going to be looking at exercise 34, which is called Accessing Elements of Lists. And if you go to this, really, this is a very simple exercise. We've looked at lists before. It's how to put several pieces of data, numbers or words or strings, in square brackets. And we stepped through them previously using for loops and while loops. Now we're just going to learn how to reach a specific one. And really, all this involves is knowing how to count the way a computer counts. And the fundamental aspect of that, you'll see there's almost no text here to look at. I'm just going to go straight to Text Wrangler. And here's how it works. First off, let's take this list that Zed created. He's calling it animals. So we've got this object or variable called animals. And we are assigning to it, that's the assignment operator, a list. Now it's in square brackets. That's what makes it a list. And we're giving it the names of 6 animals. Each of them, because they're strings, they need to be in quotes. These ones are in single quotes, and they're separated by commas. So there is the list. That's all there is to it. Now, if we wanted to see the whole list at once, all we would need to do is type animals. In fact, let me just do this. I'm going to come over here, and I'm in Python. I'm just going to type Python and ex34.py. And, oh, you know what? I've loaded it, but I haven't asked it to do anything yet. So let me do this next thing. I'm going to ask it to print animals. Then I'm going to ask it to print them one at a time. So this first one right here will print all the names of the animals, and it'll do it in one line, or really just kind of print the entire list in a line. And then this one, a for loop, will print them one at a time. Watch how those both work. So I come over here. There we go. Here's the first one. It prints the list exactly as it appears in here. It's in square brackets. It's got the single quotes. It's got the commas. So that's exactly the way it looks. The next one, when we do the for loop, we say for I, and that's just a variable we're using to keep track of each item as we go through. So, but it basically means for every item in animals, in the list animals, print that item and do it once per line. And you see here, it put each one on a separate line. It removed the square brackets. It removed the single quotes. It removed the commas. And we've got the whole thing there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Okay, cool. That's easy. Now I'm just going to print a little bit of extra text. What you need to know is that the way we normally count is when we're looking at items in a list like this is we use what are called ordinal numbers, where we go, this is the first and second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth. Those are ordinal because they indicate the order in which they appear. On the other hand, what Zed points out is that we need to be using cardinal numbers, and those are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And in fact, what the major point of this exercise is to say that in computers, you don't start with 1, you start with 0. And so the way that these items would be numbered using cardinal numbers and starting at 0 is bear would be 0, python would be 1, peacock would be 2, kangaroo would be 3, whale would be 4, and platypus would be 5. So it's 0 to 5, and that gets all of our items. And it's a hard habit to get used to, but it makes so many operations on the computer so much easier by starting at 0. So I'm just going to run a little bit of text here, and we will, let me clear this out. Did Command K. I'll just run this again. So I've got my little commentary here. You just need to know that we're counting with cardinal numbers, and we start at 0. And then what you need to do is pretty simple. To access a specific item in a list, if you want to print just one thing, for instance, you put the list name, and then in a square bracket right next to it, you put the index number for that item. So for instance, let's say we wanted to do, well, actually, let me show you how this works. I've got a small for loop that I've created right here. And what I'm going to do is say for I, for each item in range len animals. Okay, this requires a little bit of explanation. Animals is this list object, this variable up here that we created. So, and len means length. And what that means is, look, just go to that list, see how long it is, And however long that is, do it that many times. And this is a really nice function to have, the len thing, because then you don't have to specify how long it is, because if it changes, this will change automatically. And then by range, so you see there's 6 items in that list. I could have put range and then 6. And that would have meant start for every item start at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because range by default starts at 0 and goes up to 1 less than the number you've specified. By putting in len or length animals, it counts how many there are, it starts at 0 and it goes up to 1 less. So this does exactly what I want. It goes 0 through 5. And it says for each one of those, print, and then I have a bunch of text here, index something in the list is blank. And I'm telling it to fill in with the I number, so it'll go 0 to 5. And then take the item out of the animals list. You see how I got specified? I have the name of the list, and then here immediately in square brackets with no spaces, I have a number that's going to be standing in for the name of the item in the list. So let's just watch how this works. I'm going to come over here, and I think I've saved that. I'm going to do the up arrow to go to my last command. And there they are. These are the important ones. So like I said, bear is 0. The first one, that's its ordinal number, has a cardinal number of 0. Peacock, Python is 1, peacock, and so on. Now, if you wanted to see just one thing at a time, you would do like this. Print animals, and then let's put 4. I'm going to save that and run it again, and I believe that will show us also. There's number 4. Now I see it's index number 4, which is actually the 5th item in the line. This exercise is really about learning how to count in the computer way, and for us that means starting at 0. Give it a little practice, and I'll see you at the next exercise. Hi, this is Bart Polson, and this video is a walkthrough of an exercise of sorts from Zed Shaw's book, Learn Python the Hard Way. If you go to his website, learnpythonthehardway.org, and click on Read the Free HTML Online, you'll go to the table of contents, and we are looking at exercise 35, which is called Branches and Functions. If you click on that, it takes you to this page. Now, this one really is more of a, can you follow the argument and go along that way? And so you get to take all of this information. It's a rather long program, and what it is it's a text-based adventure game. It's a longer version of the one he had before, and it's a great way of understanding the logic of games in general. Even graphical ones. This is a good introduction. I've got this text here, and I've got it entered into Text Wrangler, so I'm going to go through it step by step here. Now, the first part here says from sys import exit. What this is sys is a library or module that's short for system, and exit is a special function that we're going to be bringing in. That way, it's a way of saving us some time coding by bringing in some functions so we can just refer to them without having to define them first. Okay, next we have a real big one here in blue. And what it is we're creating a custom function called gold_room. And you see it takes no arguments, so the parentheses open and close with nothing in them, and we have the colon there. And when gold_room runs, remember, this is defining the function. It has to be called to do this. But it says, the room is full of gold. How much do you take? Now, I've added enter a number because Zed didn't have that, and you could just get lost forever if you didn't know what to do that. So I put my little comment here. I said I added enter a number. Then it takes whatever the person types. It has a little blinking arrow for a cursor, and it takes whatever that person types and takes that raw input and assigns it to a variable called next. So that's a variable that we're defining here. Then we start going through the branches of the logic here. It says if 0 is what's entered into next or 1 is in next. So if either one of those, then it's going to take that number, turn it into an integer. Now, because remember, it got entered, when it gets entered this way, because we did raw input, it saves it as a string, even though it's a single digit number. This converts that string to an integer, and it assigns that to a variable called how much. Okay. So if a person enters 0 or 1, it puts that into how much. Otherwise, if you type in anything other than a 0 or 1, it's going to ask you, it's going to say, man, learn to type a number, and it's going to That's going to be an argument that it uses for a custom function called dead, which gets defined below. So that's an argument that's going to send to dead. Now, in terms of how much, so what the person types here, raw input goes into next. If they put 0 or 1 in next, if what is in how much is less than 50, it says, nice, you're not greedy, you win. And then we have this little function here called exit 0. That's the one that we imported up here at the top. It's a system function, and it was imported at the top, and 0 is a code. Now, there are a lot of error codes. If you put in an error code, it'll say, well, it exited because of this or because of that reason. And you can have lots of different numbers. 0 means there were no errors. And if how much is not less than 50, if it's something, 50 or more, that's going to say, you greedy bastard. And then I added this little text, you're dead, which seemed appropriate because it calls up the function dead and it provides this as the argument. Okay, so that's that. That's gold room. So that's one function we've defined so far. The next one is bear room. So there's another function here, and it prints a few lines. There's a bear here. The bear has a bunch of honey. The fat bear is in front of another door. How are you going to move the bear? Well, it also creates a Boolean variable. Remember, Boolean means true, false, and it's something that's yes or no. And in this case, it starts off by creating this variable called bear moved and assigning to it initially the variable, the value false. And then it says while true. And so while we're running this thing here, it's going to ask for your input with the blinking cursor, and it says if it's going to take whatever you do and put it into next. Now, you notice we had next up here as well, but that variable name is only valid for within that function. It's what's called a local variable. So it's okay to use that same variable name down here. The same way you can have 100 functions in a row, all of which say for I, where I is an index variable. Anyhow, so we have next, and it says if you write take honey, then you're dead, and it gives a reason. If, that means else if you write taunt the bear, and the bear has not moved. That is not bear moved. See, we have bear here, and not means false. So this is a joint condition. And if you say taunt the bear and the bear has not moved, then you can get away. And it changes then the variable bear moved to true because the bear has now moved. Now, if you'd write something other than that, if you write taunt bear, but the bear has moved, then you've angered the bear and it kills you and you are dead. It calls the dead function. And if the bear has moved and you type open door, then you go into the gold room. And that's another function that was defined up here at the top. That's where we define gold room. And if you type anything else, it says, I have no idea what that means. And it might be a good idea to add prompts to give people ideas. Okay, after bear room, the next thing we have is Cthulhu room, because he's messing with us. And what this says is you see the great evil Cthulhu, he, it, whatever, stares at you and you go insane. Do you flee for your life or eat your head? And it looks at whatever you entered. Now, this is an interesting one because we're using a function here, if, flee, and then in next. And what this means is a person can enter a whole bunch of stuff, and Python's going to be looking for a particular keyword. If the word flee appears in there anywhere, then it's going to run this next function. And it's going to run at start, and start is defined at the bottom. See, there's the start. It's going to be defined at the bottom. If, on the other hand, a person types in some text that contains the word head, then you're going to die, and it's going to say it's going to throw in the argument that was tasty. Now, what if a person puts in both flee and head? Well, flee is what it checks for first, and so if it finds flee, it's going to run that one. It's going to skip the other one. So if flee and head are both there, it will always run the command associated with flee. You type in anything else, it sends you right back to the beginning of the room. That's a little confusing. All right, now we define a function dead, and it takes a single argument, which is y, and that's the reason why. So it takes y, and so for instance, we have, well, that was tasty, or we have the bear gets pissed off, chews your leg off. We have the bear looks at you, then slaps your face off. And what it does is it prints and it sticks in that reason, and then it says, good job, exclamation mark, because that's what the games used to say. And then it has the exit function. All right, after that, we define the function start. Now, you would think that start was a built-in function, but we want it to mean something specific here. And so we have start, and it takes no arguments. It just runs. It says you are in a dark room. There's a door to your right or your left. Which one do you take? And it waits for you to type something in. And if you type left, so it says if next is equivalent or identical to the text left, then run bare room, which we defined right here. If, on the other hand, elif, if the text that you enter is right, then it sends you to the Cthulhu room. If you enter anything other than left or right, it says you stumble around the room until you starve. All right. And then the last thing we have here is this is the only function it runs automatically. We've defined the function start. Now it calls the function start. And we defined it just in this block right above. So let's come over here and run this. Now, you'll notice I'm already in my script folder because I changed the directory to that. I can do pwd for print working directory. There it all is. I'm going to do Command K to clear it out. Actually, I'll just remind you, you can also just type the word clear. Clear. There we go. And I'm going to run my script by writing in the word Python. And because I'm already in my scripts folder, this one, I can just type the name of the file, ex35.py. And there it is. It's going to start with this text right here because we just ran start. It says, which one do I take? Now, you see what happens if I go like this. None. I entered something other than left or right, so I'm dead, and it goes back to the beginning. So fortunately, it's easy to run it over again. I just hit the up arrow, hit enter again. I'll say, I'll take the right. Oh, there's Cthulhu, and then I'll put, I'm going to eat my head. And again, I can enter a lot because it's just looking for a keyword in there. And I'm dead. So let's go back up. Let's go to the other door, left, and there's the bear, and so on. You see how that works. And it's actually surprisingly engaging for a small amount of text. It's just these branching things that send you back and recycle on each other, and you can create an entire game. Again, Zed pointed out earlier, some of the earliest successful computer games were text-based adventure games. There's one called Zorg, and there's another one called Adventure. Its full name is Colossal Cave Adventure. And you can still play them, download them, or play them online. And anyhow, hopefully this works for you, and I'll see you in the next exercise.